Back to Malta. Wednesday is hump day, but I tell you what, we are loving our work here in this island nation. A few concerns about the weather, but hopefully we'll be good. And the Lions, well, they really need a win starting the day against the Strikers. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Well, there's so much cricket on ECN at the moment. We've got 6 games every day. It actually equates to about 42 matches a week, and you won't see more cricket anywhere else in the universe. And we are starting the day with match 37 here. And this is a clash between the Royal Strikers and the Victoria Lions. Royal Strikers, they're 5th on the ladder with a 4-2 record. The Lions, though, the Victoria Lions having a bit of a rough start to their ECN journey. They are without a win after 6 matches. I do have some news from the coin toss, though. The Victoria Lions, they've won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So, look, I like that. It's a confident move. We know the Lions, probably with the bat, they've been struggling a little bit to get anything going. But I think it's good to go out there with no target pressure. Just see if you can build a score and maybe put a bit of pressure on the Strikers, who are really improved. I've got to say that they have steadily been building a nucleus of players, which has seen them get in the top half of the ladder, and they'll be hoping for a couple of wins this morning to consolidate their spot up the top. Let's talk about the conditions today, though. I can tell you that we have a few concerns about the weather. There's been a bit of light rain falling overnight. More information about that in a second, but it's pretty breezy. It's quite windy this morning, and I think although the pitch has been well covered, I think the wind could be a bit of a factor. I don't know about holding catches this morning. It's going to be pretty tough. I want to highlight a couple of bowlers, though. I've got to say that Jace Matthew for the Royal Strikers, I think he has been brilliant. He's been swinging the ball around corners, and we'll probably see him first up. And Alwyn John for the Victoria Lions, he's had a very good tournament as well. So maybe it's a bit more of a bowling day. I think the wind probably will favour shots down the ground, so I think that you don't want to go across the line too much. But I think, look, it's a difficult day, no doubt about it. Hopefully the rain stays off. Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball in match 37. The Lions, well, is this the day the Lions will roar? They've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. It's over to you, Corey. Let's get ready for the start of day 10.
Good morning, everyone around the world, and welcome back to Malta and what can be best described as a wild, windy day. But thankfully the covers are off, the clouds are shining, and we're going to get away with 4 matches, and looking forward to seeing how this game pans out. The Royal Strikers versus the Victoria Lions as the umpires slowly make their way out to the middle. Before we get there, let's have a quick recap of yesterday, shall we? One of the more strange days of ECN cricket. Malta Day, 126 for 3. We thought that was going to be enough. Sathi, he woke up from his slumber, 51 off 25. Gautam Singh, he came out with his partner Narendra Negi, and they chased the runs down with 2 balls to go. A fantastic run chase, and it must be said, we didn't expect that sort of result. Took us into the mid-morning game, 132 for 5. We once again thought that was going to be enough, and Malta Day got there on the very last ball of the game. We were one skerrick away from it being a golden ball. A run-out attempt off the last ball missed by the bowler. A very evenly contested performance from all the players. Wickets fell, runs were made, and overall a top game of T10 cricket. I know the fans sitting in the fan zone were going ballistic at the end of the match. Took us into the early afternoon match, goes OCC. And we did get a golden ball. I don't know how to describe this game. There was 5 balls left, 2 runs required, and we saw 6 wickets. So if you're a mathematician, you can try and figure that out yourself. And that was our first golden ball in 120 games. A fantastic performance. And overall, goes OCC. They stole the points away from the Masita Warriors. So well done to them. And that ended the golden ball drought as we went on to the final game of the day. And usually the final game of the day, the Blue Crew always favour the bowling team first because they want that early finish. And thankfully, the stars aligned and the early finish was granted. Gozo only made 46 for 6 and Masita Warriors chased it down in 3 overs. This meant that a couple of the crew got themselves back into the warmth of the hotel, and Masita Warriors, they absolutely destroyed them. What an easy victory. And let's have a look at the table, shall we? 16, 12, 10, 8, 8, 4, 4, 2, 0, 0. Victoria Lions right at the bottom there. It's been tough for them. They'll be coming up against Royal Strikers, who are sitting pretty well in the middle. Royal Strikers go into this game heavy favourites, but upsets happen in the T10 format. Will we see one this morning in this double header? We've had a bit of rain this morning. It's very windy. What team will be able to handle the conditions a little bit better? We'll see. We have a look at the two lineups. Jamika Singh and Kush Kapaka will be the opening batsmen, but Victoria Lions, surprisingly, have decided to bat first. So we'll have to see how their top opening batsmen go with Wilson and John. There's a lot of pressure on them to get runs on the board, and it's always difficult when it's windy for the fielders out there. So can the batsmen capitalise on this opportunity to get out there early and maybe hit the ball to all parts? So we're almost set to go on this Wednesday morning here in Malta. All the players and batsmen and the officials have made their way out to the middle. Welcome back, everyone in India via FanCode and all our subcontinent viewers. Hope you're doing well. Good luck on your Dream 11 teams, and welcome back, everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. Hope you're ready for a day of fantastic cricket. Who can survive the elements is the question. You can already see it is very blustery out there. I expect to see a lot of wides. If you're a fan of wides, be ready, because you might see a few of them. It is going to swing, and it's going to be difficult to control. Looks like Matthew will open the bowling. From around the wicket. I expect this ball to swing from right to left on your screens. Watch how much this hoops. Push Pembangan. Oh, that was a good effort. We'll face the first ball. Umpire says play. Here we go. No swing at all, and he skies it. Well, this is going to be a tough catch. Yeah, I can imagine. It's very blustery. That could be a broken finger as well. I might actually record how many drop catches today, because that's a great way to start the day. So that's one. I'm going to go an early guess. Because of the weather conditions, we might get up into the 20s today. It might be very difficult indeed. It is windy. So I'm going to put that down on the drops list. We'll see how many we get. 2 to start the day. There's a sort of jarred out pull shot. They'll scamper through for a single. Another misfield. Yeah, the weather conditions, a lot of people are asking. There is some rain forecast, and we've had a morning shower. That's why we had a 10-minute delay. But I think we're going to get through today. I think we're going to get all 4 games on. Tomorrow and the next day are looking a little bit more precarious on the radar, but we'll have to wait and see. There's Pillay now. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. And Sadar in the viewer chat asking Corey, who's the left-handed opener's name? It's Priyan. So I just want to clear that up and clarify. Priyan's his first name. So I'm glad to clear that up. Thank you, Sadar. Oh, no, Pradeep. Well, thank you, Vinny Sander, who will be joining us in a moment. Oh, and here come the wides. Well, we said this is going to be a tricky sort of day. We might see a lot of extras. Oh, he's given it buys. Didn't that go down the leg side? I'm going to have to take a look at that. I know it's early in the morning, but I have a feeling this was given buys. Oh, the camera's falling down. It's all happening this morning. Yeah, you can see. I think he's asking. Yeah, a few technical difficulties, but I think the world stopped spinning for a brief moment then. That was miles down the leg side. Just like that. And he's calling that a wide. So you can understand in these early morning matches that it does take time. The players are pretty cold out there, and it is blowy. It is 35-kilometre winds. So which team can handle the elements the best? I don't know. 10 off 2. Yeah, and it's just symbols at the moment. This is going to be a real testy sort of day. Another wide. Matthew losing his line and length now. Might be better off to go cross seam potentially. He looks like he's going to come off the shorter run. In the air. Oh, no way. He's almost lobbed himself. That's an unbelievable effort. He's gone the leading edge to balloon over his helmet. And that must have been close to landing on the stumps. Unfortunately, we won't have replays for a while. Just a few technical issues with the wind. So make sure you're tuning in. And he's gone. That's a pretty poor shot. A bit of a send-off as well, which feels unnecessary. And he's gone. It was a poor stroke. Pretty hard to surmise what we're witnessing in the first few deliveries of this game. 11 runs on the board and a wicket in the first 4 balls. So the Victoria Lions, their woes continue. It's 11 for 1 after 4. As we welcome back on this Wednesday morning, blustery Wednesday morning, good friend, co-commentator, Vanny Sandu.
Thanks very much, Corey. Morning, everyone. Hopefully you're well. And I was going to say, Victoria Lions, pretty much their best start ever, even though we haven't really seen a lot of runs off the bat, just 3 off the bat, but 11 total. And we're still in the first over. But yeah, Chase Matthew, I would have thought he'd get a lot of swing, but I suppose the wind is so unpredictable and the seam position just not right for him. He hasn't really been getting it to go. That was well located, though, to get rid of Polite. It goes for a second ball duck. Here's Adith Rajan coming out number 3. Morning to all of our viewers. I like the way you responded to the first question of the day from Sada. Well, you got your Priyan Pushparajan mixed up with Pradeep Pushpangadan. It could happen to the best of us.
Tomato.
You say so. Chase Matthews been one of the form bowlers, though, in this competition. He's going to be a handful. Rajan faces up, and he's edged behind, and he's dropped. Oh, well, I know you're making a list. And that's Jobby behind the stumps, Manuel Augustine. And he just wasn't in a position. And now the stumps are gone. Now, got a few technical issues at the moment as well.
This first over's had it all.
Yeah, so...
That's almost chinned him, Vinny.
He has. He kind of was falling forward. And rather than receiving the ball, he was kind of rushing forward at it. Manuel Augustine, who's behind the stumps.
How can you be falling forward as a keeper?
I just think, when you see that edge as a keeper... your heart rate just jumps. And that's pretty much what happened there. Rajan gets lucky and he gets a single first ball straight to the keeper. Morning to Julian. Hopefully you're well. Everyone's saying fingers crossed on the weather. Yeah, well, so far so good. It has a bit of light rain, but the wind at the moment around the island is pretty challenging. So you expect wides, expect drop catches.
Oh, that could be out, Oh, no.
They can have a look at this.
Do we have the replay?
I know we had some technical issues. If we get the replay up, my instinct is I'm 50-50 on this one. My initial instinct was he was home, but when I actually think about it, I have a feeling he might be just short here. Let's try and freeze frame the moment this ball hits the stumps. There.
I think
he's just in.
Ben might get benefit.
Stop right there. Right there. That's the shot. That's the money shot. Let's go zoomage. Have we got zoomage today?
Oh. I do like a bit of zoomage.
I think he's in. Based on that. Don't get a great look at the line there. But, well done technical staff already. I think it's not out. What do you think?
I have no idea.
I think my initial instinct was good. Poor Victoria Lions. Had to sum it up. Good bit of fielding, though, to get the direct hit. End of the first over, 13 for 1. A pretty dramatic first over. I think it's going to be a pretty entertaining day. Settle in front of the TV. Hopefully somewhere warm with some popcorn or whatever you want, cup of coffee.
What's your estimation on the amount of drops we're going to see today?
Depends how much cricket we play.
Well, that's just a full day.
I think we could get to 20.
I'm on 20. Now, give me a number, specific.
23.
Okay. You're 23, I'm 20.
Okay.
Good luck.
Well, good luck to the players keeping it below that. But I just mean, no matter who you are, it's going to be tough to catch in these conditions. Hard ball. Well, currently we're 11 degrees, so kind of a consistent kind of temperature, but it's the wind here. When the wind's cold, it feels cold. So Clinto Paul is into the lineup. Nice to see Clinto out there. He's going to bowl over number 2. Push Bangata at the top of the order. I like this. He's one guy that can find the boundaries. And smart batting as well. Quite often we see batters getting in the way of those ones, but he takes the wide. And for the first time today, potentially keeping to time might be an issue because of these extras.
I was just about to say it's taken 8 minutes to bowl 6 deliveries, so they are behind. Definitely something we have to keep an eye on.
10 ball over first up.
Doesn't help.
And
Bails are falling off.
Have blown off.
I think it's...
We have played without bails
it's
here
a matter of
in
time.
Malta when it gets windy.
I think it's honestly an over-away.
But then we even had an issue with the stumps blowing over here when it gets really windy.
Well, if that keeps happening, do you just play without stumps?
I thought of that. It's a bit tough to get a run out, though. Anyway, 14 off the first over, in fact. Oh, sorry, 13 plus that wide. Pushing out intelligently, saying, well, you got to bowl to me. This will just be a single. I want to say very warm welcome to everyone, no matter where you're watching from. And we've actually caught up to Gibraltar on matches now. Or we had until they got 2 ahead of us last night. But yeah, neck and neck at the moment. And some pretty interesting action from Gibraltar last night as well. Louis Bruce continues to impress. I know you were looking out for players maybe to play in the top classer. I think Louis Bruce in a couple of years is one that's you want to watch out for. He made a good 80 odd in the ECL last year. Only 16 or 17 years old. If one beats the outside, it doesn't really spin. Doesn't really swing, I should say. Yeah, say hello to us if you like in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, the weather, we'll just have to wait and see. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. That's normally a good strategy. Just get one here. And yeah, big welcome to all of our crew, of course. Elvira and Karina and Valentines. And to Elsa, who has her first full day with us today.
Yeah, welcome.
I like the arm guard from Push Bangata here.
Well, you got to be careful.
He's prepared. Goes straight. Straight enough to avoid fielders. You're going to go for 2. They'll get back. Throwing into the wind, that was always going to be tough. So, how was your night, Corey?
Very good, thanks, Vinny. Very nice night.
What did you get up to?
I went out.
Go for Taco Tuesdays?
Went there, talked to the staff. But no Taco Tuesdays. False advertising. So
a bit early for food chat, but what's going on there? You told us that, I mean...
Well, I took the photo of the little flyer, but no, I went and had a nice dinner with our project manager and a little soiree, drink.
Okay.
Needed to take the edge off after a long day. What did they say when you
presented them with the Taco Tuesdays flyer? What did they say?
It was sort of a Russian way of love, but I said something in Russian, which we didn't understand.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, dead set. That's the truth. We asked about Taco Tuesday.
What about the 3-for-1 cocktails?
Yeah, it was... Oh, no, that happened.
Okay. Right. That takes us to the end of the second over here. It's 18 for 1.
Then went back to my room, watched a movie, did a little bit of work for Spanish cricket and VOC, and now we're back here.
Oh, well, let's have a look at the table then. Sweetie and Southern Crusaders haven't lost yet. Master and Victoria Lions haven't won yet, and we'll see both of those teams today. Lions, obviously just building experience here. They'd love to grab a win or 2 along the way in this journey, you'd imagine. Bit of an opportunity here with the start they've been given. I don't think it's easy conditions for anyone. You just got to be a bit tough and have a thick skin, I think, this morning. Joyce Matthew did get one right in the first over, picked up a wicket. Bowled to Rajan, who should have been caught behind first ball. Third over. Short and pulled away. It's pretty good batting. They'll hustle through for 1. No, won't get 2 there. Chamkor Singh does the fielding.
What do you think is the most difficult thing for a player when it's this windy? What do you think what element of the sport becomes the most tricky?
I think catching. I just think because catching, typically in cricket, you're expected to hold everything. And it gets really tough because catching the slightest misjudgment can cause you to drop a catch. If it's not quite in the middle of the hands, I think, getting to the drop zone, even then, the ball super hard. getting the right balance between hard hands and soft hands. I'd say catching, especially if the ball's a bit slippery. Look, everything gets harder, no doubt about that.
I would say concentration.
Okay.
I think that when it's windy, your body naturally, you just want to shudder away. It's very hard to be out there and flamboyant.
That's a good point. Flamboyant.
Good early word.
So Raj says staying warm. This one sneaks past the outside edge of Rajan, who doesn't nick that one. Yeah, so just looking at the strikers lineup. And they've got a few options. I think their batting, though, they've really strengthened that. And that was always their Achilles heel. I think winning games, they're often good at restricting teams, but I think they've added to the batting. This is up, it's in the air, it's away from Jamkor Singh. Now he is a good bat. We've seen him opening up, probably seen him opening up again today. Can go over the top pretty effectively in the power play. Lions, though, their bowling's been stronger than their batting for sure, which is quite typical of new teams in the competition. So if they can just get that 80 on the board, let's say, that's the pace they're on at the moment. Had some assistance, to be fair, but if they can do that, I think it's the kind of day you might see low scores defended. Oh, a bit of a thick edge running away. And this is into the wind, so don't think it'll go for 4. It goes for 2. Sanju does the fielding. So I can't believe that the Taco Tuesday was a fizzer.
Yeah, just went there, talked to them about it, but no, it's an old advertisement, basically.
Right. I mean, you can still get tacos there, right? You just had to pay for them.
No.
Up in the air. And, well, it gets over the top. And I think Pushpanardan, I think he's one guy that can find the boundary. That one, I think, yeah, slightly wind assisted. You saw it just crept over. More than a creep in the end, but pitches inside the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Handy runs for the Lions. And it also takes us to the end of the power play. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, good shot. Good way to end the power play. Nice start for the Victoria Lions. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, they'll definitely take it. 27 for 1 after 3, so 90 pace.
Vinny.
Yes.
Tomorrow, Test cricket. The Aussies against India. Who you tipping?
Have you seen the pitch? Have you seen all the thing about the pitch and the doctoring for left-handers?
Both teams have to play on it.
Have you seen that, though?
Yeah, but
it's something I haven't really thought about before.
It'll never be as bad as what the media make it. Honestly, the media blow things out of the water. I've seen it. I've read the articles. The media do this all the time about everything. They blow things out of the water. Both teams have to play on it.
I agree with you, and I agree with that statement. But my question is this. What about, I've never heard of when a team, so Australia has 5 left-handers in the top 7. So basically preparing one half of the pitch differently to the other half.
It'll play the same.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, normally I'd agree with you. I think something in that, though. Let's just say if a team, if they do that.
If they have been able to create a huge bad area for the left-handers, that is the best bit of curating ever. Home team advantage.
Yeah, fair. This is up and it's sliced in the air. Well, get the counter ready. No, well, there you go. It's taken and Rajan, his luck runs out on 4. Look, any catch you see today is a good catch. I know that kind of heads straight down to Clint O'Paul, but he did everything perfectly, really. Good technique. He found the drop zone. He called it. It's always the outfielder's ball, so Rajan has to go. And it's Kopaka that gets the wicket. It's 27 for 2.
Yeah, he has to go, unfortunately. Nice catch. You are right, Vinny. Any catch we see today must be applauded because it is tricky conditions in the Malta wind. We are on a little Mediterranean island and we're copping it from all sides.
Yeah, that's true. Earthquakes, storms.
It's bad about what's happened in Turkey and Syria, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was talking about the earthquakes here in Malta, but yeah, I know that's very significant there, what's happened. But I mean, here there have been multiple earthquakes recently as well.
It's just pot luck, isn't it? I mean, an earthquake just pops out of nowhere. It's unbelievable.
It depends where you are in the world, how close you are to the fault lines. But, yeah, I think it'll be a different sort of a day. I mean, yesterday was a different sort of a day, wasn't it? We had 3 super close finishes and 1 blowout. We had a golden ball in there as well. Parker, this would have been a wide instead. It's driven away through the offside, but nicely handled.
And how was your evening, Vinny? Did you get up to much?
Yeah, so it was the first time we went out for dinner with Tyrone Peters. His fiancée is here,
Whoa.
Amy. And Amy is a chatter sometimes. She gets in the chat. And so we went out with
He married
Amy.
a chatter.
Yeah, well, I think she'd be Amy Chatter because of the relationship. But also went out with Quinny, part of our Blue crew. Had a nice steak, actually.
Very nice.
Parker probably opened the batting in the second half of this game. He's a handy person to have in your lineup. There we go, that'll sting as well. As Pushpangadan, he's been one of the shining lights, one of the few shining lights with the bat for the Lions. He's out there with Milton Devasia, who's coming out at 4. It's the skipper. Ouch. I don't think that got in the pad. I think that was the leg. Devasia tries to work this one off the back foot, but it's well located by Parker.
Have you seen all this chat around in the sports world about Manchester City?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Before we go on to football, do you think morally, so okay, take out the media, take out all the things, I'm just talking about as an issue in isolation. Well, goes after this, and he takes it, it's going, and I think that one is out of the ground. Maximo! I think it was off the fingers of Tahir, and really, Devasia, he takes it on. He does well to even get anywhere near that, so can't criticise the fielder at all. But it will be the end of the over. And it's 35 for 2 after 4. And the Lions, they're fighting back here in match 37.
Yeah, they are. This is an impressive start from them. 35 for 2. I know the batting hasn't been their strong suit, but they're giving it a good effort right now.
Yeah, well said. Look, do you think morally you can prepare a pitch however you want as a home team?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't mind that. No, and that's what makes Test cricket interesting in a way, isn't it?
That's why wide down the leg side. Good running. Could be run out if he hits. Would have been.
Would have been by a mile.
No, that's what makes Test cricket interesting, the away series, when you have to go and figure out how to play over there. I like it. I love watching a raging turner.
I have to be honest, it's called home ground advantage for a reason. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I'd rather that than when I've seen some pitches in Pakistan or India when it's too flat.
Oh,
that's what
some of those ones were crazy.
Yeah, and when a team's hitting 600, 700 for 2 wickets, I don't find any interest in that. I'd rather see green wickets or turning wickets or...
So this is where, okay, Australia has 5 of the top 7. If you had more of a baseball mentality, they'd see their pitch and they'd have right-handed batters, ready to go. But cricket's not really like that. You tend to stick to your core team a bit more. But you know what I mean? In baseball, for example, if there's a right-handed pitcher, you'll see the team change guys out, even if they're in form, for more left-handed batters. So, yeah, I think that's an element of what makes cricket interesting. Also, forces players to play in foreign conditions and get better. So that's why it is a big deal when India win in Australia. It is a big deal when Australia win in India. So, yeah, I just think if they do that, stop whinging, play on it, try and beat them.
It'll be interesting.
It'll be even sweeter if you beat them.
We'll have to try and get a screen up while we watch the T10 as well.
Goes after what I think would have been a wide off the end of the bat. This one is dropped. I'll chalk it up. It'll be 1. Clinto Paul, he took a good one out there. This one was a bit flatter, I think. Didn't really have as much time to get set. Seben Thomas coming on. You see there to his right. Down it goes. Won't be the only one today.
Yeah, not easy. You can see the camera struggling with the wind also. It's not an easy day for anybody out there.
Wide called. Okay, the Manchester City, I don't know too much about it. I actually didn't know there was a salary cap in the Premier League. I just thought it was throw the money at it because different teams have different financial resources. So if you want any more information to fill in a layman
I don't really
like
understand what's going on, but I'm curious.
Yeah, another wide.
It does seem like they're in some serious trouble, though.
I wasn't under impression there was no salary cap like there is for in Australian football.
I think it's with wages. Transfers can be as anything you want, but wages, I think, I don't know.
It's strange. Why?
Someone in the chat
Either you
will
have
tell
the
us.
system or you don't. I don't see why. I mean, if you're spending money you don't have, and I know like Rangers in Scotland got in a lot of trouble a while ago for kind of financial
Juventus in Italy.
malfeasance.
Yeah, Juventus at that.
And mismanagement. But if it's just maybe someone in the chat can explain to us. Left-hander causing a few issues. This one actually misses leg stump as well, but only just. Pushpangadan's been pretty good so far at just taking those wides down the leg side. I think his left-handedness is a very useful asset for the Lions at the top of the order. You can hear the wind whistling through the ground at the moment. Last ball of the over coming up. He does well to negotiate that because I think I was heading for the stumps. And this will be the end of the over. So halfway through the first innings of the day. And Score is 41 for 2.
Looks like Albert Motby's come through with a little bit of an answer for you, Vinny, if you're looking to... Because I would like to understand a little bit more what's going on there.
Right, okay. So thanks, Albert. And where are you watching from, Albert? Thanks for the information. He says it's not really a salary cap. Teams can't spend over what they make, essentially. So they made their accounts look like they made more than they actually did. Okay, thank you. That's a very good explanation in 200 characters or less. Hey, by the way, if you like cricket, good news. Plenty of it coming up and more international cricket this year. By popular demand, we're going to have some ECI T10 international cricket outside the ECC, starting with a 3-way series for men here in Malta. That's starting not this weekend, but next weekend. And then the women will be playing T10 for the first time ever. So excited about this. Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, and the host Gibraltar. I'll be covering both of those here on ECN. Join us for ECI Cricket New in 2023. Time for a new over, and it's Shamkor Singh getting a bowl. He gets worked away, goes behind point. This is going to run away into the wind, still goes to the boundary. Jose can't chase it down. And the Lions, well, the first time really they're competing with the bat. I know with a bit of assistance, but still, the Lions probably the best start to a match we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, very interesting. If they can get themselves up to, let's say, 85, they could defend it. It is wild weather. It does even the playing field a bit, I think. Good opportunity for the Victoria Lions.
Got to keep wickets in hand, though. And they do here. Just creeps away from the infielder.
Now, I wonder what will happen. I wonder if they'll get points deducted or previous championships will be taking off them. I bet you nothing happens.
I can't imagine a demotion because they're such a money spinner, aren't they?
Well, if you break the rules, you break the rules. I have no idea, though.
Sometimes you make the rules too big to fail, right? Up in the air, and this one is staying in the air a long time. Another ball that just creeps near a fielder but doesn't carry.
I have to say, Victoria Lions have had a lot of luck this morning. They are landing the ball in peculiar places and just between fielders. The bit of a Bermuda triangle there. In comes Singh once more. High in the air and drops. Well, you just got to feel for the fielders. I'll chalk it up. We're up to 4.
Yeah,
I'll give you one chance right now with another 7 innings after this. Do you want to adjust your guess?
No, I'm going to stick to it.
23.
Yeah, and you said 20.
Well, I would like one opportunity. Well, no, yeah, you get one.
No, you can't change the rules. It's your game.
So, yeah, my game, I control the rules.
Another one. Won't carry. But here's the thing. I'll just get one here. Let's see if we get a full day's play in as well.
Are we going to get it?
That's why
I just had a quick look. It looks okay for the afternoon for me.
Right, well, that's good. I hope it stays that way.
I think we'll get a full day. I personally do.
Oh, gets lucky. Underneath edge, running away. 4 runs. And will the 50s come up for the Lions? Oh, the Lions have certainly adapted better to the conditions, but you see the trees in the background there. It is fairly blowing at the moment, unfortunately. Jobby behind the stumps, can't quite manage it. That's actually Travis Head's nickname. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. That does take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 54 for 2. And good on the Victoria Lions. A little bit's gone their way this morning, but they're taking their luck with them. They haven't registered a win. Will today be the very first day? We'll have to wait and see. 24 balls left. You've got 4 bowlers to bowl 1 each. You'd imagine they will close off with them, or maybe they'll use a 6th bowler. We'll see shortly. 14 wide shows that they are struggling with the conditions. I think at the moment you can say with the drop catches and the wides, it is the bowling side that is struggling more, but it'll be an even playing field because it's going to be windy all day.
Yeah, it looks like it will be. And unpredictable weather, that's what you're going to get here on the island.
What's the windiest game of cricket ever played?
Croatia, 2021. Easy. Next. All right, this is Pushpa Rajan, the captain, who comes out, and nobody in that area of the ground. And so
not easy for the staff either. It has to be said. Very, very difficult for the staff and for the cameraman out there because it is shaky on the scaffolding.
Up there,
yeah, on the scaffolding. Not easy.
We're rethinking our life decisions around now. Pushpa Rajan gets an edge and it gets missed. this. Will it go? It does. Well, Lions, half a fortune for them. Pushpagaran to Pushparajan gets a little edge. And, well, just the Doosra getting Sanju there. And he has to make the chase of shame off to the boundary, 4 more.
I reckon they've scored about 30 runs in edges and about 20 runs in extras. Everything's going their way. They could get up to 100, Vin. You never know.
Albert says he's watching from Canberra in Australia. Beautiful place. Been there once.
Ugh.
So Canberra is in a territory in Australia which we call the Australian Capital Territory.
Does that count as an area?
It counts as a territory. I don't think it's a full state. But I noticed the ACT Team of the Century, or the all-time team it might have been, probably all-time team on social media. Some interesting names in there, like Brad Haddon, Michael Bevan, Jason Berendorf, former teammate of mine, was in there. And Jason Berendorf, I still remember when he came over from Canberra as a 19-year-old and was sleeping on someone's couch. I don't think he's doing that anymore.
That a boy.
Recent winner of the BBL with the Scorchers. Say hello to you, Albert. I wonder if he follows cricket in the ACT. Have you ever been to Canberra?
I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, up and away. And this will be an interesting one.
Oh, it's
down
dropped.
it goes. Yeah, well.
Okay, one change. That's because
you're
you're
not
not. I'm telling you, Vinny, you're going
Stick
over
to your
23.
guns.
It's 5.
Don't change your mind.
We're up to 5.
Listen, you should be just cheering them on to catch. Anyway, Clinto Paul, 1 for 3 in the field.
This might be one of the most trying days of fielding you'll ever see.
62 for 2 after 7 overs. Guess what? Another day, another sleep, and we can reduce the count to now 19 days to go until the ECL. It's the Champions League of European cricket. 30 champion clubs from all around the continent and 1 European champion. Pack I care. 31 clubs. And have a look at that.
Wow.
Those are
what a
the
graph.
groups. Pick a group at random. Let's go.
Let's go E.
E, all right. Roma CC and Badalona Shaheen. So Italy and Spain for me. I think that's going to be a cracker. I think they play each other in the first game of the group.
Could set the standard straight
100%.
away.
But you also got Romania in there. I think it was...
I'm curious if Roma CC have brought a very strong squad.
Well, the answer will be yes.
Yeah. That'll be a corker against Badalona Shaheen's. Really good game.
They're the ones we'll talk about mostly. Oh, there's the thick edge, and this is going to run away, but they've sorted it out now. The third man's gone pretty fine. Maybe put the graphic up again, Elvira, just quickly, to show you the rest of that Group C. So you've got Romania, who are kind of smokies in there, but you've got Croatia and Luxembourg. I think Luxembourg, we saw a lot of improvement from them in the ECC. Let's see if that translates to their club champion, Star CC, who just got the 1 win last year, but it was by Golden Ball.
Only thing missing on that graph, Pack I Care there at the bottom. They need their little logo as well.
Think so?
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, we'll send that upstairs. Can't have everything. But yeah, 7-team championship week. That's going to be cool. So if it's 19 days to the start of the ECL, that means it's only 12 days to the start of the women's ECI, and it's only 10 days till the start of the men's ECI.
It's unbelievable how quickly it's coming around. Tempted to go into hibernation for a week, and it's just here closer.
Chapo's got a bit of further information saying Man City also didn't declare that their manager was getting paid by another club they owned. Sneaky, sneaky.
Really?
Yeah. This is just 1, but they all count at the moment. I talked about them getting to 80. They'd have to fall over not to get 80 from here, wouldn't they? And Pushpagaran's been pretty good here. He hasn't over-attacked. I think he knows he's going to be difficult to bowl to just because he's left-hander. And he's basically manufactured a lot of wides down the leg side. This one was on the stumps to Vasia, the captain of Victoria Lions. It's off the inside half of the bat for a single. So, yeah, not too many dot balls as well. I think that's a good thing. And look, hit the ball today. You're less chance to get caught just because of the conditions. So hit it hard, hit it well. Yeah, Canberra's nice. It's an interesting city, Canberra, because it was basically, it wasn't really organically made. It was made for the purpose of being the capital of the country, and they picked a spot, and that's what they did. Oh, Pushpagaran gets a bit lucky here. Yeah, so they designed it from scratch, whereas most cities, obviously, there's an evolutionary aspect of how they're made. And Canberra's based on circles, and concentric circles, like a dartboard almost. So, yeah, there's certain roads that go all the way around the centre. So it's a very kind of a different way. Most are done by squares and blocks. Chamkor Singh. This one's hit down the ground and just a single again, but they're all useful. 67 for 2 after 8 overs. Can the Lions turn this into that 80-plus score that they'll be very happy with, I think, in the first half of match 37?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And if anyone out there does get to go to Canberra, don't stay too long.
All right. Time to talk robot news.
Wow, robot update.
Kai's brought it up. I didn't want to bring it up too early.
Wow, yeah, bring it up.
I had some emails
Oh,
this morning.
wow.
Read that.
No.
Here's what happened.
No.
Here's where we're at.
Really?
Uh-oh. Yeah, so here's where we're at.
No way. Is this real or are you having my leg
I'm
on?
not joking. I wouldn't put a graphic
I
up if
knew it was
wasn't
a dodgy site.
No, listen.
This is ridiculous. I'm out.
Listen. I wish you hadn't put that up just yet, Elvira, because now I have to explain it. So I had some emails this morning, 4 of them, from this website, and I'll name them DHgate. All right? And basically what happened is they did, even though I paid them and they received the money, they said my payment verification was unsuccessful.
What?
And they said they were going to refund the money. And then I said, well, hold on a second. They've diddled me here. And they said you'll get the money back within like 12 to 14 days.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, that's no good. But then I checked my account. The money was already back in my account.
So-
All right? So wait. There'll be time for questions. I think the issue is that I've shipped it to Spain, but I haven't used a Spanish credit card. And that they've picked up on their end that it might be fraudulent.
Can you just email them back and explain the situation?
I'm actually in a live chat at the moment. I'm waiting for them to respond.
This is ridiculous, Vin.
And so, Crazy Shopping Street, which are the seller, I'm waiting to hear from them. Now, have you got the graphic? I said time for plan B.
I knew this was dodgy.
Listen. So here's my plan.
I want that robot.
Well,
I want those robots.
So do I. This is what I'm proposing. All right? Rico's probably still asleep. It should be anyway, because he's on the night series. Rico does live in Spain, so I'm going to ask him. I said, is the issue, maybe they'll let me redo the order, but I feel like now we've lost 5 days.
Yeah, I'm so upset.
I'm not happy about it, right?
This could take me off the
It's
air
like
for the rest of the
500
day.
euros. It's like 800 Australian, right?
Well, think about all the donators out there.
Yeah.
They're upset.
Hey, you're looking at one of them, and you, to a lesser extent, you're also one of them. Okay. Last ball of the over coming up. All right.
I asked you, Vinny, as that's pushed into the
Listen.
offside, to look at all the nooks and crannies, and you haven't done it.
What do you mean?
This
I
is
paid the
unacceptable.
money. That's how commerce works.
This is unacceptable.
I refuse to accept blame. You didn't even sit there and wander it with me.
If I give you monotonal commentary for the rest of the day, so be it.
70 for 2 after 9. Okay, listen. We need to come up with a plan. Here's what my plan is. Either, if they get back to me, I'll say, look, can I iron this out? Can I pay for it again? Please ship it, right? Or Rico lives in Spain. I'll give Rico the money. Rico can buy it. Because if the issue is that it's shipping to Spain, because what they're foreseeing fraud because I am not living in Spain, but I'm shipping to Spain. Even though this is the global age, that shouldn't be a big deal. So that's my plan B at the moment. So we still get those robots, because I've got to admit I've bonded with those robots already. All right, ideas, man. Tell me what you think. Anyway, it's the end of 9 at 70 for 2. This one's lifted away, and it'll be a boundary. So the Lions, they've done very, very well here, and this guy has been key. Push Bangadan. He just lifts that, and he lifts it into the gap. So, yeah, boundary start last over. Move up to 74. What do you think then, Corey? What do you think, viewers? I mean, help me out.
Extremely upset.
Siraj is saying this is how payments should be working. Anyway, this is in the air. Anybody want this one? It's going, and it's dropped. And, it's actually dropped quite far away from him. They'll get an easy 2. And up to 76. Push Manadan. He is 42, not out now. Closing on a half century. Don't know if he'll have time to complete that, but yeah, you see, the catching, very, very difficult today. What are we up to? What's the count?
6.
Bad for you.
Bad for all of us. We're going to crack 30.
Swing and a miss this time. So, I mean, look, tell me, is that a good plan? What would you do? I mean, they've sent me I've got the money back.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Well, if you're on the live chat with them, explain the situation. Give them a call and sort it out. How hard is it?
What's your Mandarin like?
Pretty good.
Goes to the mid-wicket region, but finds the fielder. I only get one. So look, you can see I'm in a live chat right now and I'm waiting for them to respond, right? That's on the website. And I've said, please, I would like to follow up about this order. Okay? So you can see I'm not making this up, right? Corey would be the first to dob me in if I was. We're getting these robots, or we're getting a robot.
No, these. Don't change the...
Yeah, well, hold on. If I hit a dead end with these guys...
No. I'm not even ready to go there mentally.
Are you going to take it to the court or something? I'm in The Hague. Wow, what a shot. He goes after it, and he gets it. Maximo! Devasia is strung over the mid-wicket region, and he lets that one sail out of the ground. Moves into the 20s, and that one lifts Victoria Lions up into the 30s. Sorry, into the 80s even. And yeah, 83 for 2 with a ball to go. Get your running shoes on. Pretty interesting game, this one. Last ball. Got to go. Oh, Pushmangarden is happy just to take one now. Might get the information it's the last ball. But they will just settle for the one in the end. He'll take the red inker. So look, 84 for 2, Victoria Lions. 85 will be the target. Look, their bowling's actually been pretty good. Yeah, they're a team that took 10 wickets against Gozo Zalmi. And, well, when it comes down to it, I think we've got a pretty interesting second half of the game in wild, windy and woolly conditions. And will we see something dramatic like yesterday? Just Matthew had a few issues with control, but no issues with this one. This one rocked the stumps of the makeshift opener, Vimal Pillai, as he had to go. And look, Pushmangarden, left-hander at the top of the order. I think it was a good decision to put him up there. I've been calling for it. I think that even though he survived a pretty close call there, it was just good and allowed a lot of extras because they just had some issues with the control. Like I said, that was caught by Clinto Paul, but that was a rarity, wasn't it, in these conditions, blowing around. Augustine dropped one behind the stumps. A few went down. I think 6, was that the final counter? 6 drop catches in the innings, so I mean that helps as well, but you make your own luck. And as you can see, the fielder's having a bit of a rough time. It's easier when you're sitting there in the comfort of your living room, trust me. I wouldn't want to be out there trying to take these high balls today. Look, a few edges, a bit of everything really, but for the first time really, the Lions, you feel, they're in the game at the halfway point. Yeah,
they're definitely in the game. If they bowl well, they'll be able to potentially restrict the strikers and get their first win. It wasn't easy for the fielding team out there, but they've given it a good effort. They bowled okay, and just difficult to take the chances. We've touched on the weather a few times this morning. You can see here, it's just blowing sideways, so not easy to snaffle the catches. They put down 6, but overall, the Victoria Lions should be pretty happy with their effort. 84 for 2, their highest score of the competition so far. As we look at the scorecards quickly, and Pradeep, 43 off 30, Milton, 22 off 20, 15 extras, which isn't too bad considering what's going on out there. 84 for 2 off 10, and a pretty good effort from the Victoria Lions overall. We'll take a quick look at the bowling scorecard, and everyone tried their best. It was 6 bowlers used in the end, some decent economy rates all the way through, and I think Kopaka, with the 1 over 1 for 8, will be disappointed not to have been given a second over. So 84 for 2 is the score after 10 overs. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back everyone to Malta. We're at the halfway stage of this game between the Victoria Lions and Royal Strikers in what can be best described as a very windy day. You can see that if you look on the left of your screen there, see that palm tree? It is about to crack and fall down. It is blowing sideways, so good luck to all the players and officials out there. It's going to be who can handle the elements the best. And whoever does might come away with the win. We saw a lot of difficulty in the field, but that's what the sport's about. Sometimes it's not always pristine conditions, but I'm sure the players are enjoying themselves as they get to play live on the ECN network. And welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. So just a couple of moments away before the players come out to the middle. Just a couple of moments away before we get back into this clash. Gives us a little bit of time to talk more about this. This is one of our big events. We have the ECC later in the year with the national teams, but this is a really big one. One of the founding events, the ECL. Looking forward to this. 31 teams, 30 teams all trying to get over Pack Ikea Badalona, who are the reigning champions. I mean, you could pick any team out of there. There's a lot of good sides, and I think Drew and Svanholm and VOC Rotterdam are the teams that have been in every single edition, so amazing effort from those three clubs. You've got new teams like Beveren, who I'd keep an eye out on. I'd keep an eye out on Awaris, the Swans as well. They're a good team. Zagreb Sokol will be better for the run. It's their second year. It's the Royal Tigers Budapest second time, so it's going to be interesting how it plays out. I think in Group A, you've got the English side. Hornchurch will have that natural pressure from coming from a cricketing nation. Same with Forfarshire from England, who I hear have some very talented players. So there's so many teams on that list that will be looking to break Pack Ikea's championship and become the champions themselves, as it looks like the bowler's bowling with earmuffs on. And I'll welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, not often you see the muffs, but I have seen it.
I'm a huge fan of this.
Yeah, an interesting sort of muffs. And we've got a close-up of that. So Pradeep Gangappa from the Prague Barbarians was the first player to field in earmuffs.
I've got to respect it. It is cold.
Haji Wilson. I don't know if you hear any little edges, but I guess we'll soon find out. Here we go. Competitive total on the board for the Lions. They've got 84. At the moment, strikers don't have any. They need 85 off the 10. Here we go. Second innings of the day. And here's the thing, Corey. The Lions, okay, we know they've struggled. They're 6 losses from 6 matches, but certainly their bowling and their fielding has been a bit ahead of where their batting's been. So really, for the first time, I think they're realistically in the game at the halfway point.
We'll see. Let's see how the power play is. I'm a huge fan of the muff. This is brilliant.
Lawrence promoted to the top of the order. Shamkor Singh. Lawrence facing up, playing the slot machine 777. A little bit short and dispatched. What a shot from Lawrence. Maximo. Well, Archie gets it a little bit short, and that was pretty dominant stuff from the opening batter.
He's hammered that, hasn't he? And yeah, I know you said their bowling's been better, Vinny, but this power play will set the tone. If they get to 35-40, it's game over for me.
Yeah, they're going to throw their big guns, the Lions, at the strikers first. Archie Wilson, and I imagine Alwyn John at the other end. This is cut away, and this will be just a single despite the slight fumble.
Throw it.
We'll see.
Throw it.
Shamkor Singh. He's going to face up now. Yeah, look, got to get it right. Got to take your chances. I mean, that's one thing the strikers didn't do. I mean, you can understand why, mitigating circumstances, but yeah, it all starts with the ball. We saw a bunch of wides for the strikers. Get a wide count in the end. It was 14 runs in wides and a bias, so 15 avoidables.
Vinny.
Well bowled, well played, struck down the ground, and Shamkor, well, he likes to go aerial. This time he goes along the ground and strikes a very, very powerful on drive to open his scoring.
Brutal shot. Really nice boundary for him to start as well. Vinny, I've had to think about it. I've calmed down a bit.
About the robot.
Robot gate.
News.
Hashtag robot gate 23.
The robot news, in case you missed it before the break. I had my payment returned, and they said my payment verification failed, even though they didn't ask me to verify it, and they've cancelled the order.
Listen, I've had a think.
Okay.
I've calmed down. I'll give you a day to sort this out.
Oh, thank
and
you.
we won't bring it up again. And if it hasn't been sorted out by tomorrow, we will reconvene.
Okay.
So I want you to, we're getting the same robots. I'll be calm about it. I'll give you a day because you're talking to the company.
I've already thought about it.
No, shush. You're talking to the company. I'll
Okay.
give you that time. If you go with Rico to pay, I'm open to all this. But by tomorrow, if they haven't been reordered, there's going to be huge ramifications for you. Huge.
Well, not for me.
Yeah, you've
team
stolen
effort,
from everyone.
Stole. Goes straight down the ground, doesn't quite get it, but he will get one. Stealing, if you look up definition, it's the intent to permanently deprive somebody of someone. Well, I'm not trying to permanently deprive anyone of anything.
There'll be no refunds.
This is where, yeah, Julian's saying, don't they know who I am? Look, they haven't responded to my live chat yet. I'm looking into it. 12 no loss after one. Let's have a look at where we're at. The golden ball counter was reset yesterday. So guess what? We're now not at golden ball 0 or golden ball 1.
3?
Or golden ball 2. Yeah, spot on. And
111.
I guess we'll have to know, we'll find out shortly. Because I did see the golden ball counter then.
Good.
There we go.
Yep,
I knew it wasn't far away.
111.
I
Done.
mean, okay. Yeah.
111.
To check out,
Yeah.
111. Yeah.
Come on, Vinny, stay with me. Look at a lot of the players out there sporting beanies and so on. I like it. I remember Peter Siddle bowling for Essex in a beanie a few years ago.
Yeah. And they had some snow early in the county season. Might have been practice games of the genuine season, either last year or the year before.
Well, he's got the beanie on here, and you got to respect it.
We won't get snow here.
Oh. Oh, the walkie-talkie's gone dead.
And when you're out there, you want to be moving
Oh,
around. You see
no.
the bowler. This is Alwyn John.
Looks like they've just picked him up off the street a couple of games.
Alwyn's a pretty fun character to watch. It's a solid beanie game from Alwyn as well, isn't it?
You got to respect
He's got a
it.
bit of hair to control under there as well for extra insulation. Jamkor Singh faces up. Bit of an appeal.
You wouldn't hear the edges today.
Everyone's got their ears covered. So
What's the coldest or windiest day you've ever played cricket?
played or commentated? Because
Either.
Croatia 2021.
So
when you were under a blanket.
I
for
was
most
actually
of the day.
I was in Karatha playing a local game while we were on yellow alert. So it meant the cyclone was about 4 hours offshore.
Yeah.
And you were already getting some of the winds come through. That was pretty, but
So
it was warm.
Yeah, it wasn't cold, but it was windy.
It was just windy. It was so funny. But it wasn't a horrible wind, sort of like the Croatia cold wind. It was a warm wind.
Well, I think Perth in WA is the 3rd windiest capital city in the world, capital city of a region.
Really? What's the first?
I think Honolulu and Hawaii.
Oh, Auckland?
Honolulu and I think San Francisco.
Look that up.
Yeah. You look it up. You got a computer in front of you. Your secretary. And I appreciate your permission to have an extra day on the robot as well. But I've already worked it out. I'm going to chat to them. If they don't respond, I'm going to get Rico to organise it with his card, and I'll give Rico the money. And what annoys me isn't that I don't think we'll get it done, because I think we will. It's that
we've lost 5 days.
Yeah. So the window was like 16 February to 6 March. I feel like now we're at 21 February to 11 March.
Okay, I've got the 7 most windy cities in the world.
It's got to be a no ball, this one.
You can understand, just difficult for them.
We'll see it from side on, but this is quite an obvious call for the umpires.
Yeah, you can see that from front on, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can just tell.
Straight away, called. Free hit coming up then.
Yeah, look at that. Look at it really blowing. Azerbaijan comes in 7th, Baku.
Baku. Yeah.
In 6th, Grusan in France.
Okay. And this is average wind.
Average wind.
So I wonder average versus like variability. So they might have average, moderate winds and they'd be high on the list. But they might not ever have really, really strong winds. Just saying.
Free hit. Again. Number 5, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Oh, yeah. That'd be cool up there.
Number 4, Punta Arenas in Chile.
Yeah. Say it again.
Punta Arenas.
Okay. Bowled him, but it doesn't matter.
It's a free hit.
I like it that most people had forgotten.
I think if we look back at your bowled him then, why would you say bowled him if it's a free hit?
Describing what happened.
You forgot as well.
maybe, because I was just wanting to hear you say Punta Arenas again.
Dodge City, Kansas is up there.
All right.
3.
That's not coastal.
2, Rio Gallegos in Argentina.
Okay.
And number 1, I was right, well close, Wellington, New Zealand.
Wellington,
Perth
New Zealand,
isn't even
okay.
there, Vinny.
Yeah. No, it was meant to be of like cities of a certain size, I think.
Oh,
Maybe that was a list I saw. Julian saying the highest wind speed ever was in Antarctica, but not many cricket pitches there. Well, is this out?
oh.
This is a more convincing appeal. Just go on the appeal, I'm giving that. No one can hear anything. The bails have blown off. Have a look at this. I don't think there's any bat on that. Maybe a noise, but I mean, there's all sorts of noises. Look at the bail in the background. I don't know if you see this. It goes down. Batter sorts the furniture out. They've held him so far pretty much to the rate. Goes after this. It's high. Everyone waits and looks, and he takes the catch. Well, you wouldn't read about it. What a good piece of fielding that is. Vimal Pillai had to back. He was almost blown away like he was in a Clint Eastwood film, but he does take the catch, and it's the end of the second over. John does it again for the Lions at 16 for 1.
Look, I'm not a gambling man, but if you told me to have a wager if he'd catch this or not, I would have said not. I can't believe he's caught this in these conditions. He's backed away and plucked it from thin air. He's got the glasses on as well, just to add insult to injury. And look at the celebration from the boys.
Yeah, it was a good day for dancing. I was scared he was going to blow himself across the line then as well in that direction. But what a fantastic catch. I mean, anything you see taken today, you've got to say, it's a very, very good piece of fielding. Vimal, he comes up with a good 16 for 1. Raw strikers lose. Lawrence, who hit one big six, but couldn't do too much else while he was out there. And now this is the key wicket for me. Priyam Pushparajan, the captain, coming to the crease at number 3. He won't be facing because it's the end of the over. In the chat, please also, if you have comments on the robot strategy that I should be going for, I'm prepared to. It's a community, so it's not really up to me to kind of be a dictator here, even though I do have the money in my account. So let us know. Do you think it's a good strategy? Get Rico to order it? Because first I want to establish with him if that was the issue. Like, why not? Because I use that card all the time and it's fine. But yeah. Still waiting to hear back from them. Shamkor Singh and Push. Well, there you go. Look at this. Have you got a replay of this? The umpire had the bowler's hat on as well, and it's, look at this. It's just basically, it's been ripped
from his hands.
Yeah, from his hands. Anyway, Madam Balath is going to bowl. See, this is going to be called a wide. I don't think it is a wide, but I'll show a replay. Madam Balath runs right in front of the umpire. This is what we've been talking about all the time. For me, when it passes the crease, that was probably inside. But just needs, if you're bowling from the right-hand side of the wicket, you need to get off the right-hand side of the pitch. Wind really taking that one. This time up and just out of the grasp of the field. It was good effort. Don't think he really called that a chance. I don't think he got a finger on it, to be honest. Chamkor gets away with it and gets a single. First chance to have a look at the captain, Priyam Pushparajan.
Trying to find out what the least windiest places are in the world, because I'd like to live there.
Okay.
A wind is the one element I do not get along
your
with.
face doesn't handle wind well. You
No.
go a red colour.
Yeah,
which,
it's a pretty bright tinge of red.
yeah.
If someone can tell me the least windiest cities in the world, I might end up there.
Come out of a steam bath or something.
It happens pretty
At the
quickly
end
as
of the
well.
day.
It's violent.
Bila to the striker skipper. Nice shot. Really nice shot. Gets on top of that one. He accounts for the movement. That's a class start from a class player. As Priyam gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, very good shot, isn't it? He just hits it, gets on top of the bounce, and you have to be happy with that to get off the mark.
Brilliant shot.
Yeah.
Very low risk. Well executed. Good footwork. He was just saying to me he's played a bit of cricket all around the world. He's been in Malta for 7 months. That's why I haven't seen him before in the ECS. He's played cricket in UK. Liberia. Said play some very good cricket in Liberia and Western Africa. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
pretty interesting.
There's a lot of African nations that play cricket that don't get a mention. So he's a bit of a cricket nomad.
Bit of a journeyman.
Yeah.
Super interesting guy. Good player too.
Yeah, he is. Class above.
Gets one here. Gotta say, I'm not so sure about this angle.
Imagine ECN Liberia.
Sounds good.
Logistical issues?
Probably a few.
No win, though.
A few kidnapping targets, I'd say. Down the leg side, this would be called a wide.
Yeah.
The Spring Productions girls will be pretty happy. We took it from Liberia.
Hey.
Get the insurance right. Hello to all of our Liberian viewers, by the way. Hopefully you're well.
If there's a Liberian viewer in the chat, I'll work for free for the rest of the week.
I'm going to make an account.
Oh.
Hit back hard. That's good power play batting. Jamkor Singh likes to muscle the ball over the infield. That time, almost created some human cost to that straight drive. Cuatro carreras más, 4 runs.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting a hand on that in these conditions. I would have blown it away. I still feel like the Royal Strikers are going to have too much depth for the Victoria Lions, but you never know.
The robot has a tip for you, Corey. Stay indoors, not windy.
Noted.
Madam Balath. Love to knock over Jamkor. Had a ball. The stumps, but they don't take a run.
Is there any conditions with the wind that you say, okay, it's unplayable for cricket? If it gets, like, we're at 40-kilometre winds today. If it gets to 60 or 70?
It was discussed once. It was actually in Milan a couple of years ago.
Is there
the Duckworth Lewis came out and there was no clouds. And I said, what?
Oh, that could be out.
I think
He's cost himself a wicket.
He has.
Because he got in front of the umpire, because that was out for me.
Me too.
We've talked about this a lot this week.
Almost impossible to get an LBW. We'll slow it down as much as we can. But this hits him so full that I think...
Yeah, and look how the umpire has to tilt his head because the bowler's in front of his eye line.
Yeah, I think that
hurts.
If the umpire had a good look at that, I think that's out. I think it pitches on the stumps, hits him in line, and would have hit the stumps. 3 greens, or 3 reds, whatever it is. But the bowler did not get out the way. So
he can't give that out if the umpire's in the way.
Yeah, so the umpire has no option. 12-4-12, the power play 28 for 1. And yeah, hopefully everyone understands why that wasn't given out. And the sooner we sort this issue out, the better. And Julian says he has honorary Liberian citizenship just for today. Well,
if anyone wants, well, I'm looking up how to become a Liberian citizen on Google right now.
This is Alwyn John coming in for his second over.
If anyone, I don't want to say it on the air, but go type into Google how to become a Liberian citizen. Look at this, Finn.
How do you do that?
Well, it's only a certain...
Wow.
It's only a certain... Am I allowed to say that on air or not? It's the law.
If it's true, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, okay, so just
what year is it in Liberia?
Just having a look, and it says online, and this isn't made up, as we're having a bit of banter with the viewers, according to the naturalisation law, only darker-skinned people are allowed to be Liberian citizens. So all of you that are... That's unbelievable.
Sorry, Julian.
Sorry, Julian, you're a liar.
Hit the solarium
Robot,
and come back to
you're
us.
a liar. That's unbelievable.
I can't believe that.
It says it's all over it. You have to be... It says the word... I won't say it on air, but... Well, I can. It says darker-skinned people are the only
people of a certain race can be...
citizens of Liberia. That is phenomenal. That's an interesting fact of the day.
Learn something every day.
So, yeah, I don't think we'll be doing an ECS Liberia anytime soon. That's phenomenal.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Go look it up on Google. Enjoy.
Yeah. Well done. See, when you start Googling stuff yourself, come up with some interesting stuff. Pretty interesting for the batter here. It gets shaken up by a bouncer. Alwyn John needs to take a couple more wickets here. You've got to get through the top order to have any chance of defending this score in the 80s. That was touch and go on the height. I think it was okay.
Yeah, last ball of the 4th over.
Well, it goes after this. It's going to fly. And, well, good effort. He will just be 1, but yeah, Fielder tried to matrix himself back. Bending back over himself, 30 for 1 after 4.
The thing is, you think you're in a good position, and then it just keeps going. So you can see he's not near that in the end. You can't question the fielder's efforts today, but it's going to be tough.
For sure. And so it is 30 for 1 after 4. So, I mean, they've kept them below the rate at the moment, but you just feel with, particularly these two there, have a look at some of the batting to come. We've got Kapaka in the lineup today. Manuel Augustine, well, he played a good little cameo. He scored the 4 and the 6 the other day, just when they needed it. But wouldn't say it's the longest batting order you'll ever see. So a couple of wickets here could make it really interesting. See if they can jag a wicket in the Lions into the 5th over now. Starts with a wide. Not first, not the last we'll see today. That is Rajan grabbing the ball. What a day so far. Still plenty to come as well. Like side swing doesn't swing, so this is the issue. Some swing, some don't.
You're going to see some extras today, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm thinking, so I'm going all over the place. I'm just holding cross seam today and just literally trying to bowl off stump, maybe just outside, trying to get full. Almost chops back onto his stumps this time. Chamkor Singh's living dangerously there. An attacking player, but I mean, you mentioned the conditions tough for everybody. He's 12 off 16 now. Having a lot of trouble getting his innings going. So he just works it away. Pushparaj's looked a lot more comfortable, albeit only facing 3 balls so far. So yeah, strikers dropped 6 catches. Lions haven't dropped any this innings yet. True?
No, none.
Yeah,
They've taken their one chance, and
Yeah.
they've
good one.
they've airballed a couple, but I don't count those.
Bit of the Power Rangers to the Lions kit as well, don't you think?
No, they look like a Jersey national team, where
Yeah.
a sort of reddy blue.
I just meant the V, you know, kind of V.
Oh, okay, yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Southern Crusaders had a similar strip for a while.
Who's your favourite Power Ranger?
Red one
Yeah, why does everyone go to the red?
goes faster.
Pink one was my favourite for a wee time there.
Bit of a chat here, what the discussion's about.
Keeping his forearm straight, probably.
This one is on target. It's inside of Pushparaj's bat. He'll get a single.
Yeah, evenly poised. They're doing okay here, Victoria Lions.
Just don't want to get blown away, do they? Literally and figuratively speaking. What do you think about who's ahead in this game? Surely it's the strikers, even though they've fallen a little bit behind the rate, only a little bit. Oh, called a wide. Did this miss leg stump or did it go over?
Yeah, I think it just missed leg stump.
Oh, I'm going to replay that one. That was so close to being a wicket. Oh, he shows himself a lot. Yeah, probably right. Does just miss, so it is a wide. It's a good call. There's a bit of foot fielding.
I mean, they're holding on, but you sort of feel it's only 2 shots away from being broken. As you can see, the palm trees enjoying themselves today.
And pressure brings wickets, and wickets bring pressure. Oh, this one very close to taking out the leg stump again. Chamkor Singh in a bit of a twilight zone.
He's
at
struggling.
the moment.
He's really struggling at the moment. It's unlike him. 13 off 18.
Yeah. Sue John saying it's not a wide. Well, it is a wide if it misses a leg stump. That's ECN regulations. Up and over. Slices inside out. And it will be 4. Well, maybe we can have a look at this from side on because the bail comes off, but I'm sure it's the wind that blows it off.
Obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, just it's worth checking.
What are you talking about? That is not worth checking.
Well, because the
How about look at the shot?
yeah, we'll look at the shot.
If we look at the bail blowing off all day today, Vinny, because you think he's trotted on his stumps, I'm out of here.
I'm not doing it because I thought so. I just
Why
said
were you doing
it's
it
worth
then?
checking because
He took a front foot shot.
That's the sort of thing that umpires like to check.
You're terrible.
ECI cricket coming your way. T10 international cricket outside of
Spain.
outside of Spain.
First time
outside
ever.
of the ECC. And Spain versus Malta in the first ever ECI for men. In the women, it'll be Gibraltar taking on Italy in the first ever women's T10 international. Looking forward to that. So we'll have 8 days of international cricket and then leading into the ECL, the Champions League. So a lot happening.
Plenty happening. An exciting year for the network.
Bit unlucky about the fielding there because they did pretty well, but just slipping. And yeah, once you're over the line, you can't touch it anymore.
It's a matter of time before they get rid of the bails, I think.
I'm going to put that in the chat in case people aren't listening. So here we go. Over number 6, Devasia comes in. It's normally a pretty reliable bowler. He's rocking the beanie as well.
Oh, and it's a missed field. Well, when you don't have too many runs on the board, unfortunately, you have to back all the bowls up. This wasn't going too fast. He gets the long barrier down and it finds a hole. Oh, that's so disappointing.
Yeah, well, it's handy boundary, isn't it? You see uncomfortable conditions for everyone. That's Madam Bilath down there. Devasia needs this breakthrough. Pushparajan is double figures. He has looked at home so far.
Where else has he played? What else was his journeyman
They're the two
story?
that he mentioned to me.
What were the two, sorry, again?
UK and Liberia.
Such an odd country to go play cricket at.
Yeah, probably is part of his work as well. There we go.
Oh,
Now
it's
that
a terrible attempt.
but you know what I like about that? Are we learning about how not to get man-catted? Just watch. Have your bat in the inside hand and watch. This one beats the
bold.
bat, and yeah, Devasia gets a dot. Yeah, just watch. I don't want to go on it again, but it's honestly so easy. It's a concentration lapse if you get out that way. And then it's your fault, not the bowler's fault. Not society's fault. Oh, well bowled. That one leaves.
He's getting some away curve with the actual wind. So he's sort of keeping it one finger ball up and it's going with the breeze. It's good bowling.
Yeah.
Got to play him like an outswing bowler.
Yeah, or you could just do that. Well, it's in the air, and I think that's going to travel easily. It does. Maximo. And a bit of a risky shot because it was straightening down the line, but Pushparajan's good enough to not miss it. And he just flicks that one dismissively away for 6.
He's a bit of a player, Vinny. He really is.
Yeah.
He looks compact, controlled.
And he brings a lot to the table for all strikers who, historically, if you look at their numbers leading into this series, they struggle to make runs.
Okay. Yep.
And so, it just provides some stability. Both these two do, really. Devasia then puts a bit more on it outside off. Owen John, a.k.a. Bob Marley, doing the fielding. 50's up now for all strikers as well.
Yeah, those two boundaries you feel now. It's a matter of time for the Royal Strikers keep going on with it. Victoria Lions desperately need a wicket.
Just with that one hit, they were back ahead of the rate, It's going to be a wide, I think.
Let's him off.
Let's have a look at that again, because here's the thing. He's saying the batter moves, but I don't think he moves before the ball. His toes
it's not enough.
His toes are in front of off, which I think you can be on off, and that doesn't count as moving the line. But anyway, who cares? Probably good for the game. 51 for 1 after 6. So let's talk commentary roster news.
No.
Tomorrow is my day off.
Well, hold on.
So I'm just saying.
There's no way. I cannot be lead commentator.
Congratulations.
Ba-bow.
This one curves in to Chamcourt.
Are you really not here tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow's the day I was planning to take off.
So I've got the control of the wheel.
I'll be watching.
Well, get your donations ready.
Yeah, maybe we'll have 5 robots by the end of tomorrow. Yeah, pretty well bowled by Rajan. He's one guy that seems to be able to control the direction of delivery. There's Makara doing the fielding out at deep square leg.
Any plans for your day off, Vinny?
I don't know, yeah. Probably watch ECN. Depends on the weather, I think.
Good commitment.
Oh, almost catches it.
That's a drop.
Yeah, he gets a finger on it, doesn't it? And it still goes for 4. So just doing enough, aren't they? It's a tough one, but it probably is a chance. And the fielder doesn't really cut off the angle. It was past him before he could really make a genuine effort at it. So 4 more to the strikers.
Yeah, it is 4 more, half a chance.
So you can see Rajan.
Just getting a spray from the umpire now.
Talking to.
Yep.
I think he's okay though. But giving him a scare. Need a wicket. 2 wickets and they're back in the game here. Well, even just a wicket of Pushparajan. Won't get it here. Full toss, chased and chased unsuccessfully by Devasia. That's going to be 4 more. This one's over pitched. I said that he's had good control with his direction. I suppose the length sometimes has been a little bit off. And Pushparajan, well, he's multifaceted as a player, isn't he? He can go leg side, he can go offside, he can play off the back foot, front foot. He's quite the polished performer with the bat.
Yeah, he looks good.
27 off 12. He's been the difference between these 2 teams at the moment. Driven, and well, put that with the rest. That's another boundary. And Pushparajan is really steering his team to victory now, surely. He's on the front foot. just that follow through is a bit of a flourish in it as well. You talked about what's the one thing I would rather be doing in these conditions. For me, probably batting, because I just think if you're hitting it well, it's very hard for the field to stop you. That's what we're seeing at the moment. Bowler's a bit all over the place. Now he goes straight, and he looks like he's smashed a 6 here. Maximo! And right now, that's the end of 7 overs, 71 for 1. And the captain has come to the party at just the right time for the strikers.
Well, game, set, match. That is beautiful batting. 4-4-4-6 as we take a look at these two teams coming up again. And unfortunately, Victoria Lions, you imagine they're still going to be looking for that first win.
Yeah, they certainly improved though. Issue here, strikers winning the toss and batting first in the second match of the day, match 38. That's coming up in around about half an hour's time. So the question is, can they keep the strikers to something that's achievable? For me, that's probably in the 80s, no more. They need to get these wickets. They have just evaded them, even though they took a good catch earlier in this innings. Devasia's back, and he's worked around the corner. Chamkaur Singh now, I think he knows his role. He'll be a bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to strike the ball as well as he probably can, but still, he's been holding up an end. And Pushparajan has been doing the heavy scoring.
Safe.
Yeah, probably. But let's have a look from side on, because that back foot is in the air. Side on might be an interesting one. I don't necessarily think it's out, but have a look at this. Give us a freeze frame, Elvira. I got my spider senses tingling. Look.
His bat's in, Vinny.
Yeah, okay, his bat was in, but look. No, but I was looking at his foot.
Honestly, what is with you this morning?
Listen, that's a good review to at least
No,
have a
it's
look
not.
at it.
You're looking for things that aren't even there. His bat's in.
Yeah, I know, but if you see it live, I noticed the stumps were hit before the foot came down, so it was worth a look. You see? That was good. I'm not saying it's out, I'm saying it's worth a look. It is worth a look. Anyway, wasn't that clever?
Are you going for the Victoria Lions today? Because that's twice now you've wanted to look at things that are innocuous and don't matter.
You've got to be
You've
careful.
got a Victoria Lions shirt on underneath.
Lions need all the help they can get at the moment.
Good comment from Graham Doolin in the chat. Who will Corey disagree with tomorrow? You line anybody up. Honestly,
Well said.
I've been told by the company before I am the greatest commentator on my own. You've said it as well, Vinny. Vinny, don't lie. You said it.
I don't think that is the word that I used.
You said when I commentate to myself and my own thoughts spiral, it's good to listen to.
When you go down rabbit holes, we do enjoy listening to you.
I've just applied
Let's
for my
just say
Liberian citizenship.
Wouldn't be for everyone's taste. Nice for the over.
Well, for anyone that wants to complain about tomorrow, there is a mute button on your remote, so get over it.
I might be using it. I have to keep an eye on you though. It's the end of 8 overs, 76 for 1. 9 required off the last 2 overs. Potentially this is the last over coming up, but I suppose you just got to maybe try and take that wicket. If you can push it to the last, then some weird things can happen. We saw that yesterday with the Warriors falling off the cliff in that chase.
Yeah, you still think that it'll probably end in this over. They'll be looking, you never take it deep. You always try and win it with an over to spare. You don't want to risk any crazy last overness like what we saw yesterday.
I'm gambling and trying to dot up Chamkaur a little bit because he's facing up. They got Makara that's going to bowl. And maybe he can build pressure, 2 or 3 dots, get a new batter out there. Yeah, you kind of saw the template of how to do this yesterday with Gozo. Just kept the Warriors quiet with 6 runs, or 6 wickets falling in the last 5 balls of the game, effectively. But I think yesterday, they need a miracle to win from here. We had the miracle yesterday. A lightning strike twice. There's Makara. Short, and they get their dot on Chamkaur Singh. Just hasn't quite been himself. He's more of a front foot player. I think Chamkaur likes to drive down the ground, likes to elevate. Makara tests him out with the short stuff. Don't think that was above the shoulder either, so he's probably still got it in his kit bag. Similar ball, similar result. And that one has been called from side on. Maybe it was just a touch shorter. There's this pass him. Yep, that's a good call. Umpire's been pretty good, let's say, in this game. Does he still go short? Just can't go that short. It'll do. It's in the air, hanging. And they're praying that this is held, and guess what? It isn't. And it'll be 1. So you built the pressure, you created the chance, but you couldn't hold on. Makara Gets the false shot. Shamkor Singh not looking great on the pull. And so now Pushparajan, don't know if he'll have the same strategy. He just takes the same ball and he pumps it over cover point for 6. Maximo! And well, if you ever want to see how taking your chances or not affects how you're going in a cricket match, just have a look at the last 2 minutes. Pushparajan goes big over the offside.
Yeah, what a great shot that is. He's the man of the difference in a lot of the games so far. So for me, he's probably going to steal man of the match again. If he hits a 6 and wins the game, he'll end on a 50.
Yeah, he will. Probably deserves it too. Makara has almost nothing to play with now. This will tie the game down the ground. So yeah, sliding doors. If they hold that catch, got a new batter in there, maybe the new batter misses a couple. Suddenly you're looking at a 1 run over a maiden, and you got 9 to defend in the last. And maybe you wouldn't do it either, but we'll never know. Any score wins it. And Shamkor, he's going to have the run refused. Pushparajan says, I am going to take it to the last. And I suppose with a boundary, he can still reach his 50. Good strategy from the captain. As we get to the end of the over, scores are tied. It's 84 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, only 1 more run required. Don't see any mistakes happening here. We'll get to see these two teams again shortly, which is exciting for everybody, I'm sure.
Andrew Hogan with a bit of news. Tasmanian women just beat South Australian women.
Thanks,
Big century from Elise Villani. Big hello to Andrew Hogan and to Mrs. Hogan as well. Mrs. Hogan is a big fan. Hope to take him out for dinner one night when we go to Hobart. What are we saying about Tasmanians again?
I was saying it's actually the 3rd island of New Zealand.
Okay.
It's not ours.
Tell me your thoughts on that, Andrew. And some people were saying that Tasmania, I think there was some fake trivia that Tasmania and Malta are the same size.
I'm sorry, this is killing me. Bowl the ball.
You're already...
Like, I know it's 1 run to win. 99 million times out of 100 million, you're not winning. Let's just...
That's still 99 out of 100.
It's pretty good. But just bowl the ball.
This is scheduled Peter. We saw a miracle yesterday that resulted in the golden ball. If they get Pushparajan and create a maiden here.
Oh.
Odds, 1 in?
10 trillion.
I don't know.
I'm going to go wide.
All right, here we go. Any run wins it. Goes in the air. And he tells his story walking, doesn't he? He just hits it down the ground, brings up his 50, brings up the win for the Royal Strikers. Priyan Pushparajan take a bow. That one flew, and yeah, with the wind, it flew out of the ground. So he's going to finish with a half century, and the Strikers, they do this with 5 balls to spare. Look, credit to the Lions. I think they fought a bit more bravely here. They were in the game at the halfway point, probably still in the game, even at the kind of power play finish of the second innings, but really they could only create the 1 wicket. Ultimately, you knew if they didn't take the wickets, the Lions, they weren't going to defend this total.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an impressive display by the Strikers. They got the boundaries at the right time. This was the 1 wicket to fall earlier. Very good catch in trying conditions, and you could see how happy they were. But overall, it just didn't go their way. It landed in funny spots. There was some good batting. And this man, he's been a revelation, one of the best batsmen I've seen in Malta.
Yeah, like I say, he's a bit of a journeyman. This one was probably out, but the bowler was in the way of the umpire. And I like it when the umpires get animated, saying, look, if you run straight in front of me, I can't see. So I had no problem with that decision. A few balls falling into gaps, but Shamkor Singh wasn't really striking the ball well. Bit of luck there, as Alwyn John couldn't keep himself in the field of play. I think that Pushparajan, though, he came out and he bossed it, didn't he, from the get-go. He hit 4 maximos and 5 fours and his 52 not out. He was the difference between the two teams, I think, in a game where pretty much everyone struggled in all facets of the game. Priyan, he was a class act, and that's how he finished it off. No pressure. And so, looking at the ground, see no rain, which is good. But yeah, the wind causing havoc for the players out there at the moment. Looking at the scorecard, Lawrence was sent up to open the batting, but he was only able to contribute 7, including a maximo. Shamkor Singh, 22 of 29. Just could not get going. Got 3 boundaries in there, but that kind of shows you that there were a lot of top balls in his innings, and yeah, particularly I think the shorter stuff didn't look as comfortable against that. Pushparajan, though, 52 not out. The captain continuing to lead from the front. And look, the wides, probably not too bad considering the conditions, but still 8 wides and no ball. It's always going to be a factor today, controlling that ball. Looking at the bowling, Alwyn John, what a series he's having. 1 for 6, but didn't have a lot of help out there. Devasia only conceded 16 of his 2 overs. Ultimately, they got a competitive score on the board, but couldn't quite penetrate the Strikers' top order. And so the Lions, they are now winless after 7 matches. Strikers 5-2, though, heading into the second match of the day, match 38. It's coming up in about 20 minutes' time. Until then, hope you're having a wonderful morning. Grab a hot chocolate, grab some popcorn, but then don't forget to join us right back here in Malta. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. It is time for match 38. Very windy conditions out here. I tell you what, I might blow away, but I do have some news from the toss in match 38. This time the strikers, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat. But I mean, as we've seen, it is pretty tough for everyone out there. That's the nature of it. This is ECN. You're going to see some stuff, well, that you don't often see on a cricket field. But look, credit to the guys that are going to go out there. I think Lions, obviously, we've seen quite a bit of improvement from them, to say the least. But they will be chasing this time. Can they be in the game at the halfway point? That's the question. I think the strikers, they'll want to do a number. And let's see if the Lions can hold some catches. Right, Corey, I'll be over there very, very shortly. News from the toss is that the strikers, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match 38.
Geez, Vinny, you're a brave man, and I'm glad you do it for the network. Not many other lead commentators would put their life at risk to bring us the intro in such testing conditions. But we're almost ready for match 2. It's a replay of the game this morning, and Royal Strikers will be playing Victoria Lions. Sorry for the gig, I've just seen a robot costume out of the corner. That is terrible. Looks like a Teletubby, Vinny. As Vinny has brought up alarming news today. Unfortunately, the robots might not be coming, and he's starting to panic and look for reserve robots, and they are all inadequate. But let's focus on the cricket and enjoy ourselves as the Victoria Lions are looking for their first win. Match 38. We've already brought you 37 live games. A few were washed out on day one, but we've been here and enjoying all the cricket action. It must be said, really looking forward to seeing how this match pans out. We've touched on the weather a few times. Difficult for the players, for the ground staff and everyone involved. We had 8 dropped catches in the first game. Will we see more? We'll have to wait and see. This time the Royal Strikers are batting first, which I think they'll enjoy, and they'll want to keep the winning momentum going as we welcome back our viewers from around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're enjoying yourselves, and good luck for the Test series tomorrow. And no matter how much you doctor a pitch, it'll be a good contest. I look forward to it. It might spin a lot, but that's the nature of the beast. And welcome back all our viewers on YouTube and on the YouTube chat. Always fun interacting with you, so please get your queries in. As the players are out there, the keeper's on his knees. There we go. Umpire passes the ball over. The man with the earmuffs, Wilson, has the ball. Shining that new ball. Good option. First ball, here we go. And signal to wide. So just outside the tram line, Wilson's shocked. You know when it's windy, you want everything to go your way as well. Little shuffle, but still outside that tram line. So that's a fair enough decision from the standing official. As that one's high on the pad and sliding down the leg side a little bit with the height, as well as the man with the beanie pings it in. Oh, he's given! Well, tell you what, that was a brave decision on a bouncy pitch. Left arm around. Let's have a closer look. It's swinging in a long way. It's hit him in line with middle and leg. That's going over the top of leg by a long way. He shakes his head at first, the umpire as well. It's a bouncy pitch. He's down the crease and it hits him above the pad. Vinny obviously will be saying umpire's call, but that wasn't out for me. Just a little bit too high. Maybe we can see it from side on. But the first wicket goes. And interesting decision. So the first wicket falls. Left arm round, swung in. You can see middle and leg stump there, which is a good sign for the bowler. But the point of impact's there with a long way to go. He's down the crease, going over. Maybe, yeah, there's a lot that's not good with that. I'd feel a little bit aggrieved if I was the batsman, but that's the sport. I think that's probably one of the more difficult things for umpires to always think about is the bounce, because you see it online when you're standing there. When you look at that on the line and watching him shuffle across, you think immediately, well, he's moved across. This could go in stumps, but we forget the bounce a bit. So the bail's blowing off. Quite a lot. I reckon they're only lasting a few more overs. And the bails have gone off again. So let's get some common sense going here and just take them off. I don't think we can use them. It is extremely windy. This time a wide full toss and it's blocked for 4. Well, it's a loose ball, maybe lost a little bit of rhythm. Didn't bowl the ball for a few minutes there and just easily placed away for 4. So the first boundary of this game for the Rats. Now a big wide outside the off stump. A little bit loose here. Wide, this time outside the off stump. So real slow sort of start to this T10 fixture. This is pushed into the offside and they'll scamper through for a tight single, but they'll get there. You can tell just with the elements of the cameras and all the players out there, not easy. They're giving it their all though. As that's going to be a very big wide as well. So when it's tricky like this, sometimes you see bowlers maybe shorten their run or hold the ball cross seam as the bail blows off again. And if the match referee's listening, might consider removing the bails. As Vinny Sandhu sits next to me and has a little chuckle. He'll be back with us in a moment as the bails blow off once again. So if I was a match referee, I would be removing the bails because we've bowled 3 balls in 6 minutes. It's time to let them off, and I reckon that's what's happening now. And there it is, conclusive evidence. He's going to put those bails in his pocket. So the bails have lost today. Goodbye, bails. And the winner is cricket. Hit in the air, and will it be caught? No, it'll land in a pocket of space and it will get away for a single. He'll think about 2, but not on. But yeah, so the playing conditions now are if the ball touches the stump, even trickles onto the stumps at snail's pace, it will be out bowled. They'll have to keep an eye out if there's any close deflections or anything like that. Pushed into the offside and a bit of yes, no, maybe. And well, there you go. Stumps of Dismere have been hit. So last ball of a long first over, 6 minutes in. Understandable though, considering the circumstances. And that's a wild play and miss with a slight appeal. So that does take us to the end of a very interesting first over, but the score's always that standard T10 score after one. It's 10 for 1. As the Victoria Lions start to hustle through. We look at the run rates, and 9.6 the average score overall. So yesterday we had 10.9. First time we almost touched the 11s. It's been a little bit variable, but 96 is the overall average score at the ECS here. I think it should be a little bit higher, but obviously some days the bowlers have the wood over the batsmen. So we'll start over number 2. It's our favourite, Alwyn John, with the ball. And he gets away with that. That was a short, loose, wide ball. Probably should have been clattered away, but a play and miss. As that's a toe-ender this time, and a bit of yes, no, maybe. It's fumbled. So, missed opportunity maybe, and a run out. A little bit of an odd start to this game. No one's really found their groove or their funk, you could say. This time, mistimed into the leg side, and it finds a gap between the two inner ring fielders, so just the single. Alwyn John's been the standout bowler for the Victoria Lions all competition. High in the air. Maximo, nice shot. First 6 of this game. And it was a long half volley. It hung in the air for quite a while. And in the end, it clears the rope comfortably. That's the first 6. And the Royal Strikers have a pretty good start to this one now, despite losing the early wicket. More of a respectful cricket shot played this time, pushed into the offside as they scamper through for a quick single. So 18 for 1 off 1.5. Last ball of the second. And that's come off his foot, and they will get through for a quick leg bite. It's good running. Better throw might have had him in trouble, so that will end. And an adventurous second over. Royal Strikers starting to build nicely. The score is 19 for 1. Have a quick look at the table, shall we? After 38 matches here in Malta, a really big difference from the top 5 to the bottom 5, which I find quite surprising. But the Royal Strikers have a red-hot opportunity here to really affirm themselves in the 3rd position. Victoria Lions, look, credit to them. They're enjoying themselves even though they've lost 6 on the trot. 7 on the trot, I apologise. Will it be 8? Who knows? Let's hope they might get their first win. If you love an underdog story, get behind the Victoria Lions. I think everyone around the world always enjoys a bit of an underdog story. Will we see an upset? It does happen from time to time. Play and miss to start the 3rd. Let us know in the chat what you think is a good underdog story that you've seen in the world of sport. There's been plenty. I think Leicester City in the football was probably the biggest to do it so consistently over a period of time. So it's a stop-start here. It's very slow at the moment. 11 minutes almost gone, and they've bowled 13 deliveries. This is mistimed straight to mid-wicket and gets his body down on it to keep it to a single. Shorter ball hit high in the air. And wow, what a great catch that is. Oh, I tell you what, in these conditions, Sheji Peter has taken a screamer over his shoulder. He's lost his shoe in the celebration with the red beanie on. Looks like they've just picked him up off the street to come play a game of cricket. But what a catcher this is. Fantastic. We've said we've seen 8 drops in the competition so far today. And he runs back in blustery conditions and he snares it. Oh, that's a fantastic catch. What a highlight. The losing of the shoe just adds to it in the celebration. I can't believe he's held that. A phenomenal catch, considering the conditions and how many we've seen dropped. Wow. Unbelievable effort. Really impressive. And the second wicket goes down. 20 for 2. We're going to have to take a moment to watch that again. That is a fantastic catch. We've mentioned a few times it's 30-odd kilometre winds today. It's blowing sideways. Everyone's been dropping him, and he goes back and snares it. That's a great highlight for him. On first ball to the new man is the man of the hour and man of the match in the previous game, Priyan Pushpajaran. A little bit of a play and miss to start, but I know Vinny Sandhu will be enjoying all that, and that catch, that was phenomenal. Oh, it's a no ball. Yep. A very big no ball. Fell out, and Wilson, he apologises. No one means that. Just slipping out of his hand. And that will be a no ball free hit. So, probably not the right man you want to give a free hit to. Because of that, boom shakalaka, and well, good fielding in the end. Oh, Victoria Lions. I thought that was going to definitely go across the rope, but he's reined it back in off the free hit. He saves a couple of runs. Just at the bottom of your screen there, he legged it. He went with the legs. Phenomenal stop. And he's limping because of it. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that again. That is phenomenal. He's gone with the leg first on the rope. Oh, he's in pain now. You can see, yeah, they're worried about him. Oh, he's taken it into the kneecap. As the next ball's pulled and handsomely, and he's not going to be able to catch it this time. Oh, it's unbelievable. This is the greatest footy fielding you'll ever see. Hats are blowing everywhere. People are putting their legs on the line. What is going on with the Victoria Lions? Sign them up to the FIFA World Cup. They have taken this game beautifully. He's running at full tilt into a breeze of 100 kilometres an hour, and he just soccer tackles it back. Sensational. Maybe we can show the ball before as well of the fielding on the rope. This was the ball before. Oh, just brack a little bit. He came flying out of nowhere and went with the knee first. These gentlemen here will do anything with their bodies to save a run, and I'm here for it. As I welcome back good friend, co-commentator and coffee-bringing Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Seems like I missed a bit getting you a coffee.
Honestly,
I have also brought myself a coffee. Yeah, I just saw that catch from Schedule Peter. What a catch. And then, what about that for a bit of foot fielding?
Double foot fielding in a row.
This is why, yeah, kneecap fielding, not as good. This is Howard John, that's a really good tournament. So I suppose you're left with the two that kind of took the partnership, or took the game away with their partnership last game for the Royal Strikers, Shamkar Singh and Pushparajin. Got to get these two, but yeah, plenty of action, looks like, in the power play.
6. Maximo, what a shot that is. And he got every piece. Pushparajin, who's playing all his cricket around the world. What a shot.
This one almost ended up in Liberia, although it is into the wind. Didn't matter because he hit it that well. Have a look at these trees. I think it's only going to get worse as well today. So
really,
everyone buckle up.
Well, everyone's helping everyone. One thing I've noticed, it's been a slow going. We had the Bale fiasco in the first over, Vinny. They couldn't decide whether to take them off or on.
I kind of saw that.
Big full toss this time as it's miscued down to long on.
Yeah, so credit to all the players. This is what we love about European cricket. You'll get a bit of everything. I think that's what we're seeing this morning. Oh, goes upstairs. That's a good bouncer from John. He's got a slippery little bounce, you know. Yeah, well bowled. But you kind of know the next one's pitched up and he's expecting it and he blasts it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, poor Victoria Lions. They just can't seem to string too much good fortune together, and that is a destructive way to get to the end of the fourth over. It's 39 for 2.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is in the end. And what a good start this is for the Strikers now.
Hey, good. I just see Rico's in the chat. This is good. All right, so I've come back. I've told Rico, I sent him a message. I said, look, here's the Robo update. And he said, yeah, he doesn't mind giving it a go. But I just want to tell you what the alternatives are. I've been looking into alternative robots. This is like plan C, plan D, plan E, okay? Wait for this ball from Makara, who's coming on in the fifth. He bowled okay before, actually. This is going to be down to third man for 1. So, Elvira, I don't know if you got, this is a potential other robot that we could get.
Oh, what is this? We've gone budget, people.
It's a no from me. Anyway.
It's a maybe from me. Can we have that again?
So if we can't sort this out.
It looks like Ant-Man.
So
how cheap is this robot?
I'm going to say, not that cheap. I really hope we can sort the original robots. This is a drive, powerful drive, and it's away from the fielder. Archie Wilson isn't going to get there. Cuatro carreras más. And Royal Strikers putting their foot down now. Yeah, so I think, yeah, Rico said, yeah, maybe we'll get Jay Wild to do it. I think one of the issues is I think we get it delivered to the hotel. That's probably the safest way.
Finny, this is your mess. Clean it up.
Hey, listen, I blame Dave. More hard hitting. Good luck stopping this one. And they won't. So Push Barajan getting moving now. And things going from bad to worse. Makara, probably not the worst ball, but I mean, he's just got so many tools as a batter, doesn't he? And yeah, Push Barajan once again moves into the 20s pretty quickly. Yeah, Rico says no. We're going to sort this out, okay? Let me just check the live chat. I'm on with the vendors, but yeah, they haven't read my message yet. I sent it like 2.5 hours ago. I think maybe we give Rico a go to order it. And yeah, maybe we can sort that out today in the longer break. Push Barajan this time forced onto the back foot. Just muscles it away down long on for 1. So yeah, we always knew it was going to be drama. Zishan, so it reminds me of Johnny when he got hit on his eyes. That robot. Yeah, what's with one eye being bigger than the other? 50's up now, last ball of the over. That's a good comeback from Makara, but damage was done earlier in the over. Still goes for 11. The score 50 for 2 after 5. Yeah, plenty of cricket happening around the world. And so it's great to bring you ECN action every day, 7 days a week at the moment. And yeah, so yeah, the Robothon update today was that the order. Maybe we can look at our original robots. Yeah, okay, that's not the original robot. That's the Cyclops.
Is this a wind-up? Are you having me on here?
I'm just saying that. Look,
yeah,
now,
there's a robot.
That's our robot. They're our robots. Yeah. And that was the order, which then, even though they took the money, just to give everyone a bit of an update, if you just joined us, they took the money. Okay, no problem. I verified my account, okay, my email, did all those things. Bilath drops catch, put that on the counter. And not an easy one. Push Barajan will get a single. They took my money. Everything seemed like it was going well. And was it 5 days later? This morning I had emails saying basically your payment wasn't verified, and so we're sending you the money back.
You're so dodgy.
They received the money and then they sent it back. They think that I'm scamming them. I'll say who's scamming who.
You know what's quite funny is if the money hadn't been sent back straight away, there would have been a legitimate worry.
Oh, 100%. Well, actually, the email said you can expect the money back within 8 to 12 days. So I was like, hold on a second. Because you know what I thought? I'm shelling out now 500 euros for another robot. And probably that's out of my own pocket. Anyway, inside out this time, just gets it over the infield, running away, 4 runts, hits the rope, good effort, more foot fielding, and it does go into the rope, so strikers getting away here.
Yeah, they're just getting away, aren't they? The foot fielding, I have to admit, today has been sensational.
Yeah, I'm turning around on the issue. Yeah, so...
Yeah, let's embrace it.
I think it's because I didn't pay with a Spanish card. Oh, he goes after it, takes on the fielder, doesn't reach him.
Yeah, did they reply to your interactive live box?
Not yet. 2.5 hours.
Where's the company based?
I think it's in China. Well, I don't think.
Send them a
China.
nudge. Send them a thumbs up.
I haven't read any of these 3. I'd rather leave it my last one, saying I saw this order has been cancelled and I wanted to work out the issue.
You are a scammer.
Why?
Because
you're a scammer. How do you get away with this?
Vinny, you had one job. And you've let the nation down, everyone down, as it looks like the ball's been whacked out of shape. So a slight delay, but you've let everybody down.
The real robot is in the chat. And so saying, will the real robot please stand up?
Well, look, this is what we've got to. So we got.
No, I'm
so
not
we
saying
listen.
we should
We
consider
took
this.
€500 of your money to buy a €20 costume.
Do you want to know how much that robot is, seriously?
That is a horrific
robot.
robot.
That robot.
That is what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
they're our robots, right? Do you want to know how much that ugly one is? I'll tell you seriously.
Talk to me.
That's way too much. Like 440.
That is a horrific robot. It looks
That's
like
an
an ant.
bad purchase. That's terrible.
Defended.
I think it's 439 US. So about...
Oh, we're going to get overthrows as the camera shakes violently. I think the wind's actually picking up phenomenally.
So we got a bargain, although we don't have any robots to show for it. Yeah, have a look at... Is that Elsa up there?
Oh, poor Elsa. What a day.
Elsa, give us a thumbs up in front of the camera if you're okay up there.
Imagine,
happy first day.
Happy first day. It only gets worse from here.
Hang in there, Elsa.
Oh, no.
Well,
Elsa, look out.
Elsa. That's
Elsa.
coming your way. No, it's not. But almost Maximo down the ground. Champ coursing. It's a regulation, kind of lofted straight drive. Elsa, I don't know if you're still there or not.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, if you like seasickness and motion sickness, you've come to the right place.
That's Elsa up there on her first day.
There's not,
in
honestly,
the tower.
you can't do much. It is 40. It's gone. I've just checked on the weather. It's 40 kilometres an hour now.
The good
40.
news is, for us, it's only going to get worse. Wow.
Oh, what is that? That's horrific.
Oh, it looks like something one of those. 22 euros though, so we could have a whole team of those. We could have 22. Oh, chance.
No.
No. I think better throw hadn't gone there, you know.
But it looks like that was brought up from our director, Elvira.
22 euros each, she said. So we could actually get 22 of those costumes and you could have 2 whole teams.
Different robot. You like it. Different. We'll review them. Oh, that is miles in the air. If he catches this, I'll retire from commentary. Yeah.
Well, the good news is it blew away from him, so he never had to try and catch it. But that's polite. He took one earlier, remember? And so he has been pretty good. Problem with this one is he says, all right, I've got this. And then he realizes he has to get on his bike because he's nowhere near him in the end.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, it's not a drop, but that went miles.
What's the drop count at?
Got
Bowled
him.
him. Yeah, and finally it's over for Chamkor Singh. Just seemed to stay there no matter what. Today, Makara probably deserves a wicket. He's been one of the better bowlers for the Lions. So he does finally break this partnership for the first time today. It's 68 for 3.
Yeah, 68 for 3, and they needed that wicket. Just as a steadier, it actually straightened a little bit down the line, going away from the batsman. Well bowled.
Yeah, Rico's got a really good point
Talk
as well.
to me, yeah.
Saying saying, hey, if you 2 burritos, slur, think it's cold there. Good luck when you get to Gibraltar.
I'm not coming to Gibraltar.
You don't know what cold is. 40 kilometres an hour. It's just a gentle
Well,
breeze.
I've just looked up Gibraltar's weather Thursday, Friday. 50% rain, 65% humidity, 56-kilometre winds.
Yeah.
56.
You talk about windiest places. That's right. You literally on the southern tip of Europe. You can see Africa across the water.
Good luck. Good luck to everyone.
Omar Malik with an interesting comment. If the robot doesn't come, we should punish Vinny by making him wear a robot costume for the entire event period.
Good call, Omar.
How are you going to do that without the robot? That doesn't make
You'll be
any
wearing
sense.
the cheap one we'll be buying.
Yeah, I won't be wearing that. I'll never wear anything silly.
I think the biggest disappointment for the fans and myself is, like, we hold you to a higher estate than everyone else.
No.
Just let me finish. We look up to you, Vinny. You're Mr. Maximo. You're a pioneer of European cricket. And to thieve us out of our own good money, hard-earned cash, you're a crook.
It's criminal for you to say that. This is going down the leg side.
I always knew you were in this business to scam people. It just took 3 years.
Oh, I'm playing the long game, aren't I?
The very long game.
Hey, tell us some good long cons in the chat. Have you ever heard of people doing like a long con? It's like when you basically, it's a con that takes years sometimes.
Never heard that sort of expression.
Never heard of it?
Oh, that is shot of the day.
Watch out.
Well, where is it?
That's going to rattle the production room, I think. Maximo and Pushpa Rajan. He's lost his partner, but he's not grief-stricken. He's just angry. He smacks this over the offside. That's a big six with the wind as well.
Oh, I can see why he played cricket in Liberia. What a shot.
Now, the thing is...
Yeah, what?
I'm being completely open about the experience. I've disclosed the emails that I got this morning saying that we do not respect your payment. Here's your money back. And it came back immediately.
That's the surprise.
Oh, when they said 8 to 12 days, I'm like, today I'm spending 500 euros of my own money on 2 robots, and then maybe they won't come as well. And I've got some explaining to do.
Oh, okay.
What about the silver face paint?
That's not bad. The silver face paint looks like a crook.
It
looks like a
It
jail.
looks like a zebra costume that they've modified.
Well, this is where we are now.
This just makes me want our original robots more.
We're going budget, people.
Right, come back to the game. He sneaks down the leg side. I don't know if it takes any pad. You see the leg byes or wides coming up. Let's have a look at the umpire. The umpire signals. Oh, we don't know. That's a leg by.
Shreyan in the chat just before his comment got deleted was getting into us saying our commentary's boring. You know what, Shreyan? You can turn your TV off.
Trowns likes to wind you up and it's working at the moment.
Shot!
Up and over. And guess what? Pushpa Rajan, he's played really well.
That's with the wind.
Maximo. And right now, Pushpa Rajan moves into the 40s. And if you don't move him, it's going to be hard to take these points away from the strikers.
So if people were wondering what direction the wind's going, it's right to left. And that has flown up the race through the car park. If you're a left-hander today, it's a good day. That ball has gone all the way. There it is.
There we go. That's actually gone to the coffee shop. You could probably bring something back there.
That ball's probably gone 150 metres from the centre of the wicket.
Oh yeah, from where it ended up. It'll travel on bitumen. You know the longest golf drive in the world was actually done on an airport runway.
No, the longest golf drive in the world was done on Antarctica on ice, and it went like 3 kilometres.
That's updated then from when I heard.
Good.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good drive, isn't it?
Mulligan, go get the ball. Go again.
They use a white ball. Pista saying the weather is worrying tomorrow, Vinny.
That's why Vinny's having a day off.
Just my turn.
Oh,
that might have been half a chance, behind the stumps.
No, I don't think so.
Let's see from side on.
I reckon there's only one keeper in the world catching that, and his name's
Thank you.
Vinny Sandu.
I mean, it wasn't the take. You just had to kind of snatch it. That's one you had to snatch. You had to be really quick.
He's terrible at the pretend.
I don't know if this is just losing his run in the wind or if it's...
I've seen better attempts.
I think Augustine's presenting a big threat at the moment. All right, that is a stumping attempt.
Yeah.
That's one that if you glove it, it's out. But unfortunately, Pushpa Rajan, he batted well this morning. Wasn't able to get it cleanly in the gloves.
Shot.
Now they're going to get punished, or are they? Hanging in the air, going back. Great catching. Fantastic catching. It's not a fluke now. I mean, that is Polite, who took a good one earlier. So finally they've removed Pushpa Rajan. He's going to go for 42. And the score is 82 for 4. What a catch.
There's the opposite side of the field, because when he first hit that looked like it was going for 6, and the wind just kept blowing it back in the field of play. He gets the wicket. If he hit that on the other side of the field, I guarantee that would have carried the rope. But a big moment in this game.
Yeah, so well batted from the captain. You feel like this 82 may already be beyond the Lions. They seem to be heading 100 plus, but yeah, that'll help a lot. Yeah, question in the chat. Helix saying, speaking of coffee, Vinny, how much do the coffees cost you? That's €4 that cost me. I think it was €4 the other day as well. And when is the time coming that you'll buy me a coffee?
As junior vice president commentator.
You still owe me €7.
I do not. I bought you dinner the other night.
No, that was the first night before the robot thing even happened.
Exactly.
And you didn't buy me dinner.
I mean,
you were paying me back for all what I'd bought you earlier in the day.
No,
I'm going to get my money. So Kapaka into the lineup, and we see him with the bat for the first time today, and with a missed field. Pilar's going to allow a second, but you can forgive him because he's taken 2 very good catches. You owed 15 for the robot, and speaking of scamming, you didn't give it to me. That's why the other day I ordered a cocktail and put it on your table as I drove past.
Right now you
owe me 7.
Right now you're the wolf.
You owe me 7. Really, you owe me 11.
You ever heard of Little Red
coffees.
Riding Hood? You're the wolf right now.
Little Red Riding Hood is very different. But anyway, let's head into the 9th over. And it's going to be a tough one for the Lions. But having said that, keep them under 100. Double digits always looks a little bit easier. Yeah, the coffees are pretty cheap in here.
Actually, pretty good coffee.
I wouldn't say they're that cheap everywhere here. Anyway, here we go with the 9th and Polite. He's been fielding well. Now he gets a chance with the ball. And he rips his hair out this time. He's running away. Well, when you're running with the wind, I mean, that could have easily been Usain Bolt. He picked up a bit of momentum, just couldn't pump the brakes. And everyone clear the runway.
Look out the side of your screens here. He is flying at about 140 kilometres an hour. Just goes.
Did he even touch the ball?
No.
Barely.
Oh, boy. The wheels are falling off here at the Master Sports Stadium.
So, Wayne, you might have to rewind a bit if you want a robot update, because I know Wayne is a big investor.
Oh, Wayne, if you, Wayne and Lee Tuck, we are very sorry about your money. We'll pay you back in Bitcoin.
We're going to get these robots. I'm positive. All right, here we go. Polite.
Poor old Wayne.
Short, pulled away by Augustine. We'll just get the one here. Yeah, so I won't go into it because we talked about it a lot this morning, Wayne, but I had my money returned to me overnight, and they said my payment verification failed, i.e. they weren't satisfied that I was a legitimate customer.
Yeah, Wayne, basically he's a crook. That's mistimed into the offside.
I think because I'm delivering to Spain, but it's not a Spanish car that I used. I've already got the money back. Our next plan, I think, is to get Rico to order them, because Rico's got a Spanish card. He's a Spanish resident. But
the company's going to think
we've lost 5 days. And why did it take him 5 days to work this out?
Oh, he's lit at him. I hope he's okay.
Polite. Suddenly a fast bowler. I don't know if it was straight in the head or maybe a little bit of a top edge.
That's a bit of grill love.
Or maybe not head. Maybe it was just shoulder.
No, that was grill. You heard it through the effects, Mike Finn. Shot.
Will do. Finds the fielder again, just the one.
Well, it's good that the viewers are starting. I know we always poke fun at myself and, yeah, I'm a bit up and down and this and this. But
Yeah,
I'm
correct.
glad everyone's realising now you're a crook.
You know, we're really finding out how much social capital have built up because Wayne isn't worried at all. This is...
Oh.
That would have been a real tough one. It'd be called a wide.
He forgot the ball behind.
Yeah, but I mean, that one he kind of had to rush a bit, didn't he? It was drawn wide. I think he knew if he took too long taking the ball,
I like that he still went through with the elaborate stumping when the ball's on the ground over there.
So, yeah, see, Wayne says, don't worry about it. We all trust you. See, people do trust me, and there's a reason for that. This is up, and it's in the air. And it will just drop. They'll probably get 2. Good throw, might have him in trouble here, but doesn't quite reach the bowler. End of the over, it's 93 for 4. I mean, if you were responsible for this and €500 was unaccounted for...
I am responsible for this. It was my idea in the first time, but you've scammed it.
In the Cayman Islands, you just be a puff of smoke.
Anyway, Vinny, tonight, the
Sloggers are back.
The Sloggers.
The Sloggers have had a bit of a rough time. And they're taking on Rugby CC. Rugby CC having it all their own way.
Yeah.
Entertainers are on a big winning streak of like 12 now, I think. That starts straight after play today.
How are the players getting this much time away from their partners to play?
Yeah, that's why they have big squads there. 4:30 p.m. in GMT time. That's 5:30 in Central Europe. And 10 p.m. in India tonight. Devasi is back, and he should have a catch, and he does. So, yeah, it's given out. And, yeah, Devasi just continues to get this away drift with the wind, doesn't he? So Augustine can't really make things happen. He's going to go for 4, and the first ball of the 10th over results in a wicket. It's 93 for 5.
Good catch considering the conditions. He gets the toe ender, and it goes all the way back to the bowler. 5th wicket down.
So, going back to robot for a second, I'm not concerned that we won't get the robots. I'm a bit annoyed that I feel like it's cost us 5 days. So I really want them to be there for day 1. But
I think day 1's a long shot now, isn't it?
it is. But let's try, and I'm going to try and order them again today using Rico's card. How's my live chat going? It's been almost 3 hours since I messaged them, and I've got nothing. But they are a reputable seller, according to this. So I guess that's something. Obviously, I'm not a reputable buyer, just logging in and buying something. In the air, hanging, probably drifting down towards the field, but still won't quite carry. Just a single. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Won't talk about it too much. Pass on the news if people are in the chat and they don't know exactly where we're at with that. But I'm still optimistic we'll get those robots. Goes after this and gets it. It's flying out of the ground. Maximo! Okay, Kabaka. He certainly likes to go down the ground. Devasia makes him fetch it from outside off. That's exactly what he does. And that one brings up the 100 for the strikers.
Yeah, what a nice shot, Finn. 100 up. Is that already too many? That's what the Victorian Lions will be concerned about.
This is going to be to the outfield. They probably want 2 here because Kabaka's got the hot hand. Again, good throw would have had him, but Devasia can't gather it. They'll get 2. James Stewart saying, honestly, if you can't trust a couple of shifty-looking guys off the internet, who can you trust? Is he talking about us? Or is he talking about the site?
I'd like to think we are pretty shifty.
Couple to come. Well, she get 2 on the fumble, and they will. It's good running again. I like the hustle from the strikers here. The truth is, though, I spend so much time in the air. People know me. I spend more time talking to the audience than I do my own family. So they should have a good sense of me.
Well,
I think they have a good sense of you as well, Corey. That's concerning. All right, they want to start running.
2.
That gets knocked away. They'll come for
Yep.
2. That'll probably be it. So, well, raining 2s in the last over. All strikers reach 106 off their 10 overs. 107 will be the target. The Lions. Certainly we're improving with the bat. If they can continue to improve, maybe they can challenge this, but I think it'll be hard work. Maybe Pushpangadan can come up with a few maximos, get them up and on the rate required to make a game of this. Game 38. Excitement in the power play. This one, yeah, the height was the concern. Umpire thought it was clipping the top of the stumps. And Lawrence, he came out there, and I think that he offers quite a lot. We haven't seen him bat for too long at this stage, and this was no exception. Now, Schedule Peter took a great catch running back with the flight. And, well, the slot machine couldn't believe that. Peter coming up with some good fielding in the conditions. This was an interesting way to go about it, just leading with the patella. But then Peter, watch this, for a little instep as well. So it was cue the circus music time here at that point, but I suppose this guy's been a fixture today, Pushparajan, as he carries his team to a very good total. Although he would get out in the 40s still, 100 plus. I think that looks very, very useful from the striker's point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the end, he got his stumps dismissed there. There was a few nice moments in between. Overall for the Victoria Lions, who held their head up high. This was a massive 6 with the wind. That went all the way up the races, about 150 metres away before he was well caught on the rope. And the Royal Strikers, they enjoyed themselves with the bat. The Victoria Lions were throwing themselves everywhere around the field. That was a great caught and bowled. They were doing all the right things in testing conditions, and you have to admit the commitment from these players today has been fantastic. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards, shall we? And it was that man again, 42 to the captain, Pushparajan, of 20 deliveries, a 20 at the top for Singh, and a nice 17 at the back end for Kapoka. That has helped them get above the 100 mark and 106 for 5. You think that might be enough, but the Victorian Lions, they'll be hoping they can spring an upset. 10 extras as well, so not too bad. Only the 6 wides this time around. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And a good effort from everyone involved. Decent economy rate there, but Adji Wilson at the top. He took 2 for 16. Very happy indeed. 2 for 21 for Devasia, and a good all-round effort from the Victoria Lions. So that takes us to the halfway stage. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone around the world. It's a windy, blustery day here in Malta, but the cricket's been good fun and a lot of nice moments this morning from both teams as we welcome everyone back to Malta for the second half of this run chase. 107 going to be required for the Victoria Lions. They'll have to break barriers. They haven't been able to get a score in the hundreds just yet in this tournament, but you never know, with a little bit of luck, will they be able to get there? As the batsmen and fielders make their way out to the middle, we welcome everyone around the world in India via FanCode and everyone in the subcontinent. Hope you're well out there, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Welcome back. We're at the second half of this one. I'm Corey Rutgers, your lead commentator, with my young deputy, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, Vinny.
All right, here's where we're at. Okay, yeah, I know you said the medic looks exactly like Nippo.
He looks like a cricketer,
He
I
is
know.
an absolute dead ringer for Mohammad Siraj Nippo. No one can see that at the moment. So listen to what I'm going to tell you.
What's the news, Vin? You scammer.
I was going to get Rico to order them, but I realised, okay, let me just try a different card first, because I'm the one holding the money. So I've used a different card to order it. All right, and in the live chat, I've told them now, even though they haven't read it, I've put another order. This is the order number. I explained why I need them and that it's not a scam.
Yep.
And let's see what happens. I just thought, look, let's just get on top of it. Josh Matthews going to start. Good luck not bowling a wide. And he bowls a really good ball and jumps on the keeper, Jobby.
Oh, that's jumped a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, so this is where we're at. I'm just in the process of updating the graphic.
I'm really worried for your future right now.
You know what I'm worried for? Me giving now 2 of my credit cards to this company in China that probably are going, yeah, look, we gave you the money back, and the next minute I'm gonna get fleeced. I think I'm worried. Any cyber security experts out there that appreciate some advice?
That's just a single.
And the amount of verification steps they wanted, I feel like I'm on the line here. I think I'm the only one at risk.
You've earned my respect back that you've put yourself on the line. I've got time for that, Vinny. You're a man of the people. Irrespective of what the YouTube chat says about you behind your back, you're a good man.
Yeah. Worried. But anyway, I really want these robots. I think when I saw what the alternative robots were like, I think it pushed me over the edge. Anyway, it's 106 required. I've gone for Pushpangaran and Pillai out there. Pillai got rock and rolled earlier, and he almost does again. Just plays across this one. Josh Matthew getting a bit of hoop there. So yeah, putting 2 on my credit card. I've only got 2, and they're both now on the line. So if you want to talk about risks, Josh Matthew though, I feel like he just has to get one straight here. Yeah, that'll do. Good batting from Pillai. Gets inside it, takes the wide. I need a bit of help. I think probably need 20 extras, I think. If they're going to chase this down, and that'll help a little bit. Not very quiet. Are you in shock?
Just taking it all in, Vinny.
Yeah, Pillai will be happy. And he gets a run here. Matthew scrambles. The wind's really strong. It's from the top right of screen to the bottom left when you look from the main camera. Have a look at the trees there. And Elza, first day up in the tower. All gets easier from here. Don't worry about that. So, yeah, left-hander now. It's got to be tough to keep this from going down the leg side. Bowler like Matthew. He's been pretty good at getting it online, though. I'll tell you that much, but it's worked away. Outfielder. Wearing a beanie, it's been a popular option today. Yeah, but you just have to try and go that 10 and over. Yeah, there you go, if you didn't believe us. The weather on the island can get a bit crazy from time to time. Okay, now this is one reason I bought it. Because I'm sick of these. Look at this. That's not gonna cut it, right? That's not gonna cut it. So that kind of prompted me to just have another crack at it straight away. Oh, well, so it's end of the first over here. Only had 5 balls there, but it's 4 matches without a golden ball. an entire day, well, almost, without a golden ball. We had one yesterday, of course, breaking the drought. I think it was 126, 127. Yeah, Matthew's got to finish his over, so we're not quite there yet. Off the pad, I'll get a leg by. So maybe we can look at the updated robot up after this over finishes, which is now, because it's 5 for no loss after 1. Well, so the status has been updated, Corey.
Well, I'm all over the shop with this. What's happening?
It's now the robots have been ordered again and have an updated shipping date.
So there's 4 robots coming.
No, don't think that'd be a great result.
So if we get to 7 constitutes a game.
So you're
of cricket.
basically watching a live tennis match with money. So I sent the money, they sent it back. I sent it back to them again.
I like it.
All right.
But you're playing a tennis match with the viewers'
and
money.
My money. None of your money. You still owe me.
The viewers' money. No, I don't.
And that's where we're at.
Sorry, Wayne. Poor investment from you, sir.
Oh. I say crypto's risky. Here's Clinto Paul. You're over number 2.
Imagine as there's a chance for a run out, but maybe an overthrow, just the one. You turn on, you want to watch a bit of cricket at home, you're quite relaxed, you put it on, and then you get scanned by the commentator.
Revenue raising's not easy in European cricket. Well, we might have found a way. Don't know if it's a great long-term strategy. Remember that Stanford $20 million game?
Yeah, actually, he got in a lot. He's still in jail, lifetime imprisonment.
Yeah.
But what was that about?
Maybe an eye into the future for us.
What he do was $20 million match between the Windies and the...
Turns out it's easy when you're doing a bunch of financial crimes. Although, I think he denies it.
Imagine we did a $20 million ECN match, the bloodbath.
Imagine that. The man cats would be out. Down leg side, this will be a wide.
True, if there's 20 million on the line, I'm man-catting everyone. I'm doing anything dodgy to...
See, you shouldn't have rules in cricket that are exploitable. And so man-cads used to be exploitable because you used to be able to fake bowling. But now, because you can't, I think it's fair game. Here's Clinto. Makes the adjustment, pushed out and goes after it. Slices away, wow, acrobatic attempt. He threw himself into the wind there. That's Chamkor Singh.
For a brief moment in time, because the breeze was blowing him back, he actually flew.
I think he actually flew. The aerodynamics of this.
Watch this, he's in the air and he hangs there for a brief moment.
It's true. It's actually true.
Oh,
it's like that, you know, that indoor skydiving. Have you seen that?
I've never done that. Would like to. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I've done real skydiving.
Have you?
Yeah.
I've done indoor skydiving. I haven't done actual skydiving.
One of the scariest but most thrilling moments of my life. I was actually the 3rd to jump in the plane, so I watched the first 2 get sucked out, and it scared me, I have to admit.
Yeah. Goes with the movement this time, push Mangadan, but they've got that fielder there.
The one thing about skydiving that I was surprised about, so I was 16,000 feet off the coast of WA, is in the 1 minute free fall, you're coherent. So in the very first 3 seconds you scream, and then you're like, I'm falling through the sky. This is amazing. You're thinking quite logically.
Yeah, so there's no point just screaming for a whole minute.
No, it's for the last 50 seconds I was understanding of my scenario.
Well, this would have been out. It still might be out. It might have bounced off his foot onto the stumps. Or did his foot hit the stumps? I don't think his foot was anywhere near it.
I think he's... this could be a cheeky
dismissal.
Let's have a look.
We need it slow.
Well...
to be honest, I didn't see his foot ever hit the stump unless it's the wind blowing him off. Let's have a look. Doesn't touch him there.
I don't think he appeals. This is out.
Yeah, it has to be out. Look. Flicks the stumps. Hold on, come back.
He didn't.
No!
He never appealed. It can't be
no appeal.
No appeal. He didn't realise what he had done.
Oh wow! Have you got that replay then?
That's hilarious.
Super interesting. Yeah, if you don't appeal, then there's nothing for the umpire to answer. But I'm sure one person on the appeal said something. I heard something.
No. Although we could have had an optical illusion. Because we've only got the front-on view, that could have actually missed the stumps by a bit, and the bail just blew off at the right time.
That's what I was wondering. But I think the evidence is pretty damning.
Rule number 1, make sure you appeal.
I'm still not satisfied there wasn't an appeal from one of the 11 players.
Well, are you looking at all 11 players?
I just heard noise. Noise is an appeal.
It's a live video.
I heard it.
You heard wind.
Oh, Lions need a break, don't they? They get one there, I think. Belay doesn't get this one too far off the pitch, but they will get a single into the second over. It's 15 without loss.
I have to give credit to the players out there for sticking it through and getting on with it today. Not easy.
Yeah, your stickability index isn't particularly high. Well, I don't mind saying.
I have worked.
I don't think that's shocker
I've
for
worked
everyone.
an extreme amount so far this tour, Vin, as we take a quick look at the table. Victoria Lions, look, underdog story. I hope somehow they register a win.
Here's some inspiration from Jamie Dodger in the chat saying Ireland women have just beaten Australia women. Probably one of the biggest upsets ever in women's cricket. How about that? So if that can happen, who knows? Ireland women beating Australia.
It's not as big an upset these days, I think. I think,
You don't think so?
I think the associates have closed the gap in men's and women's. It's not as much as a shock anymore. I think the biggest shock in the women's cricket is Indonesia women beat Zimbabwe women in under-19. Thailand's women beat West Indies. That's bigger to me when you get a country. Ireland's a little bit more established now.
Yeah,
they're a full member. So the gap's getting closer and closer with associates.
Ireland playing the Netherlands women not too long ago as well, I think. Yeah, Dave is holding his head in shame. No need, Dave, because Dave actually gave me that link. I was already looking at that link before you sent it to me, Dave. And, as we see another hat blow off, the thing is, once bitten, twice shy, doesn't matter. I've ordered it again using a different card. So, yeah, potentially, it will come through this time. This one is hacked away into the offside. Half a chance for a catch, was not held. Yeah, so, hey, never mind, Dave. I'm still confident. What's a bit irritating is it's thrown an extra 5 days on the delivery estimate. So now I've got from the 21st of February to the 11th of March. Now we're talking like end of week 2.
Yeah, there's some real disappointment through the air today. You can feel it. It's palpable.
Hope this one doesn't bounce back. This is well bowled by Matthew, but also well dug out by Pillai, who struggled with the ball a bit like that before. And yeah, Dave, always a pleasure to see you.
Is it?
Imran also mentioning that upset in the women's cricket.
Yeah, I reckon associate cricket has come on so much in the last 20 years. I don't see it as a shock anymore. I sort of see that you see one upset a tournament at least, or maybe even 2, 3. So the biggest thing in women's cricket at the moment is Indonesia women's and Thailand women's.
Yeah, I know that you're a huge fan of that area. Cambodia as well.
Yeah, it's new countries, like very new countries. I think even the men's Sierra Leone or Rwanda, they got a win the other day over Tanzania and things like this.
This is a big swing and a miss.
Even the Spanish T10 team, eh? A couple of upsets, Vinny, over the English, Scottish, Irish, Netherlands. We did the clean sweep.
Yeah, you're a genius.
Thank you. Not very much a genius. Hey, boys, could you hit it out the park, please?
Can't wait for more card interaction. Won't be too long now. Just struggling to find the boundaries at the moment. Not the worst start, but that required rate has increased already fairly significantly. They haven't lost a wicket though in the power play. Victoria Lions 20 without loss.
Where's Steve Cook been? Has he been living under a rock?
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious these are robots to be worn.
Yeah, leave Steve alone. He comes in and out. Hello, Steve. Yeah, so these robot costumes, one is kind of designed for somebody that's around about 175 to 180 centimetres. The other one is designed for someone that's about 160 to 170 centimetres. And they are robot mascot costumes. So they are intended to be worn. And the idea is that because we've got the ECN robot, it's always in the chat, we wanted a robot mascot costume for Kartima. We crowdfunded for it. We got the money. And it won't look like that.
And that is what we've ended up.
That is not what
Who you got to call? Ghostbusters.
That
is a horrific robot.
I've put the money back. I've sent it back to China. And let's have no more random robots. Let's not scare people.
What?
If anything, sometimes you don't know what you got till it's gone. Not that we ever really had the robots, but it has made me realize that they're our robots.
Yeah.
And any other robots wouldn't feel right.
There's a mental attachment to it, isn't there?
When I started looking at alternatives, you know, it wasn't pretty. As Jamkar Singh gets a bowl at over number 4.
I'm more impressed with yourself. I mean, if a Chinese company sent me money back, I'm not sure I'm doubling down from my own credit card. So credit to you, Vinny.
Two credit cards.
You're a man of the people.
You've given me mixed reviews this morning. Polite, 7 off 11, needs to get going. And tries, just goes on the hit. They get away for a single. It's good running, though. I mean, he's having trouble getting it away, but at least he's getting off strike.
Hey, what's Wayne gifting everyone in the chat?
Oh, I like this. So Wayne, he is one of the most generous guys you can imagine. He's gifted 5 memberships on the channel.
Do I get one?
And he's even given one to my wife. He's given it to James, to Chris, to Vinny's wife, to Devant Thacker and John Tucker. Hello, John. Nice to see you in there.
What does a membership do?
So it's just a way of supporting the channel. So he's paying like a monthly small contribution to assist us. That's very kind of you, Wayne. And I don't know if he chose those on purpose. I think they're random.
Have a look at the non-striker on this delivery, Vinny. As he misses the ball, watch Pillay at the non-striker, who's 8 off 12. Just devastated. Really wants the strike back.
That's not a good LBW appeal. Yeah, he gave it the old eye roll, didn't he? But pushed me out, and he's kind of been carrying the batting for the Lions, to be honest.
He's had one of those days he just can't get out, so he's sort of in no man's land.
Ibrahim Khan has said if Pillay hits a 6, he'll donate $2,000 to Corey.
Who?
Ibrahim Khan. I'm liking this. Suddenly it's gone very stock market here. So Pilay's on strike.
Well, come on,
if
Pillay.
He hits a 6.
Okay.
Ibrahim Khan will donate $2,000 to Corey.
Get deep in your crease, keep your head still, and swing the blade.
You've snapped into coaching mode real quick now.
Get real low.
I don't think he can hear you.
Oh.
Here's his career stats.
How many 6s he hit in his
2
career?
4s and 0 6s. Of course, he hasn't played before.
This is
year.
the moment.
Oh! Wow! It goes.
Yeah!
It doesn't quite. It gets 4 though. Well, off the bat, Corey Rutgers. He was like the guy that had 5 of the 6 lottery numbers straight out of his chair. What a shot!
It's his
what a shot!
It's his 3rd career 4.
What a bit of fielding from Lawrence. It's the ground.
So you're
completely
telling me
wrong foots him.
I was 2 meters away from 2,000.
26 without loss after 4.
Oh,
Ibrahim Khan.
that would have bought a whole lot of robots.
He's almost filed the bankruptcy paperwork by the time that ball had hit the ground. As Victoria Lions fight on 26 for no loss. At least that does get them above a run a ball at the moment. Ibrahim Khan saying that was close with
I can tell you right now,
face.
Ibrahim Khan was not going to pay me. Show me the account.
I think he has about as much financial credibility as you do. Time for over number 5.
Ooh.
Starts with a wide. This is what I expected from bowlers bowling around the wicket to left hand. A lot of balls to blow down leg side, just like that one from Seven Thomas. Still, if you just join us, pretty blustery conditions.
Oh.
Yeah. Good eye. That's what we say in baseball. Good eye. That's going down the leg side. So yeah, well done. This is good footwork. It's a bit of a talent in itself, spotting a wide and not spoiling it, although that was pretty close for comfort. This one bowls him, and so Seven gets it right. 3rd time lucky. Pushwangaran had to play it. This one goes straight through the gate. And so the Lions lose their opener, the first wicket to fall. 28 for 1.
Yeah, it should be a disappointing way to end his innings. He had a little bit of luck today, but he has to go this time. And you're right, Vinny. 28 for 1.
28 for 1. And yeah, it's well bowled. Seven just making the slight adjustment, which I think you have to do as a bowler. Those micro adjustments on a day like today. So Adith Rajan comes to the crease. Remember, Pilay's still there though. If he hits a 6, Corey makes $2,000. What are you going to give Ibrahim then?
Oh, shake of the hand, thank you. Bet's a bet.
Where are you watching from, Ibrahim?
I think that would be my tournament over. I
Money's
can't imagine.
not everything. This is what I want everyone to realise. Money is important, don't get me wrong. Makes the world go round, but you shouldn't base all your decisions based on money. You learned that from Moneyball, the movie we saw the other night.
Money is everything.
No, it is not. Didn't you listen to Billy Bean's character in Moneyball?
How do you expect us to get robots through hope and a prayer?
Through the power of community.
Which
people power. That's where the real
that
power
have
is.
bank accounts.
Yeah. That's well knocked down. Has lunchbooks through his
Oh, he's gone. And the hopes and dreams of a certain commentator have been dashed as Pillay plays all round it.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. And Seven Thomas hits the timber twice in the over. I got distracted by lunch coming in the door, but I tell you what, the bowler wasn't distracted. Gets this right on target. Rajan trying to make you some pocket money. He is going to be going the second man to fall in the over. 29 for 2.
29 for 2 now. 4.3 overs gone. I've just clicked as to why you're taking tomorrow off.
Because I haven't taken the day off all year.
No. What's tomorrow?
Thursday.
What is it? First day of the test.
Oh, yeah.
You cheeky bugger.
How can I watch that?
Internet.
Okay.
You.
Okay.
That is not.
Thanks very much. That's what. Well, that didn't click, but now I will be sitting with my comfy Ugg boots in my bed watching the test tomorrow. What time does that start here? Of course, I'll be watching ECN multi-screening, assuming that you are not underwater here at the ground.
No, I think the rain's going to hold off in.
Okay. That's an opinion. This one is punched through point for 1. It starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, our time. So you can get up and watch the session before work, Corey. I wish you could see his facial expression when I said that.
5 in the morning.
It starts at 5 in the morning. Last ball of the over. Now Rajan gets in on the act. He's going to get 4. He puts some confusion rays on this. Pushparajan couldn't deal with it. So the Lions get a boundary. And yeah, see the first bounce can be awkward on this surface. It just sends Pushparajan the wrong way. It's the end of the 5th over. It's 34 for 2. And yeah, the Lions obviously just fallen well behind at the moment. Yeah, well,
we're back.
Let's just leave robot chat for a while now. But I will show, these are out. Yeah, robots ordered again. That's our status. So big thanks to everyone. And let's just see what happens.
Yeah, good luck for everybody.
I'm slightly less confident than the first time, in which case I was pretty confident. I never realized I would be the one that would be, you know, lacking integrity in this transaction. This is in the air and just away from the infielder. So just a single. Yeah, so Wayne's offering me his KO login, which is Australian, but that only works in Australia, Wayne. I think I'll find. I think ICC.tv you can only watch things these days. If you're in a country where
VPNs are the way to go.
I don't think you meant to say that out loud.
Oh.
But I think ICC.tv.
I don't think they're doing the cricket, are they?
What's ICC.tv?
Yeah, no, but I don't think they do all test series.
No, they will.
Doubt it.
Look it up now.
Anyway.
Don't you want to know how to watch?
No, I'll be working.
It's possible. What's it going to set me back to watch the test series, you think?
Not sure, as that's hoiked into the leg side and should settle down for a 1.
I bet it's not as cheap as ECN.
No, ECN,
That's why we appreciate everyone that voluntarily contributes.
We are the cheapest of the cheap production. You enjoy yourselves and watch the free cricket every day. 6 games live. So Gary Balance made 100 for Zimbabwe.
Yeah,
2 countries. Shot. Nice looking shot. Really good batting. Hits the man.
He just picked out the sweeper.
Can you tell me the other test cricketers that have hit 100 for 2 nations?
Kepler Vessels. Are you looking this up?
I know a few, but I want to see how many you can get.
Okay. Well, sliced up in the air. They can run again because they get away with it. I wonder if this is on ICC TV after all of that. Somebody tell me I would watch it if I'm in Malta.
Oh, Gary Balance becomes the 2nd cricketer to score test ton for 2 different nations.
I'm going to say Kepler Vessels is my other guess. Played for Australia in the 80s and then South Africa when they re-entered international cricket. Am I right?
I can't find it.
You're not quite the quiz master.
We used to love a good quiz, as that takes us to the end of 6 overs, 39 for 2. 4 overs to go here. I think Victoria Lions, unfortunately, they're going to have a big 0 next to the win column still.
Wayne said Dirk Nannis, but...
There's quite a few cricketers that have played for 2. Can you play for 3 nations?
You can play for as many as you're able to qualify
No,
for.
I doubt it. I don't think. Because I know, you know who holds 3 passports? Freddie Klaassen has a Dutch, New Zealand and a UK passport.
Right.
They're how rare, like pretty rare, but you can't. Don't think you can play for 3 countries, can you?
Not at once, but
no, obviously.
you can change allegiances.
I know you can change shot. That is a good shot, and that's found the gap. 4 runs, good batting.
Yeah, good batting. Milton Devasia. Nice shot from in the offside, and Push Barrage is a good player, obviously. Just a tiny bit of width, not even that wide. Just cut away for 4.
Yeah, surely there must be a cap.
If you can play for 2, you can play for 3.
No, I don't think so.
Of course you can.
No, I really... Someone tell me that. I'll look it up.
You won't find it.
Yeah.
Glanced away, well handled in the circle. As long as you fulfill the criteria.
No, I don't think so, Vinny.
It might take a while to...
I don't reckon it. Can you name me a cricketer that's done it then?
No, because it's rare, because you'd have to wait the waiting period in between. You know, they have a bit of a waiting period before you can change countries. You can't just do it straight away, even if you hold 2 passports, except in certain circumstances, like your mate, Ripon, for New Zealand.
Michael.
This is going to be 4. Nice shot by Rajan. Well, some good signs for the Lions here. That's a good cricket shot. Again, through the offside. I like he's not hacking across it. Good stuff.
I don't think you can, Vin.
There's no rule that says you can't. So
yeah,
you can.
there is. There is. There's no... You are not allowed. I'm trying to find it. There's no way you can play for 3 countries.
It'd be difficult because you'd have to wait the waiting period, but of course
no, the waiting period's not that bad, and there's no waiting period if you go from an associate to major country.
True.
So altogether, you only have to wait 3 years, in theory, to do it.
Listen, if you can play for 2, you can play for 3. I'm just saying it wouldn't happen very often. There would be no rule that forbids it.
Anyone in the chat that can find that out for me, because I don't think you can play for 3 countries. I think 2's your limit. I really do.
But where's that coming from?
I'm pretty sure. Because it would have happened already.
No, it wouldn't have. It's
definitely.
It's rare enough that people play for 2.
Not really.
In the air. He likes it off the bat, but he's going to have to sit and wait, and then it's out of here. Maximo! Well, pity this wasn't polite as far as Corey Rutgers is concerned. Would have made 2 Gs, but this is a really good shot from Rajan. It's the first Maximo of the innings. Goes a bit shorter. Push Rajan didn't like getting driven out of the ground. This will be the end of the 7th over. Score is 54 for 2. Coming up this afternoon, more cricket. And Gozo Zalmi and Marsa. Gozo Zalmi, I think they'll be hungry to get back in the winner's circle after dropping both the games to Sweet United last time we saw them. Marsa, well, they're a bit of a mess, aren't they? They've got 6 losses from 6. They're the defending champions, and you can see there that Marsa won the toss, selected to bat first, so that's coming up.
I can't find the answer.
1 p.m. local, which is 5:30 p.m. in India.
If anyone in the chat can help me, I can't find that, but I'm 99% sure you cannot play for 3 countries in your career. I'd like to see if someone... International cricket.
There's no rule that forbids it, I'm sure about that.
Well, next coffee's on the line then, as it's a single to short third man. Hits the edge of the pitch, just the one. Yeah, well, next coffee on the line.
You can't win this because you won't find anything
anywhere
that says you can't play for 3. That won't. It'll just say, here's the criteria, and if you've played for another country, you have to wait this long. This is what the process is, but it won't. It's multiple countries that are allowed. It's just rare you get 2, never mind 3. This is in the air, hanging, and it is taken. Good hands. And Push Barajan this time, no problems from him in the field. So Rajan played some nice shots, but he has to go for 17. It's 55 for 3.
Good catch. And another wicket goes down right at the back end here. Trying his best, but unfortunately couldn't get it over the rope.
So, yeah, disappointment for Rajan, but some good signs. Maybe they could consider him at the top of the order because he certainly handled himself well out there. Played some good shots.
I need to figure this out. The robot says that they agree with you, but I need to find out what.
Well, this is a classic case of you just making something up
no,
and saying
I'm
obviously something, but it's not obvious.
I'm going to text someone I know that's involved with things like that.
The question you should ask him, is there any reason people couldn't play for 3 countries if they fulfilled the criteria? That's the question you need to ask.
Sorry, it's a little bit silent here as we do a little bit of research. Anyone that can give us the answer, though, would like that, as Madam Billouth comes out to the crease. That's going to be a wide. Okay, I've got a live response here from Bertus de Jong. I'm messaging. He's a journalist in the cricket sphere for Crick Buzz and Crick Info.
Yeah,
I've sent him a message.
Friend of ECN.
He's a good friend. Let's see what he has to say.
Bertus, fan of riding bikes to Khartoum as well, and out of Khartoum. This is Clinto Paul getting a ball, getting his second over. Yeah. And his wife saying, ECN should start a podcast. Well, guess what? You're watching it.
This is a podcast.
Binge Watcher saying, Corey, every time bring half information. Spot on.
Who said that?
Binge Watcher. And I agree.
Dear Amazon, turn off Binge Watcher's computer.
It doesn't work. A ball by Clinto. Yeah. Robot spot on, as usual. Robot saying, I'm sure you can play for as many countries as you like. You just have to wait the necessary amount of time and abide by the eligibility criteria rules. Exactly. And that's what any normal
Robot doesn't have a clue either. The first thing Burst de Jong has come back said, it depends on what level you've played at. So there is...
Exactly. It depends on the criteria.
No.
Oh, my word. You're wasting the court's time. I'm going to throw you out for contempt. Anyway, contempt from DeVace as he blasts this one to the offside boundary. Yeah, Lions have batted better. It's not going to be enough to take any points out of day 10, but yeah, Milton, the captain, certainly held his shape well. Yeah, so this is one of the cases where it's obvious to everyone but you.
You're all wrong.
When you're on your own and you can argue with yourself, but this is just...
I guarantee you're all wrong. Oh, what a ball.
Could come back from Clinto Paul. Yeah, it's not specified in the rules. Anyway, I'll leave you to go down your rabbit hole, but this is the end of the 8th over. And yeah, the Lions, yeah, maybe a bit of luck they can get to 70 something maybe. Yeah, Helix says, Corey, you're guilty by order of the court. I agree. Take out the prisoner.
100% sure Helix doesn't have a clue either.
But yeah, well that, that would make you have a fair bit in common with him if that's the case. Here's push for Rajan, trying to clean things up in the 9th, and he gets this one past Madame Bilath. Yeah.
So beautiful. Bertus de Jong. If it's an official senior international, then no, you can only play for 2 countries. Playing under 19s at a World Cup also counts, though your youth bilaterals don't. I knew this. You cannot play for 3 countries.
Unconfirmed.
I'm going to ask for, can you show me the rule? And I'm going to say we're live on the air. Show me. Because you can't. Because the way with travel and the way people move these days and the waiting periods have changed. You cannot play for 3 countries. I'm 99% sure.
Well, I don't think that's a very fair rule then if you qualify.
Well, everyone else is wrong.
Country.
The whole chat's wrong and you.
Nah, we don't know that yet. Bertus, thanks, but I'm going to have to block your number. This is up in the air. Push for Raja's going to grab it. There's some confusion with the running. And Push for Raja can't hit the stump. This will be a single.
I like it when no one believes me and I get to show them up.
I'm still not satisfied with that. Imagine the ICC getting something wrong.
Happens often.
Oh, well, it's been great having you, Corey. Here's Push for Raja. This is a heave to the leg side. Stuck in the 60s at the moment. They move up to 64. Aha, Bertus is the robot, says the actual ECN robot. Oh, I've had it with this this day. Money bouncing back to me.
Only 4.
You being right and everyone else being wrong. Time for a day off, I think.
Oh, if I do, promise me this. Look, it's still early.
No, hold
but
on.
if I find,
give me my €7 you owe me for the robot.
If I find the rule, official rule in a rule book, will you put it on the air and apologise to your co-commentator? Be honest. If I find it.
If you do that and give me the €7 you owe me for the robot, I'll do it.
Good. I'm going to send it to you now because I just got it.
Let me read it first.
No, I'm forwarding it to you. And put this in the chat. Just do it before the end of this game because right now I want an apology from everyone in the chat, and there it is.
Plenty of other things you could be watching today, everybody.
I'll read it out.
To turn off.
Eligibility
to
present
some housework.
Eligibility to represent one or more nation. Point 2B. 2.2 in the article from the ICC. It is there in writing.
Let me read it.
Thank you, Bertus de Jong. Thank you, everyone. I'll accept apologies through cupcakes. Send them through. I can't believe... I had a feeling because the way things have changed these days, players move a lot and live in different things, but you can't just go and play for 3 countries. Your maximum is 2 countries. I knew it. Okay,
which bit does it say that 2's the max?
You have to read it.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Is it in 2.2?
Yeah, so but Bertus gave another story. One player tried to play for 3 recently and he got banned.
Talk me through this 10th over.
I'll talk you through. Play and miss. play and miss. 42 to get off 5. As Vinny Gets his lawyers involved. High in the air. Could we get a bonus wicket? Yes, we do. The 4th wicket will fall down to Vasia. He'll have to go for a 16 off 15. And Victoria Lions, well, they've given it their all tonight. Just hasn't fallen for them.
I don't see where it says that 2's the maximum.
Yeah, I'll give you the story of where the third...
Well, just tell me a story.
You can put this up. Oh, and here...
I'm not putting that up. It's the finest print ever, and it's gobbledygook. So anyway, Devasia's going to have to go late in the piece for 16. 65 for 4. Vinay's jumped in the Corey camp.
Well, I love
that.
that...
Timeout, Vinay.
Yeah, so Bertus de Jong has talked about a player that tried to. Andrew Beringer played under 19 Sri Lanka, then he played for UAE, and then he tried to play for Qatar. But they stopped it because he represented 3 countries in a higher levels. Under 19s is international level.
But had he
you
fulfilled the waiting period?
Yeah. You cannot. And I'm great. I love apologies. Oh, where's the robot? Because, okay, I'll give you a story then. So Daniel Doyle, let's use him. Plays for Spain. He could technically play for South Africa tomorrow, take 3 years off, move to Italy, then play for Italy, and then he could go to a country below. You can't just play.
Fine, but why would you want to do that?
Because it's messy and ugly, and I don't like messy and ugly.
If you actually are living in a country and you live there for 3 years, you deserve to play for them, if that's where you reside.
Yeah, so the rule is, as well, as that's hit down the ground, as Bertus de Jong's a great journalist. Look him up, follow him on Twitter. You can go back and forth between 2 and do little waiting periods, but you're definitely not allowed a third. This is why Sam Hain, I don't know who that name is, doesn't want to play for Hong Kong. I don't know who Sam Hain is, but there's people around the world that have tried. Now apologise.
I'll get back to you on that one. Well, we should do a poll. Should I apologise to Corey? I think, well, if that's the rule, I think it's
Can you put this?
foolish.
Can you put that in the chat? The link?
That won't even. You won't be able to read that on the screen.
No, they
That's
can. Put it
tiny.
in a link.
No, you need to make it make more sense than that paragraph, because I read that and made no sense at all. Anyway, this is the end of the game, and they won't get out of the 60s in the end. They'll get 69 for 4, 106 to 69. And, well, the chat has made it clear that I won't be apologising to you anytime soon. Strikers, they take the 4 points out of the first session of day number 10 here in Malta in windy conditions. Pushpanganan, he's been a bit of a live wire and momentary flight for the fielder as he threw himself into the wind. You can see that a few balls flying. Stumps were flying though. This over counted for both of the openers who would be bowled. Pillai had the challenge on. If he hit a 6, Corey got $2,000 US, but then he got bowled. Nice effort though. Making it interesting, that's for sure. Seven Thomas went for a boundary there again. See those first bounces, a little bit tough for the fielders. And look, credit to the Lions. I think they are improving. I think we saw them more competitive today, but with the strikers, they've just found a few players that make them a bit of a force in this form of the game. And holding catch was always going to be tough. This was a nice one that was taken late in the piece, but ultimately they would only manage 69, chasing the 107 for victory. Yep. Looking at the scorecard, well, no one could reach 20 for the Victoria Lions. Rajam with 17 played some nice shots. Also had a good strike rate. The captain with 16, Pillai with 12. They couldn't get that Maximo. And pretty disciplined, I think, in these conditions. 7 wides in the 10 overs. And the strikers continue their merry way. They've got a pretty good record now. They're 6-2 after 8 games of play. Of course, each team playing 18 matches throughout this group stage.
So to close this off, I've looked up Sam Hain. Sam Hain has played for Australia under 19s. He's played for the English Lions. He's been in Hong Kong, but he won't play for Hong Kong because that would then mean he can't represent Australia or England ever. Closing statement.
Oh, well, we'll have more interesting stuff for you when we return in around about 25 minutes. Looking at the bowling, 3 for 10, 7 Thomas. Removed both openers. Good spell from him. 1 for 17 for Clinto Paul. And Jace Matthew, give him a shout out in tough conditions. He only concedes 9 off his 2. We'll take a break and so we'll be back. And 2 teams that are keen to get in the winner's circle. Gozo Zalmi after dropping their last 2 games. Master have dropped 6 in a row. Will it be 7? Find out when we return in 25 minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Ruckus, who's lawyering up in the break. And we'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Network action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. Sorry about that little delay. I was caught out in the rain just checking the playing conditions, and well, I can tell you we've had a little bit of rain in the break, but thankfully it looks like we'll get this match underway. Mahbub Ali and Ijaz Ahmed, they're at the top, and they won't be batting or opening just yet. We're going to be able to see Miguel and Casalo will probably walk out at the top of the innings for Malta. This should be a good game of cricket. I'm looking forward to seeing Johnny Grimmer behind the stumps as well. A couple of stumpings on the line, and let's see if Malta can get a win. I'm expecting them to bounce back well. I'm looking forward to seeing how this match will pan out overall. Two very different sort of tales of the tape. 4 and 2 for Gozo, and Malta 0 and 6. But I just have this feeling today's the day they're going to register their first win, maybe back-to-back, as we welcome back all our viewers around the world. All our, well, so-called knowledgeable viewers. Just want to make sure that everyone realises there was mistakes and shade thrown before, and it's been thrown straight back in your face. Thank you, Bertus de Jong, who's joined us today and listening. Also, thank you to Bertus de Jong, as he helped me find a young Spanish player the other day, young Sebastian Hughes Pinane, who's in the Durham Academy. And if any viewers out there are listening and you can find me a Spanish player around the world, kudos. Not easy. But they are out there. Double hyphen last names. You never know. So a slight delay to this one. I'm not too sure if there is an official word. There could be a 5-minute delay to the start, as we'll get confirmation for you. So 107 to 91 is expected. We'll have to see. Sometimes the supercomputer can be well off. Sometimes it can be well on. So just going to be a few moments. They're slowly coming out now. Oh, well, here's an exciting one for you. Sloggers versus Rugby CC for the umpteenth time. Looking forward to this one. Rugby CC. I think they're going to get the chocolates in this one. We'll have to wait and see. My favourite Sloggers player might be Lorne Burns. As I have a look at this, this is an exciting one for me. This is the ECL. This is where it all started a few years ago. Group C, Group B, Group A. That top bracket, going to be exciting. You could pick any of these teams, and if they got on a bit of a heater or turned it on from the very first ball of the tournament, they're a chance to win it. I know Pack Care are sitting there and waiting patiently, but they all go into finals week cold. I really think they will, which opens the door. Let's have a look quickly at maybe, let's go group, tell me a group, Vinny, whisper something. Group A, I like the look, obviously. I'm excited to see Hornchurch. Independence, I got along with the Guernsey boys really well in the fan zone about 2 years ago. Really got along with them, so looking forward to seeing them come back. Byron from Greece, a little bit of Greek heritage in my blood. I'm surprised I haven't been given the call up, but looking forward to seeing how they go after their court battle to get there. So that's a bit of controversy. Talon Stallions, I don't know too much about, but they're from Estonia. The first time an Estonian rep will come. And Darmstadt CC from the German side, they must be pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing how they go. And there'll be an interesting team as the robot comes in and says, almost cost you your job, Corey. That might have been with reference to the Guernsey boys. Yeah, let's just say the fan zone's never had as much revenue before, but also never been brought into such disrepute before. One of the great days as the players have finally made their way out to the middle. And unfortunately, the rain is falling. You actually can see it on your screen a bit there. Testing conditions. Let's get a ball underway. I know if there's one ball, I'm sure that we'll all feel a little bit more comfortable, because once the game starts, you sort of feel like you can get on with it. If the ball hasn't been bowled, well, it does affect a lot. As Vinny Sandu gives me the big eyes in the background. So we're just waiting as the umpires confer, but also in cricket rules usually is when there's a ball bowled, it's harder to get the players off the field because the game has started. So let's see if we can get it away. Bilal Khan, and here comes the ball. And can everyone get just a big cha-ching and a big smile that goes around as it's a wide ball. And he jogs back. So I can understand it's going to be difficult. Bilal Khan running in as a left-arm seamer. The breeze is actually blowing the opposite way to the way he wants to swing the ball. So the question will be, The question will be, can he get it right? And he does get it right. Nice delivery as that's worked into the offside for a single as the fielder takes down the ground. And welcome back everyone in the chat. See Dave there, San69, and the robot, Hassan Mohammed. Alan Garden says hi, Corey. Hello, Alan. Where are you from, Alan? Let us know. A lot of people in the chat. Shrug, trying to find technicalities in the rules with you, Vinny. I saw that as well. But credit to the players. I have to admit, there's a lot of people out there that, when the weather's this poor, probably don't want to be out there. But these guys just get on with it. They're happy to play. They're happy to do what they do. There's a slight delay. Lavish shot, and wow, just over him. Mahbub Ali stuck out a paw, and unfortunately it didn't stick. It goes away for 4. Nice batting indeed. Sadar asking, where's Vincenzo? Vincenzo will be back shortly. I'm not going to lie, and people might think that we are maybe overplaying the situation with the robots. There is genuine panic in Mr. Vincenzo at the moment because all of a sudden there's a lot of questions being asked from this company and money has gone missing. So let's see how the rest of the day pans out as Bilal Khan steams in again. Good ball. Very good ball. I had actually caught up with Bilal Khan in the break. Happened to be in the clubhouse together, and I said, you're not playing the ECIs, just out of curiosity. He's actually said he's retired from international cricket. So, I mean, young retirement. You do hear of these stories, but it is what it is, and it's going to be a shame to not see sort of Bilal Khan bowling to DDC or something like that, because he's a very good bowler. And that very good bowler's been dispatched for 6. That's on the rope on the full. I reckon they'll have a closer look at this, as it landed flush on the rope. And 6 runs for me, and actually hit that very plush spot. Bit of a toe ender, but doesn't matter how you get it. 6 runs. And you can really see the rain starting to come down now across your screens. Oh, good delivery, good follow-up ball. And this is what I do like about Bilal Khan. He's a thinking bowler, isn't he? He's really jogging back to get the bowling in as well. So you can see the commitment from the Gozo's Army players. They're thinking, let's get on with it despite the weather. Pulled away lavishly. And 2 bounces, and well, there's a bit of a blooper. Oh, Sultan complains to everyone else. Fazil Rahman out there. It's a juicy full toss. It gets hit straight to him, and whoops. Almost like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. Great cartoon, by the way, underrated. And it goes away for 4. Bit of a blooper as the players and the umpires shield themselves from the rain. And the score after 1 is 16 for none. As you can see on the cameras there. Cloud cover today. I still think we're going to be able to get through today just. I think tomorrow and Friday is a little bit more of a red alarm, but we will have to see what's happening. As I look over to my right, I can see a statement account from Mr. Sandhu's American Express, and there is genuine concern that money is now missing. And you have to think sometimes robots and fun can come back and bite you as the rain really starts to hit. Lala strays it down the leg side, and he starts with the wide. You can imagine Lala would probably challenge Mohammed Baba for biggest head in ECN. My word. He's a big boy, and when he hits it, it stays hit. Oh, and that might be delivery of the century. Little inducker that decks away. And I can see It does look like this might be rain affected, this one. It's starting to come. There's some nods around, but credit to the players once again for putting up with this. Really impressive display. A little bit of banter and byplay around. Everyone trying to enjoy the day as much as possible. Mahbub Ali at the moment, just losing his line, trying to warm his hands up. That's a little bit better. Look at that. I think that beats most batsmen. Just getting it to straighten a little bit. Big smile on his face from the big man. He hit 140 the other day. Vinny Sanders having big issues next to me as that's hit out to the offside just for a single. And the rain really starting to come down. I guess sometimes you got to remember, playing cricket in Europe in January and February, it is phenomenal. If growing up from Australia, if someone said you could play in these months in Europe, I would have said no chance. So we are very fortunate. As once again, lavish movement away from the bat. So another dot ball. Steady start. You can understand that the over rates are also a little bit slow here today. Most teams taking a little bit longer than what we're used to, mainly because of the conditions. Well, this time again, another play and miss. So, early on in this match, Dave says in the chat, Corey, you're getting me worried with each robot update. That's because I don't sugarcoat it. Things are starting to panic. We might have doubled down and lost twice. As that's a missed pull shot. Mahbub Ali actually finishes with a fantastic over that only goes for 3. The score after 2 overs is 19 for none. And are the players coming off? They're all walking to the left of screen, and unfortunately it does look like it is going to be a rain delay. So disappointing, it must be said. The table jumps off, but I can totally understand with more matches in the next few days, a game still fixtured in 2 hours. I think the right decision's been made as the covers start coming onto the field very quickly. And unfortunately, it is what it is. You can see it on your screens there. The umpires have forgotten to take the stumps. That's a brave decision. Covers will not be able to protect that. As it is what it is. We've been very fortunate in Europe, and here come the covers. Disappointing. We've been able to get 2 full overs of play in. We might be cutting to a classic match soon enough as well, unfortunately, but we'll definitely keep you updated with all the weather conditions here in Malta as the players grab the covers. It's a team effort, and I must say that the one thing about the sportsmanship this tournament's been fantastic. All the teams helping each other. As there comes Rahman to remove the stumps. Good work from him, and he'll sprint over. I'll commentate us through the stumps being taken, and Rahman takes the top end, and the wind gets him. Players have gone flying, and well, these are scenes that should be beggar to belief. Well, if you've ever tried to pull a tarp on a windy day over a pitch, welcome to what real cricket is. This is the grind that people don't talk about. And this is what Big Mahbub Ali has crunched the covers. Unbelievable effort. And look at it, it stays flat. And as soon as Mahbub gets on top, it hasn't moved a bit. Great effort from Lala. He hits a big ball. Oh, he's come off now. Look out. Here come the tyres, Jackie. And you can see Mahbub Ali is man of the match on the covers right now. Unfortunately, they haven't covered the right end, though. We bowl it at the other. There goes a tyre. Well, controversy here at the Master Cricket Ground as the rain is pouring in and tyres are going everywhere. And we need that second cover to get on as everyone tries their best. Great teamwork from Gozo's Army and Masa. And you can understand the kit man for both these teams is worried about the washing that needs to happen now, as there will be a lot of wet clothing that needs to be sorted out. And Lala, he's going to run off and go get the other covers. Well, this is groundbreaking work from everyone involved. Good education on the amount of tyres that are used on the right side of the tarp. That should protect all the wind. And what a fantastic display of sportsmanship we're witnessing here from all the players involved. fantastic. And it must be said, the sportsmanship at Malta Cricket Stadium is fantastic. Here comes Lala again. He's just on a shopping trolley. He's just cruising through. He puts up with rain and thunder, that man. And here comes the number 3 batsman. Unfortunately, we need one more tarp. You can see here, rain. This is the difficult part of cricket. You have to admit, we're all club cricketers out there. When it rains, it pours, and well, that pitch is getting a little bit soggy. But credit to these players, they take off time from work and they do everything they can to play cricket. And we've got another game fixtured later today, and looking forward to everything goes on as I call in Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Nice to be back. Nice work in the first 2 overs, and I think it was pretty entertaining covers being put on. And I think you pretty much could make a highlights reel of that, couldn't you? I mean, that was quite dramatic. Oh, here we go.
Let me continue. Well, here comes the second cover. Now, the trick here is you've got to get more hands on those black sort of strap ends, because this is going to blow everywhere. A little bit willy-nilly at the moment with the second cover. You've got all the players out there on blustery conditions. Good opportunity for the sponsors with the food suppliers. But that's better. They've got it covered. Now, Big Mahboob Ali's got to get his right duke on top of the cover. That is the key here. And the wind picks up violently. There we go. And now we have hopes of the 4th match potentially being played today. As Johnny Grimmer, 64 years young, takes it on. I'm sure he's seen worse conditions, and he's like, oh, they could go with the cover. The tie's gone under. Well, here come the pallets. Now, here comes a wooden pallet. Usually, I'm going to say between 20 to 25 kgs, which would usually be able to keep the covers down. We'll have to see if it works, and it does work. Great news for everyone involved. Avoid splinters, people. Not something you want. And is that Quinny out there? 10 out of 10 for Quinny. You know he's loving it on his last tour. Oh, boy. What a day to be a ground staff member at the Malta ECS. As all the players, Ijaz Ahmed's taken his pads off. It's about time. And the tyres start rolling. Great work. It's taken a few... Oh, goodbye to that tyre. And that tyre's just kept on rolling. They've got everything out there. It's a group effort. You can count about 20 men out there that have sprung to life. The pallet on the length, that is good. A little bit of what India are doing with their tracks at the moment. It could turn tomorrow on the pallet. And this is fantastic efforts by everyone involved. Johnny Grimmer, I don't think he's ever seen this much rain in 63 years. And there's our partner, Welt Partners with the food supply. Maybe we can get a new sponsorship out of Volt. This is one of the great coverings I've ever seen. Well, I know we've got some of the tyre rolling there, but that was... This is impressive. That was an operation, wasn't it? They have covered it up. There's also kind of an area at mid-on that needs to be covered as well. But yeah, the rain came in. If you just joined us, Marsa, they won the toss and elected to bat in match 39. They're 19 without loss after 2. But it seems like we might have a bit of a lengthy delay. This was in the forecast. Well, Dave's saying it's more entertaining than the cricket. Stefan Gooch. Hello to you, Steph. Well, great comms, Ruddy. I like to think we're an entertainment business. We do things that most other companies wouldn't do. Most companies just go and show something. We're talking through it. We're talking about the hard nitty-gritty. You know what would be amazing? If you put half as much effort into the commentary when the cricket on as you did when the covers came on. Well, hold on. Let me bring home the third tarp. Now, this is the main one. This is the enforcer. It's a little bit darker. It's a little bit heavier. But this is the important spreading of this one will determine if we get game 4 in today, Vinny. The thing is, you see one's fatigued a bit. There's not so much running now. It's a bit more walking. And, oh, here we go. Well, this is the stage where you start to contemplate, why do you play the sport? I mean, for me at this stage, I would have walked off. I'm hiding in the change rooms if I'm any of these players. Yeah, I'd believe you. But what I will say is I agree with, who was it in the chat and said, it reminds me a bit of the America's Cup. Julian Dawson, well, the first bit. It had that kind of feel. So windy out there. Look at that. And there's these kind of... Look at Quinny and Tyrone. Tyrone's blinded. Oh, poor old Tyrone Peters. He's going to snap any minute. Needs a big... And there goes another tarp. Oh, and there we go. The players are copping it. The winds are 35 kilometres, I'm being told. And here comes the rain, Jackie. Well... Right now, you're thinking about anything else you could be doing on a Thursday, or Wednesday, sorry. It just isn't great for anyone. Yeah,
Well, Sada's enjoying the commentary. What do you think? TP has blown a gasket.
Well,
Tyrone Peters, that's what Wayne's saying in the chat.
at this stage.
Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, they're gone. And there he goes.
Oh, tell me we got that.
Oh, he's been blown apart. Oh,
have you ever seen a man fly?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Oh, look, he's on his knee. That one's about to go. 35-kilometre winds. It could take any... Oh, and the pitch is gone. Oh, no. It's all gone to shame. Oh, they need more people. It's blowing out of control here at the ECS, Cardamar, whatever. I don't know. I'm losing words.
Oh, no. And you know what? I'm sure we're going to get a highlights package of this, and that's going to be part of it.
This is not
the
great.
The original one is blown off, and that was the one that Mebu Bali stomped on.
Yep.
And in the background, we're seeing more covers coming on,
well,
left, right, and centre.
Well, they've got to start getting a leader out there that is going to say what tarp first, because they are confused. I can see 4 tarps coming from all directions. There's not enough people. I say send Meta out there. Where's... She's been sold down the river.
She was in here with us, and now you've sent her out there. Oh, well, let's just have a look. I mean, how and when are they going to put this back? There's David Athwell, 12th man out there.
Well, Johnny
G's out there.
Johnny Grimmer's not like... Tyrone Peters has lost it. Look, that beanie at the moment, I can tell you, on the saturated rate, is saturated. It is so wet right now. And right now, Maxi Hook's trying his best.
Everyone's trying to recruit people for their particular covers. See, on down the one at the mid-wicket.
You just don't know how this could end up. This
Plan A, though. And where did the tyres go that were on there?
Oh, see, there goes the breeze. Oh, there goes another one. Cover your eyes, children at home.
Second-hand spray coming across.
Oh, there comes the rain. Oh, there is some saturated players out in the middle as it is pouring sideways. This is a horrific result for everyone involved, players, staff, everyone in Malta right now. And it is just wet. Maxi Hook is saying, this is what we do. I'm not too sure that's going to work. And right now, the water is pouring. There's not much direction. I'm not too sure anyone will be able to help right now because it is blowing sideways. There's Meta. She's there.
Oh, no.
Oh, and it's just coming everywhere, Vinny. What do you do in a situation like this?
It reminds me of the first people to scale Mount Everest with some of the clothing choices here as well.
Oh, well, look out. He's been eaten alive by the... Oh, no. Oh, this is 10 out of 10 television. Oh, there's a man. He's alive. He's come out the barrel. It was a lefty.
He was almost swallowed by that big black monster, wasn't he?
Have you ever seen The Grudge? It's a little bit like The Grudge. People are being swollen alive. Oh, wow. You can count on there's no play for the next few hours right now as it looks horrible out there, Vinny.
The thing is, if the rain stops, the covers might blow off by themselves. So that'll save us a bit of time.
Look at big Tyrone. He's about to blow ahead.
Meter's out there now because you dobbed her in.
Oh, this is 10 out of 10
settle
television.
down momentarily, but you know, they say... I was more worried about when it was calm momentarily when there's high winds because then the next one will really knock you over.
Watch the Sheriff, Tyrone Peters right now. He's going to snap. Meta's out. Look, there's the leader. You've got your leader in the middle and she's telling the boys what to do. She's good at this. Oh, wow.
Well, I spent the first 2 overs trying to verify my credit card so that the robots went through, but I think this is going to take priority now for a while.
We've got to build a highlights package of the covers. It's been the most exciting thing today.
Wow, I mean, my heart rate's gone up at the moment, and there's Lala, and he went strong early, didn't he? But it didn't hold. See another
look
player
at Johnny
blowing
Grimmer.
off
Johnny Grimmer shivering in the background. We're going to have to bring him inside. There's some genuine concerns.
For safety reasons, I think anyone over 60 should be inside.
Well, here comes another pallet, Vinny, and you've got to wonder, will pallet number 3 do the job? Question is, has too much water got on the surface early?
I mean,
no.
We're getting gusts.
Yeah,
now.
we're getting gusts now. Quinny out there, Tyrone, everyone, Master and Gozo. 2 overs have been bowled.
How's Masters tournament so far? The defending champions, they've lost 6 in a row. They've actually made a decent start here, 19 without loss after 2. And now they're getting blown off. And everything's frozen, even the text's frozen at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, oh no, it's just debauchery. You can see in the trees in the background, it's at least 35, 40k an hour.
And the gusts are probably more than that. So,
hard to surmise.
Settle down for a little bit.
Let's take it all in.
Yeah, so
This is how you create.
We're going to stay with it because
this is how you create stories of ECN players and staff around Europe. What a concept, Vinny.
I don't think you'll see this kind of action anywhere else.
But this is okay, what we're watching now is actually what happens in a lot of cricket around the world at club level that doesn't get spoken about. This is the bonding experiences that people feel and go through together that make you love the sport.
And both teams doing it together here as well. So I think that's a nice touch. Probably wondering about the fixturing, how they ended up with the afternoon fixture. But, yeah. Well, look, I think the rain's actually eased off a little bit
Well,
now.
hold on. The match referee might be taking the covers off. Could you imagine? No,
So
wait, hold on. That camera tells us no, it's still strong.
Well,
oh,
look at, I mean, this is the other thing, is that it's very hard to control the covers and water builds up, and then when it gusts, it just splashes it everywhere.
Well, the thing is, you have to wonder, they've opted with the small tyre, and they aren't heavy tyres, so they're more a tyre for a buggy. And I just don't think they're heavy enough. And right now, oh no, there is a big water. Johnny Grimmer, look at poor Johnny Grimmer on the right of your screen.
Yeah, someone's got to go get Johnny.
Someone's got to pull Johnny in. I'm looking at Nepo, the ambulance guy, to go get out there and bring him in. Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, we had some highlights in the 2 overs, but I think we've probably had more highlights so far since the covers went on.
Yeah, at this stage, you have to wonder. Oh, here we go, Vint. Another pallet. Oh, it's flicking up again. Rough, very rough. And, well, here comes the music.
Well,
Vinny.
here we go. Well, you love a highlights package here on ECN. But, well, 19 for no loss after 2 overs. Don't worry about that, though. Let's talk about the rain delay. And this is really what we're talking about. You see, they came in early and they tried to cover this end of the pitch first.
Yeah.
And, look, you see the stumps had to go for Zil Rahman coming up with a bit. And there was signs here there was going to be trouble. Mehboob, he's doing his best to pull it back. But, yeah, early on, I think that the bowler's end of the pitch was the first to get down. It was also the first to go.
Yeah, this was when they seemed to have everything in control. There was a lot of people around the 2 tubs, plenty of tyres out there. But this was just a pretense to what was going to happen. Unfortunately, the wheels fell off and everyone started to go left, right and centre. And the rain really started to come down.
Well, I mean, literally the wheels fell off because here come the wheels. They went on first and it seemed like they had this under control. Tyrone was struggling with Quinny. He looked like he was going to blow, sucking in the big ones. And, well, just when they covered the whole pitch, off it went. And then the black came out. They didn't know what to do with those. That almost took 2 people with it into the sky. And this is where the big black monster came out.
Wow.
And it was just swallowing people left, right and centre. And I don't want to be behind that. And really, they've done a good job. But look at that water spraying off.
Oh, poor old Johnny Grimm. And overall, a top effort, but it's been a difficult 20 minutes for everyone involved.
The aftermath of a bit of a disaster zone. But what I will say is that we're going to try and compose ourselves. And, well, that's one of the more unusual highlights package. Well, props to everyone who's out there in the middle trying to make that work. We're going to keep our fingers crossed. Well, Corey, you asked for this a little while ago, and we're going to show it. The classic match we're going to show you now as we wait for play to resume here in Malta. We're going to go all the way back to the first ECL in 2019, and this is VOC Rotterdam, including a slightly, and only slightly younger Corey Rutgers, and I'll be taking on Svanholm, and so, yeah, we're going to bring you that shortly. And so we're going to take you there shortly. Now, what are your memories of ECL 19? Because, I mean, now it's, what, 3.5 years ago? Does it seem like a long time ago now?
Well, inside story, me and Scott Edwards actually went to Croatia for 3 days before the series and made an extended holiday. So we came in a bit blurry, but once the cricket started, it was just exciting. It was nothing we've ever seen before.
Yeah, VRC, of course, eventually they would win the first ever ECN tournament because it was the first ever ECN tournament there in La Manga. But I think, yeah, everyone was fancying a VOC Rotterdam versus Svanholm final. Svanholm with the team from Denmark. But you were drawn in the same group. It meant that you did play each other in the group match. So we're going to take you back. It's the 30th of July, 2019. And I think it might be Dirk van Barren opening the batting in this game.
Yeah, we gave him a go, and let's just say you'll see how it goes.
Okay, and stay tuned for a fresh-faced Corey Rutgers with not quite as much grey hair in the 10th over as well. He's been dining out in this ever since. So you're going to go right back into the archives. This was only the second day of cricket we ever showed on ECN, 30th of July, 2019. Enjoy this classic match from the first ever ECL, and we'll see you back here for more FanCode European Cricket Series in Malta as soon as we have some play or some news from this ECS.
Of course. So the batsmen are out there in the middle. Dirk van Baaren will face the first ball. He is handy with the ball in hand with his left armers, but it's one of those little cricketing oddities. There's some people that will bowl left arm and bat right-handed, easy for me to say. Max O'Dowd at the non-strikers end, who, for anyone following the ECL through the last few days, should be a familiar figure. Scored the first half-century in the competition.
Yeah, he's a quality player. He's had a fantastic year, both domestically and internationally. And Dirkie van Baaren will get an opportunity at the top of the order. We've seen Scott Edwards used up there, but he's been demoted, really, the creature.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of what Scott Edwards can do, a couple of cameos, but maybe not quite giving himself a full chance to display his talents.
I'm sure we will at some point. Probably got his mind still on his holiday to Dubrovnik.
As you were explaining very unsubtly yesterday, that holiday was not a work trip, shall we say politely.
No, him and the Rut, Corey Rutgers, had a good time, I think.
It is Svanholm versus VOC Rotterdam. It is arguably the match of the pool stages we were most looking forward to. And it's Henriksen to Van Baaren. Good start. Oh, he's got him, has he? The umpire's finger has seemed to reluctantly go up.
Welcome to TestRail, the comprehensive test management solution used by thousands.
And what a start this is for Mads Henriksen, who is swiftly becoming the hero of Svanholm.
It's a good delivery. We've seen all along with this new Kookaburra regulation ball that there is a little bit of movement early doors, and Dirkie van Baaren gets the opportunity at the top of the order. Can only last one ball.
Caught by Abdul Hashmi behind the stumps, Mads Henriksen strikes. And at the rate he's going, he might well have the freedom of the city by the time he gets back and the ECL trophy in his hand. Just a tiny feather of an inside edge. The decision was a little bit hesitant from the umpire, but eventually given by Lars Andersen. We've got Mohammed Adnan out at square leg umpire currently. Umpires all provided by the federations who are competing in this tournament.
Well, here's one for the books.
Well, they said they were going to change their batting order. Ashiqullah Saeed walks out, who it's fair to say that batting is not normally his preoccupation.
Agricultural is the word I'd like to use to sum him up.
A right-arm pace bowler who is not normally known for his exploits when wielding the willow. He's facing a pumped-up Mads Henriksen. Henriksen, it's good stuff again from this 22-year-old. An incredibly exciting prospect. It runs in the family. His father, Soren Henriksen, is chairman of Svanholm and played for Lancashire back in the day as a bowling all-rounder. And it seems hardly surprising then that he's had two sons, Mads and Jonas, who both play and indeed are both all-rounders with a slight preference towards the ball.
Yeah, they're good players, that's for sure.
I'm going to tell you something that will really surprise you about that in a second. Henriksen once more, bit of nifty footwork, but then it needs a more conventional block, and belatedly, VOC are off and underway. And this will shock you. Father as well was a tall, strapping bowler who bowled pretty similar stuff. Seam up, bangs it into the pitch, very much runs in the genes. And there's also, speaking to their teammates, been this competition between them as to who can be the quicker of the two. And speaking to Abdul Hashmi, the wicket-keeper, who's keeping now last night, currently it is Mads who is hitting the gloves hardest, and that's exactly what we've seen so far. It's a gun bowler versus a gun bat. Henriksen to O'Dowd. He's found the edge. I think it might have been a little bit deliberate though. Always hard to tell, but he did play it with soft hands, and it's the first boundary for VOC.
Yes, one of his skills, Max O'Dowd, is the ability to play the ball very late, and that kicked off the length really, struck him on the gloves. He was trying to play it very late. Got away with one there. A little wrap on the gloves probably will wake him up a little bit.
So VOC get themselves a boundary in what is going to be really excited about. Some are seeing this as potential final dress rehearsal. So Dow pulls away. Dead ball confirmed. And there's still a very good crowd in here at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Oval anticipating this potential matchup, and so they should be. O'Dowd goes big. Superb from Max O'Dowd. Takes on Mads Henriksson and thumps him away for 6. That is a statement of intent.
Oh, it's a good shot. We've seen him advance down the wicket a number of times in previous games. And this time he gets to the pitch of the ball, swings through the line, hits it with the swing, and that's another cooker over the fence.
What's the reply ball like from Mads? Flicked away by O'Dowd. It will be 4 more. Max O'Dowd is setting out his market stall, and it is one hell of a stall. He's showing all his shots. We've had a guided one down to third man, a slapped 6 down the ground, now just a tickle.
Well, that's generally what happens with when a fast bowler gets hit over his head. He wants to bowl a little bit shorter. Got the length right. Leg bias call, but again, that length going down the leg side was almost a freebie.
Just straying down leg. Now from the far side of the ground from us, the Las Lomas end, it will be Ataula. And for those wanting to get involved on social media, please do. We've had the Twitter sensation of Pavel Florin. If there's anything particular about this game of Svanholm versus VOC Rotterdam or relating to Pavel Florin, to get in touch with our commentary team. You are on
Cambo_19.
I'll give mine after this ball. Ola, wide of the crease. Oh! And that's sharp work from Abdul Hashmi.
What I do find funny is when tail end batsmen who always talk a good game about how far they can hit them, they get the chance batting up the order, then all of a sudden they want to block it. Come on, mate, get on with it.
Well, it's a good thing that he didn't raise his foot there, because Hashmi was really sharp. And just give us a sense, having been out there in this position, how awkward you can make life for a batsman by having the ability to stand up here, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, it takes away the batter's ability to advance down the wicket and change the length of a bowler.
Manscaped, yeah, your balls will thank you. Today I've got a first look and hands-on with their new Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, so let's check it out. You still get that trusty skin-safe technology to help reduce the chances of nicking yourself. And it's waterproof and cordless, so you can trim in the shower and clean it up right after. Plus the built-in LED ensures that you don't miss any spots. And then this, the next.
Ashikula Saeed to charge in once more. Yeah! And missed, and Hashmi's got him this time, I think. Very sharp stuff. It looks like we're going upstairs, but either way, this is stunning keeping from Abdul Hashmi.
Well, that's the other side of things. You actually, with a new ball and it's swinging, I felt as a keeper, I was in the game. I wanted the batsman either just to lean forward or miss one, and you're a chance for a stumping, and you're in the game. And as we have a close look, I reckon he might be in the game here.
I think he's gone.
Back.
The line belongs to the keeper, if memory serves me correct.
Well, yeah, if he's on the line, he's out.
Yep.
But again, we're looking at that. I think there's a sprig or there's something down behind the line. I'm going to say benefit of the doubt to the batsman.
I think looking close in, I think you're right. By the tiniest of margins.
Beautiful piece of work, though.
Well, you have to feel a bit for Abdul Hashmi. He couldn't have done anything more. We talk about keepers having hard hands. Now, this is a good chance to explain for those new to cricket. What exactly do you mean by hard hands here when we say Abdul Hashmi has shown hard hands?
Well, we don't want a wicketkeeper to have hard hands. So when we have hard hands, there's stress in the arms, and basically your hard hands, it means you're not giving with the ball. And as you can see here, when he takes the ball, there's a little bit of give. So he takes it nicely, nice and relaxed, take the bails off. When you're hard hand, you're sort of going at the ball, can force, hits the hands, as they say, hard, and generally bounces out.
So you're a man who once upon a time has been behind the stumps for Australia in a couple of ODIs. For those new to wicketkeeping, maybe watching Abdul Hashmi now, what would you say they can start doing to work on if that's where they want to go?
Well, I think we're going to find here that it's not out. Oh, it is out.
It's been given.
Wow. There you go.
It seemed incredibly close, and Abdul Hashmi's got his man. And I know just how much it will mean to him. I was having a chat with him last night, and he was beaming about the opportunity to be here at the ECL, and he was actually saying that in the first game, although they won comfortably, Svanholm, he was eager to make his contribution, and now, against arguably the competition favourites, he's done just that.
He's done well. So I guess as a keeper, what your keys are looking for, especially up the stumps, you're trying to stay as low as you can. Stay down, keep the power in your legs so your gloves are nice and low. As you can see there, he's nice and low, takes the ball well, a little bit of give, quick as a flash, the bails are off, and thank you and good night.
Hello, ladies and gents. I'm Captain Jack from HalloweenCostumes.com. And I'm a pirate from a generic Halloween.
Good again from Atatürk. And a bit of pressure on VOC Rotterdam. This is what we speculated might happen when they have to change that batting order, which they weren't forced to, but they understandably chose to because in the first two games, only 4 guys got a bat.
Yeah, Yelta. Schoenheim is a hard-hitting batsman.
He absolutely is, as there goes Schoenheim, but he's nearly picked out the sweeper out there. Balls from the keeper Hashmi for the fielding.
And speaking of wicket keepers, I mentioned it yesterday, his 74-year-old father still plays. Still is a wicket keeper. And a beautiful gloveman.
And just give him a shout out, his father's full name, just for those from Dutch cricket.
René
Schoenheim, I presume. Might be a middle name in there as well. Max O'Dowd facing. He's got 10 or 3 in the night. Getting out. It's that classic village cricket scenario, looking up the other end and going, doesn't seem that bad to me, lads.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, the power play, wickets tumbling.
You spoke about Schoenheim. Well, we've actually got some stats to back it up. He hit 26 sixes in the Dutch T20 comp last year. O'Dowd. And it's a bump ball. O'Dowd ducks for cover, and those 26 sixes Schoenheim hit, it was at least 4 times more than any of his other teammates. So when we say he can hit long, he really can, this boy, when he gets going. And he came out the other day with it pretty much over, in truth, against Cluj, and battered the ball around a couple of times to see it home. Fans enjoying the sunny weather. Beautiful conditions. We had a bit of a light breeze yesterday, which made it a little less roasting, but today it is positively ridiculously hot.
Listen,
unless you're an
Englishman.
Unless you're an Aussie, in which case it's a
winter.
There we go. There we go. Well, hey. That's 2 different continents of the world for you. But yes, I know that we're in certainly the mid-30s, very humid. Here's Henriksen. Schoenheim. And we haven't seen much of a breeze around the ground all day, but a beautiful setting. We've got a fan village as well, hippie markets going on, jewellery, merchandise on for sale, as well as the cricket itself. And some lovely tents, so if you're worrying about that heat, don't worry, you can sit and watch all the cricket in the shade. Happy days. So do come down tomorrow. We've got 1 day left after today, and it is the most important one, the one you all want to be at, finals day. For now, though, focus is on Mads Henriksen. That's away by O'Dowd. think it was quite paddy. The umpire confirms as such.
He's bowling a good over. Again, he started well. Quite clearly their go-to man in the power plays. Pretty much bowled 2 overs in the power play every time.
And one for you for Mads Henriksson. So in the winter before the last winter, he was actually at the Darren Lehman Coaching Academy in Australia. Mads Henriksson, flicked away by O'Dowd. That's clever. Just a touch short. Pardon me, Yelta Schunheim, of course. Flicking that away very nicely indeed. Just to come back to Mads Henriksson and the likes of, say, Don Best, the Somerset and more recently England off-spinner were on that same camp with him a couple of winters ago. So are certainly the right people keeping an eye on the likes of Mads Henriksson. It's good to know that cricket scouts are broadening their search beyond the so-called more traditional places. Henriksson to Schunheim beats him.
Yeah, it's good rock. Yeah, well, you know, European winter is not a great place to be when it's coming for cricket. So a lot of the guys I know here in our Dutch outfit, we're sending more and more players. That's a beautiful ball. More and more players down under, or even South Africa, for training camps and opportunities to play in different environments and learn from different voices.
The day job for Mads is he works in SEB in the bank. But here he is. Bowled again by Mads Henriksson. And that's, I suppose, the opportunity and the stage this gives, that Mads Henriksson currently, the 9 to 5, is working in the SEB bank. But if the right person is watching this and they've seen the Mads Henriksson show, particularly in game 1, and he's performing relatively well again here, we'll see him with the bat, then who knows how this could change your life like that?
Yeah, opportunities. It's just looking for someone with talent.
O'Dowd goes down the ground, goes big, and over our commentary box into the acacia trees behind it. Slightly over-pitched in the slot, but goodness me, wasn't that a clean golf swing as well as a cricket shot from Max O'Dowd?
It's a proper cricket shot, that. He's trying to hit the side screen nice and straight, not over-hitting, keeps his shape. Nice straight bat. Fantastic piece of batting. And again, that's another ball. Way, way back. I think the ball boys will be looking for that somewhere.
And that reminds me, that's given me a new topic for social media. I'd like to get people's stories of lost balls in particularly odd areas, or people hitting balls off cliffs, or you think of things like the River Taff at Glamorgan, but I'm talking European cricket. I'm talking about a ground that has a particularly interesting backdrop where you have to go and fetch the ball afterwards. Get in touch at This Is McCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. Any tweets that are appropriate will get read out on air. Schunheim facing. And Schunheim crashes it away. Don't bowl there to me, sunshine.
That's a beaut. That's a long way.
He is the 6-hitting master of this VOT team, and now he's getting the chance to show it.
Welcome to TestRail, the comprehensive test management solution.
Yeah, that's a good cricket shot. Just a nice swing of the bat. He's a very tall lad, so he gets good elevation, good levers. That's a beaut.
Now, Ulla's got to find a response here. We are out of the power play, at least. Flicked away by Schunheim.
Oh, we nearly lost an umpy there.
We did. Lars Anderson had to show quick reactions, and there is an interesting debate about umpires and should they be wearing helmets these days. There's an umpire whose name, unfortunately, Bruce Oxenford.
Yeah, good Queensland lad.
Teamwork makes the dream. Oxenford, he wears the full-on arm blade thing, which is, as well as aesthetically being brilliant, is very safe. Full of mud in the crease. Flicked on the angle by O'Dowd.
Close.
Slight misfield, but then the run out, and O'Dowd has potentially gone. They say never run on a misfield. That is exactly what Max O'Dowd did, and I think he's paid the ultimate price.
Oh, I've got a feeling he is well short. Just the mistake. He knew, I reckon halfway down, he knew he was in all sorts of bother. Put the head down and tried to put in the big ones. I've got a feeling here he's going to be short.
Hashmi
he's
takes
going
it.
to be well short.
Not
Thank
even
you
close.
and good night.
And that is not what you want when you are playing against arguably your toughest opponent in the pool stage. Your gun batsman gets run out on a misfield. The game always looks easy from the commentary box, and the ball had gone 2 or 3 yards away from the Svanholm captain Zishan Shah, but then credit to Shah. What a recovery.
Good throw. Banged it in. And that's a big wicket. And that's what we've spoken about the whole time, especially when it comes semi-final time. It just takes one mistake and suddenly your top order is out. A run out, a good catch, something special.
And so Max O'Dowd has gone for 17 off 8 balls. Here's how it happened. So it's flicked away by O'Dowd initially. Bit of messy fielding from Zishan Shah, but then...
He recovered well.
As Tub Thumping once said, I get knocked down, but I get up again. He gets up and he runs Max O'Dowd out. Wide of the crease. And pushed by Peter Saylor out for 1. He was thinking briefly about his second there, Saylor, and then I think he remembered that he's not on an international ground with 65, 70-metre boundaries. And that second set of boundaries outside the 30-metre circle, it's only another 20 metres and you're at the rope, so an authentic 2 is unlikely. Oh! Schönheim just dabs this down. I'm not sure how much he knew about meaning to get it down to third man, but picks up a single fielded by Ahmed.
Well, again, as we've seen in this whole competition, if you continue to lose wickets, the batsman needs to reset himself. And instead of just having a dash at every ball, suddenly you become a little bit circumspect.
Ruler bowling from the Las Lomas end.
Oh, south, easy.
And Peter Saylor picks out Saad Munir at short cover, and if anyone was watching the first Svanholm match, you'll know that you do not want to do that. A brilliant direct hit from the man himself, who we had up in the commentary box during match 4. Quite a character, and it's very informative as well on everything that this means for Danish cricket. Svanholm, the heavyweights of Danish cricket, they've won their championship just the 27 times, including at one point for 11 consecutive years either side of the millennium. And this is what they're doing right now. They've got Van Baren and Said out very cheaply, and then a brilliant run out of Max O'Dowd. So now Schönheim and Saylor are in, but there's a tiny bit more pressure on them because 3 wickets have fallen. There is Scott Edwards in the hutch as well. Pierce Fletcher can hit a long ball.
Corey Rutgers.
Corey Rutgers, who by his own admission isn't in the best nick with the bat, but is capable too. New over started by Tokir Ahmed.
Unfortunately for Corey, every time he bats, he blows one of his fingers off.
He was telling me about this, having a natter. He's broken 5 fingers in 4 years.
And well, it's generally the same 2 fingers, but yeah, 5 breaks, and not just little breaks, bad breaks.
Which isn't ideal when you're trying to bat, which involves
not enough milk when he was a kid.
Comes Tokir Ahmed.
Brittle bones.
Worked away for a single. I think of a 2. Well, Source has to get back because he's nicknamed Peter Saylor. And well, I said when the very first ball Saylor was out there, he was thinking about it and he went against it there. He nearly got himself in all sorts of bother. We've already had 1 run out this innings.
Yeah, and Henriksen is a very good fielder, very athletic, good arm.
Schönheim got for us. Miscued.
I just, as we've spoken about with these good games, like not good games, but you know the toughest opposition. I just wonder if there's going to be a tightening. At the start it's all fun and hit and giggles, but of course then it means a bit more. Then you just have to don't really want to get out.
Saylor facing Ahmed, flicked away, and he's just straight onto the pads. Ahmed throws his head up to the heavens in frustration. Saylor gratefully accepts it.
And I'm going along. You see a lot of it in T20 cricket where, you know, in the qualifying matches, scores go out the door, they're massive and boom, boom, boom. Suddenly you get to a final or a semi-final. Suddenly it just starts to tighten up a bit. Scores go down.
Ahmed to Saylor. And this time through the offside. And I thought for a second the fielder had managed to stop that. Zishan Khan at point, covered by the sweeper ultimately. Svanholm pride themselves on their fielding. It's been arguably as good, if not better, than their
that
batting and bowling
that
so far.
could have been the best catch of the tournament so far. Moved well, got a hand to it. Almost an absolute cracker.
I think it's one of those you have to give credit to the calm for the stop. He saved 4, no doubt. And that's a wide. That's messy cricket. Be a couple of wides to the total. I mean, if Zishan Khan takes that, he might actually be trending on Twitter even more than Pavel Florin. And I'm not necessarily sure that's possible at the moment.
Hashtag gotta love the Pav.
The one I went with was I stand with Pavel in relation to some of the criticism he's been receiving as Ahmed comes in. Straight down the ground. It is very high. Can he keep it in the rope? Oh, he stood on the rope. So unfortunate for Shoaib Rashid. He did everything right, but Trent Bolt, World Cup final-esque, his rope management was not up to scratch.
Well, it was a great effort. Let me tell you, he's just at the last minute, just wasn't quite aware exactly where the rope was. And as we have a look, he took the catch beautifully. He tried to just manipulate himself as close as he could, and there he's inside. Oh, there it is. 1/2 step. He just overbalanced, and that's the fine nature of this game.
But this game, Ryan, you know, it looks so simple from it. And anyone who's even played village cricket and just struggled with the most basic thing because of nerves, pressure, psychology, everything in between, and executing those skills, it's so difficult when you're actually out there doing it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And when you've got a 50-metre rope, it's really unforgiving.
You know you can't go back too far, and he actually held himself quite well.
Now Zishan Khan on to bowl. And he's got pumped down the ground. Yelta Schunheim shows what he's got. Delicious.
Yeah, again, it's another good swing of the bat. Long levers, not trying to overhit the ball and trying to hit it pretty straight. Just making sure he's makes good contact. Let the timing do the rest.
And this is the thing, of course, 50-metre boundaries. You'll get your rewards, and Schunheim's getting more rewards here. A little too wide from Khan, who is feeling the pressure now. The pressure of Yelta Schunheim.
It's a belting name. Let's be honest. What a beautiful name. Yelta Schunheim.
Rings off the tongue.
Just rings off, rolls off.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Swing and a miss from Schunheim.
That wasn't as pretty as the ones before. It's interesting that after you just mentioning how it's been so still and so hot, that breeze has just started to waft in. Coming from our right of, well, the left of screen, across the ground, which is pretty much the opposite to what it was yesterday.
So just for a, we'll come back to that. Schunheim facing Khan. And he's got a bit streaky here. Will be cut off though. Eugene Molian with the fielding, and I'm pleased to give him a shout out in a positive way because he dropped the catch that was really the only error from Svanholm in that ruthless first performance of the tournament when we passed through, and actually by total coincidence passed him on the way back to my hotel room last night, and he jokingly gave me a bit of jip about it. Sailor facing Khan. This is a single down the ground. He'd clearly been maybe sent the clip of us discussing it by his mates. He said, I see the only, something along the lines of, I see the only shout out I got was the drop catch, and we hadn't met, and we had a bit of a chat, and he turned to us and he said, well, completely understand. I mean, I can't use the expletive, he said, but he said, if I'm good, I deserve praise, and if I'm poor, then I don't. Schunheim facing. And Schunheim knocked over. Zishan Khan with a brilliant Yorker. That's what this guy gives you. He's their go-to death bowler, but they've brought him on early here to get the big wicket of Yelta Schunheim. Game well and truly on. VOC Rotterdam 4 down, and the favourites, for the first time in this competition, are under real pressure.
They are indeed. That's a very good delivery. Nice and full. Yelta trying to go a little bit too much to the leg side. We'd seen him hit a 6 straight down the ground at the first ball, but if you look at this one, he's trying to hit it square and only manages to miss, and the terrible death rattle is all he's greeted with.
And for those unfamiliar, to explain it to newbies, the death rattle is essentially the sound of the stumps being dislodged behind you. Simple as that.
Horrible sound if you're a batsman.
Absolutely. So Yelta Shunoma, whose day job is working in recruitment software when he's not hitting massive sixes, is gone. New over, and it's Submunir on to bowl, and Submunir has got a wicket.
Wow.
This game is turning on its head, and VOC Rotterdam, the favourites, are now 5 down. Goodness gracious me, it is all happening here at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Oval. Submunir, a guy you just can't keep quiet. The guy who said that he was his favourite player in his own squad. The guy that said he was the funniest player in his own squad. The guy who on his ECL debut provided a direct hit run out, and now, against the favourites of the competition, from his first ball, has thrown it full and wide, bowling to his field. The sweeper is picked out. And we know from what we already know.
Look at the celebration from the young man.
He was absolutely, he even blew a kiss up to our commentary box. He's at our end of the ground and could hear the description. Who can blame him for enjoying the moment? The world is watching. Submunir loving every moment. And Peter Saylor, the Dutch international captain of head coach Ryan Campbell, who's next to me, he's out.
Piers Fletcher.
There'll be a direct hit chance.
The big fella likes hitting sixes. He was good on air too. Came up here for a quick
Pierce was
quick
excellent value. It was fantastic to turn our 4th match of today into, as well as obviously giving the coverage that Brescia versus St. Petersburg deserved. We were starting to preview this game, Rotterdam versus Svanholm, because it's the one that we were so excited about, and here's why. Submunir desperate to show what he can do. And goodness me, he is doing it. Munir in the Danish T20 competition last year, 22 wickets at an average of 24, an economy rate of 6.5, which is very respectable indeed. He's bowling to Scott Edwards. Edwards goes conventional. He is a man known for the unorthodox, nicknamed the sweepologist. And
come on, wait. The sweepologist, but to his mates, it's the creature. Don't let him get away with the sweepologist, because he loves the sweepologist. He hates the nickname, the creature.
Well, should we balance it out and mention both to the world? And
why not?
Let the world decide. Munir in again, really good from Submunir. Just ran his finger down that. And it was actually a little bit of an in-swinger, and had it got a bit more purchase off the pitch, it could have demolished the furniture.
Yeah, Pierce trying to hit that ball too hard there.
And speaking of characters, Piers Fletcher is certainly one of them. He said in his player profile that his strength is hitting massive sixes. Well, this would be a good time.
Well, they need a few. With, what, 3 and a bit overs to go. 70, 69 or 70 now. The score, you'd think 110 they would require at least.
It feels like we've established at this ground that par is in that 120 region. So VOC need a bit of long levers. Can Fletcher give them that? There goes Fletcher. Well, he boasted he can hit massive sixes. That's big enough to get over these 50-metre boundaries. Fletcher off and running. And VOC trying to push towards 3 figures.
I spent 15 years of my career trying to create the digital notebook. Remarkable, so.
Recover from those early wickets.
Well, it was the length he was after. Nice swing of the bat. I get the feeling Pierce loves to hit over the leg side.
Fletcher goes again. Fletcher goes big. That's a clean strike. Good luck to the ball boys. That's out into the fan village at the back. He boasted that his strength was hitting massive sixes. Well, that was a big one. Never mind the 50-metre boundaries. That must have been 75 or 80. It's gone right out of this ground. Just not big enough.
He's happy. He's even giving us a little salute there. Making sure he had, look at that, held the pose too.
And who can blame him? Here's Fletcher, born in Nairobi from Auckland and now director of cricket at Sacred Heart College Boys School in Auckland, and finally getting his chance to bat in the ECL. And there he goes, bang, bang, 6-6.
And that's the, I guess, the danger of this format, you feel as a fielding side that you're going okay, and then 1 over, suddenly it goes bang, bang, bang.
Now James Fennick on to bowl from the Las Lomas end of the ground. The shadows lengthening. No from Edwards. Run out at the bowler's end. And a hit from Sab Munir. And he had his second direct hit run out of the tournament.
He almost didn't want to throw that for some reason. Just as he's about to release the ball, it's almost like an afterthought. Oh, I better not throw this.
I think he actually maybe lost his balance. But we can see on the replay. Edwards shouts no. But by that point, the backing up has already started. It's this time, gets this one away. 1 to the total. James Fennick on to bowl. He had a pretty nervous first over of the ECL, conceded 15, but then his second one in that opening match of the tournament was excellent.
Yeah, bounced back well.
And in the second game as well, he bowled through his couple of overs very impressively indeed. He's edged out Asad Shah for the seamer spot in this team. And it's a no ball from Fennick. It would have been a wide anyway. Fennick getting the opportunity as well because of those who aren't here. Hamid Shah, the Danish international captain, is injured. And Saif Ahmed has got work commitments. And under-19 spinner Abdullah Mohammed is also unavailable. So 3 key attacking batsmen and 2 of those important spinners not here. And that's what's given Fennick this chance. No. And that's better, just on the right side of the tram lines. Exactly where you'd want it.
And I've no doubt that'll be a fine for Pearce. Not laying bat on ball on a free hit.
Yep, absolutely.
Has to be, surely.
I mean, I think it's not, I don't think it's a question of is it a fine. I think it's a question of how severe you're talking. Fletcher facing up. And Fennick has just lost his rhythm a bit here. Puts his hand up in apologies immediately. It is given as no ball. A free hit once more. James Fennick, a man who plays most of his cricket for the Svanholm second team often. Only moved to Denmark in November of last year. Played cricket in Cheam Cricket Club in Surrey before, the club where Mark Butcher and Ali Brown made their name. Oh. There goes Saylor. Fletcher, pardon me. Out of the ground, not sure where I thought it was Peter Saylor, but it's Piers Fletcher, make no doubt about it. Third 6 for him. 18 of his 19 runs have come in 6s. So why bother running when you can hit it out the park?
Yeah, that's for sure. He does make good contact. But I will say, when he keeps his shape and doesn't try and hit the ball so hard, he hits it a lot further and makes good contact. Now that's made a change in the field now. As you can see, there's 3 players out, all pretty straight on the offside and 2 straight on the leg side.
Fennick looking for protection from Fletcher, who doesn't get hold of that one.
Now, it'd be interesting to see if they keep the same field to Edwards. And I think there's going to be a change in that because we know that Edwards likes to play the scoop and the ramp and the reverse and all those sort of things. So I see now that deep square is going back. Fine leg, third man up. Look for a little bit of improvisation here from Edwards.
And to Edwards, who tries something, LBW appeal, but it was a half-hearted one. One of those where the bowler half goes up and Abdul Hashmi, the keeper, wasn't interested, kind of gives him a look as if to say, mate, no, leave it.
The creature, I don't reckon he's hit one off the square this tournament.
That's a bit harsh. He had a couple.
It can be, I'm his coach.
That's true, that is true. Netherlands head coach Ryan Campbell alongside me. Absolute pleasure to have your company. And if you've not been following the ECL all day on social media, you might be familiar with not just the sensation that is Pavel Florin, but what's more, the fact that a certain Shane Warne has been tweeting about this competition in response to the Pavel Florin situation. He quote tweeted, is the technically correct term, a tweet from Dimi Mascarenas talking about all of this. And Shane Warne not only talked about he was 100% behind Pavel Florin and his passion for the game, he said that he was keen to get involved in ECL 2020. Well, Shane, if you're watching, it would be great to have you up in the commentary box with us. As that is wayward. Abdul Hashmi does well there just to get anything on that. And keeps it to 2 wides, but just coming back to Shane Warne. It is certainly the kind of moment that walking all around this ground and all around the teams of dozens and dozens of volunteers across all aspects that have brought this competition together. It's a kind of moment like that that seems to make it all worthwhile for everyone, as again Ahmed has just lost his line. You have so many people and been privileged to be part of it across the last week who've actually been here at the La Manga Club Resort for 7 to 10 days now, setting all of this up. And when you get a moment like that where an icon of the game recognises what the ECL is trying to bring, it really does change things. As there goes Edwards. Edwards making a star of himself at this ECL. We haven't seen him in a long innings with the bat, but maybe he can provide a cameo here that's the difference between 130 and 110.
Yeah, absolutely. It is required, that's for sure. Got, what, just a tick under 2 overs to go. They must, 130 they were going to require, I would have thought.
Welcome to TestRail, the comprehensive test management solution used by thousands of QA and development teams around the world. With TestRail, you can manage test cases, plans and runs, generate and share reports, and track progress towards reaching your milestones. Try TestRail for free today.
Manscaped, yeah, your balls will thank you. Today I've got a first look and hands-on with their new Lawnmower 4.
It's going to be out. Down the leg side, and he is. He's gloved it. Moving down across his stumps. A ball that was down the leg side. He's tried to hoik that over. Short, fine leg. And he's only gloved it and he's gone his way.
And it's another wicket that goes down. It's been a really good game, this. Very even. And as soon as VOC have seemed to seize control, back of comes Van Holm and vice versa. Off goes Scott Edwards. Just 8 of 6 balls for him. Tokyo Ahmed picks up the wicket. He's been a bit erratic this over, and it wasn't really a classic fast bowler's wicket, but the credit here, and you would know better than most, has got to go to Abdul Hashmi, the wicketkeeper.
Made good ground, good footwork. Here's the rut.
Corey Rutgers facing up, gets a single, gets off strike. By his own admission, he's not been in the best batting nick, so I think he'll be pleased just to get one, get up the other end. Have a look. For those who would prefer the more formal, Corey Rutgers, but Netherlands head coach, who's worked closely with him as an analyst in the camp for a couple of years.
One of my favourite players.
Fletcher facing up now. And Fletcher's got this all wrong, and Hashmi is with the sharp work again. And eventually they do get through for the single. Zishan Shah attempts an atrocious throw. It is Calypso Chaos Comedy cricket. And I think eventually the scorebook will just say single from this various scoring team away to our right, and it will look like it was perfectly innocuous.
Yeah, well, a bit happening there. Pearce diving back in.
Very wide stance from Corey Rutgers, and whose hometown is Perth in Western Australia. Professional cricket coach. Said his highlight was bowling Peter Saylor in a round match 3 years ago. Went to Rutgers. Yeah. Full toss, and that is going to go. You're not going to get away with that here at the ECL. Not with these boundaries. Not happening.
No. Full toss on leg stump. Dealt with nicely.
And Tokyo Ahmed, who was very impressive in the first couple of games for Van Holm, has just lost his rhythm here. Can he exit this over well? This has gone out. Could be a catching chance. Plugs instead. Fielded by Jonas Henriksen, who...
Oh, getting them dirty.
Well, Jonas Henriksen desperate to contribute, because as he jokingly told me, he said, at the moment I'm the forgotten of the Henriksen brothers. And then he said it's up to me to change that. Got a duck off 3 balls in the first game, and then not only that, had to sit in the marquees away to our left-hand side from the Lasakasiath end and watch his brother go in and finish it off and hit the winning runs and collect the man of the match as well. Those are those marquees which the VOC Rotterdam boys are in right now. And this is something we'll be talking about tomorrow, because our plan is to get Corey Rutgers up here. They'll have 4 or 5 batsmen normally padded up at the same time. With Fletcher down the ground. They don't now because they're already 6 wickets down, but they're trying for a second. This could be tight. Hashmi knows it's not out. Keeper's reaction always good to go. If they were, say, 1 down or none down, was explaining that they'd have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all padded up. It's the opposite of a set batting order. It's about looking at the analytics of who plays spin well, who plays medium pace well, who plays pace, authentic pace well. And if the wicket fell on the first ball of the over to a spinner, then the guy that would step out wouldn't necessarily be the next guy on the batting card. That jerk down the ground, powerful, pick the man out though. And I don't think it's, I think it has been taken. It was just such a non-celebration from James Fenwick. There was a hand in the air to the umpire as if to say, yep, I did catch it, honest governor. And that was it. Signal from Mohamed Adnan to VOC Rotterdam to get on with getting the next batsman out to the middle. Here's Fletcher gone for an entertaining 23 off 12, which was about similarly entertaining to a stint in the commentary box. Relatively brief.
Very good.
Pretty fun.
Yeah. Some big hits, something he'll talk about. It's a nice catch, taken very nice down low. What can Rutgers do for these last few balls?
James Fenwick with the fine work. Zishan Khan, the specialist death bowler on. He's been worked away and over that gap at cover point. Two fielders converged to fetch it. Zishan Khan, normally the go-to death bowler for Svan Holm. He was raised on tape ball cricket of Pakistani roots, known for his late swing. We've seen him finish off innings very impressively for Svan Holm with the ball in the first couple of games, but getting a bit of tap there off the, I think it was the outside edge.
After 30 days, I could not believe my before and after picture. I literally rolled back the hands of time.
On to Rutgers, who's tried the spectacular, and this is towards us in the commentary box. Well, Corey Rutgers has been talking himself down as a batsman, but he's just casually scooped that for 6, as you do.
Oh, the Rut, we love him. Look at the... He's an angry little man on the field too. He's an angry little man.
You can guarantee we'll be hearing more about this. Look at that, Corey Rutgers.
Oh, it's a beaut. That'll be on social media, all over his social media. Don't worry about that.
It's interesting you say that. As he goes again, Corey Rutgers. Oh, ho, ho, ho! 2 in 2, scoops it back over the wicket-keeper's head and then crashes it over Long On's head.
And I'll tell you what he's doing.
Wow.
He's talking into the stump mics to make sure I'm listening.
Wow. I'm going to turn my stump mic up then, just to make sure I'm catching all of this. Are you able to reveal what he said?
I know his family and friends in England and his fellas back in WA are listening.
Last ball of the innings, Rutgers again, goes again on the ramp and hits that for 6-2. 6-6-6. Scooped over the bowler's head, crashed back down the ground, and then scooped once more. And Corey Rutgers just puts his hands out as if to say, gladiatorial style, are you not entertained? There you go. Goodness gracious me, Zishan Khan gets all of the tap, gets his figures absolutely destroyed, and Corey Rutgers ends this innings in an absolute sea of 6s. 29 off 7 balls for him, 2 4s and 3 6s. 26 of those 29 coming in boundaries.
Oh,
Goodness gracious me.
It was entertaining, wasn't it? They were in trouble and they needed a real ignition at the back end after losing lots of wickets all the way down through the innings. And he's finished the innings off in most spectacular fashion.
And what a difference that can make to the morale of those Svan Holm boys, because they've bowled and fielded for the most part really well, and they're probably coming off thinking that after that late surge they're chasing about 10 or 15 more than they probably thought they were going to have to.
Yeah, 134 is going to be the target, and now we have a look at there. Let's have a look. Corey Rutgers, 29 off just 7 balls, an absolute beaut of an innings.
Schoenheim contributing, Pierce Fletcher contributing, but this will be remembered for that finish from Corey Rutgers, 6-6-6, and not only 6-6-6, the way that he did it. And I imagine the Netherlands head coach, who is with me and has used him as an analyst before, he's already shaking his head because it's dawning on him that he's never going to hear the end of this.
I am never going to hear the end of it. I'm going to be reminded, I'm going to be bombarded with tweets and Instagram things of just those images.
It's interesting you say that, because Corey Rutgers followed me back on Twitter, and you'd said that he was so prolific on social media, so I went to look at his Twitter profile, and he hasn't actually tweeted for about 6 weeks. I can imagine that might be changing when we tweet out this highlights package.
Just you're the social media king. Does Tinder count as social media?
I wouldn't say so, no. No, I mean,
because he's very good on that. I know that.
When we say social, I don't think we mean it in that sort of a context. 133 for 7 for VOC Rotterdam, and so Svanholm have got a steep chase of 134 to win, which I think it's fair to say is above par. This is what happens. So look at Atta Ulla in particular, was exceptional. Mads Henriksen was pretty good up top. James Fennick in his 1 over at the back end to go for 10 wasn't too bad. Sud Munir had a very entertaining over featuring all sorts, but Zishan Khan, even he actually, that makes it look like he's had a shocker. But 18 came off the last 3 balls. Until then, bowling at the death, he did a very good job for his team. We can have a look back at what was arguably, for me, one of the most entertaining, if not the most entertaining innings in the ECL so far. Some quality cricket all round.
Well, it was. That was the very first ball of the innings. A little inside edge from Dirk van Barren, who was put up the order to be given an opportunity. And then O'Dowd looked like he was in good form and was going to sky through this. But unfortunately, as we see there, Saad, who was thrown up the order, was stumped beautifully. Foot on the line.
Abdul Hashmi had a good day behind the stumps, deserves his credit as part of the Svanholm effort.
There was lots of big hits. The innings, like you say, it was so entertaining. There was wickets. This is the run out. This was the crucial run out of Max O'Dowd. Went for a second off a misfield, well short.
And credit to Zishan Shah, who committed that misfield and then recovered so brilliantly. We then had the entertaining striking from Piers Fletcher down the order, Yelta Schoenheim earlier on, and eventually, after Zishan Khan splattered some stumps, it was Zishan Khan who got splattered everywhere by Corey Rutgers, as we will see in a second. Zishan Khan very pumped up there, but he won't have been so pleased by how it finished. In between then, wickets continued to fall, runs continued to flow. Peter Saylor holding out off Sab Munir's very first ball of the innings. He's one of those cricketers, it seems like you just can't keep quiet. Piers Fletcher got his eye in, and that was arguably the cleanest hit of the innings until the very back end, and Corey Rutgers fancied having a go. Scott Edwards snared down the leg side, and we're just building up to the moments everyone wants to see again, apart from Ryan Campbell. We're still working our way through.
Here it is. So that's the dismissal of Piers Fletcher. Then we're just going to be shown the rut after the rut after the rut.
Corey Rutgers, to give him his proper name.
That was a good shot over point, to be fair. And then
here we go. 6
really
over the keeper's head towards our commentary box at the Las Acacias end of the ground. And there goes Corey Rutgers again to finish the innings off the final ball. There was a huge straight 6 in between those two as well. And so VOC Rotterdam have set a stiff target for Svanholm. This is the game that will decide who wins Group A, but both of these teams we already know are through to the semi-finals. I've been Michael McCann. Ryan Campbell is alongside me, and we will be back ever so shortly for the run chase. Now, VOC Rotterdam will be defending 133, Svanholm needing 134 to win to be the winners of Group A.
Struggling with math?
Coach and the Netherlands' one and only selector as well, that you know a lot of these players incredibly well. Of course, 3 internationals in the side, and the rest of them you've worked with often in the backroom staff and all of those kinds of things.
Yes, indeed. Look, it's a good group. I think the actual whole community of Netherlands cricket, always it's a tight-knit unit, and all the clubs love playing and love watching other teams do well.
Opening the batting for Svanholm, Zishan Shah with number 1 on his back. And number 3, the find of the tournament, arguably the player I was most excited about seeing in the flesh at this ECL, if not one of them. And boy, has he delivered. Mads Henriksson, still just 22 years old. Cricketing ability runs in the family. He was impressive with the bat so far in this competition. And now he gets a chance to impress.
Well, you've probably given him the commentator's curse there. I'm sure he'll probably get knocked over in the first over. But no, I agree fully. He's been very impressive with both bat and ball and in the field. He's a good, strong, athletic lad. Looks like he gets around the ground really nicely. He's going to be facing Abdullah Saad, who we've seen Pierce Fletcher take the first over in each of their games so far, but it's going to be Saad who gets that honour today.
Ashikul Saeed with his right-arm pace from the Las Lomas end. The beautiful sun is just coming down here at La Manga and towards our commentary box view.
Now, you love beautiful stories. You love them. You've told us a few about some of the players.
Isn't everybody a romantic at heart?
And here is another one of them. It took him 2 years to walk through Europe to get to where he wanted to be, so he could play cricket.
Ashikul Saeed.
Yes.
Wow.
2 years. 2 long years.
And now he's here, and the world's about to watch him bowl the first ball of this, arguably the best match of all of the 12 pool stage matches. They say he saved the best until last. Ashikul Saeed against Mads Henriksson to start the chase in the power play. No ball as well, so a free hit to look at. And that is just perfect for Zishan Shah. Trot down the non-strike, start at the non-strikers end, trot down to the strikers, first ball, free hit.
I know a lot of batsmen who actually say no to a run there, so they can get a hold of it. But he'll have the good fortune, I guess, of having his first ball as a free hit. And of course, he can only be given out, run out, off the free hit.
Shah to face his first ball, free hit. Straight up. And it is a big 6. It was one of those where it hung in the air for long enough that you wondered whether he might have actually spooned it up. But in fact, it is a maximum. Svanholm off and running. Takes full advantage. And that's what happens when we talk about these fine margins. That free hit has cost VOC Rotterdam. Worked away by Shah, bottom-handed. Shot actually reminded me a little bit of hockey, just flicking it round the corner. It is often one that you see a lot of batsmen. Heard on the stump mic a certain Corey Rutgers has promised. Let's get one for Campbell, referring to Ryan Campbell, who's next to me. Corey Rutgers said he was quiet as a church mouse in his player profile. And they say players aren't always honest with the media, eh? Henriksson gets beaten. Wonderful from Saeed. This is really high quality cricket.
Corey talks in his sleep, so quiet as a mouse is not a true representation.
Hence the slightly sarcastic, and they say sometimes players aren't always entirely frank with the media.
Nice movement, using the breeze that's coming across the ground to help his little bit of in-swing there.
An eventful start here. Svanholm already amassing 9 runs, but Henriksen beaten last time. Henriksen goes down the ground this time, though. We'll get 1. O'Dowd with the fielding. O'Dowd seemed to think that a direct hit and he was gone. Corey Rutger's standing by the... Sorry to interrupt. Corey Rutger's standing by the stump mic again, and I almost get the impression he'd prefer to just stand next to the umpire for the rest of this innings, just to make sure you knew of his presence.
Yeah, no doubt. I won't be able to hide from him in the hotel later tonight.
Shah on strike. He's already bunted 1 away for 6, although it wasn't the cleanest of hits. Save from wide of the crease, and that's a lovely shot from Shah. Oh, if you didn't enjoy that, cricket's not the sport for you. Inside out, over cover, made room for it, glorious. And Zishan Shah fancies this chase, and this is quite the start from the Svanholm boys.
Beautiful cricket shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Got a bit of width. Swung through the line and went way back.
Zishan Shah with 2 sixes already. What's he got now? Good response, brilliant response. A huge scream of delight, a scream of relief from Ashiqullah Saeed. It's a first over that's had everything but a wicket, and now we've got that as well. 16 runs, but Zishan Shah removed for as an eventful a 4-ball innings as I think I can ever remember. He's gone for 13 off 4. And VOC Rotterdam have struck.
Well, that's that in-swing that we were speaking about. Just clips the pad onto the leg stump. The bails hit the deck, and he's a happy, happy man. A big breakthrough for VOC. And this is something I'm not sure we've seen yet, but the 2 boys are together. The brothers in arms are here.
We have not seen it. I did enjoy the Ryan Campbell ability for recognising Svanholm players. Some of you might remember from game 1, which is someone walks out and he simply says, is it a Henriksen? Which with 2 of them in the team and in the top order, you've got half a chance.
I'm 50-50. Got them both times.
Jonas Henriksen walks out to join Mads. It is one of those situations where you sense a run-out could cause some family tensions.
Ugly.
When are they not?
Steve and Mark Wall, they did run each other out a few times.
Did you happen to be in the dressing room on any such occasion or near it? Or
No, but I was on the field.
Have you got any stories you're able to share that are family friendly? As Piers Fletcher starts from our end of the ground, the Lhasa Cassias end. That's a good bit of bowling. He saw Henriksen make room, pushed it wide, just inside the tram. So we've got Jonas Henriksen and Mads Henriksen. Jonas 18 years old, Mads 22, both promising all-rounders. Jonas can bowl, but I was inquiring as to why he hasn't at this competition. He's got an injury that is slightly restricting his movement. It's a back injury, obviously a bad one for fast bowlers, that stopped him bowling. And he's just holding him a little bit back with the bat. For now, he's watching his brother Mads, who's crashed this one away, and it's a 1-bounce ball. Mads Henriksen, one of the stars of this ECL, and he gets right into his work here.
Yeah, too much width there from Piers Fletcher. Gave him width and a bit of length, and he helped himself to a boundary. Needs to be a lot tighter than that, honing in on off stump.
Fletcher, what's he got on the reply? Straight back at him and dropped. Fletcher drops Henriksen, and of all the Henriksens to drop, it's Mads who's the guy of the 2 who's in the purple patch.
Well, it was hit hard. Looks like a change of pace. Yep, out of the back of the hand. Bang, that's a tough one to his right. Hit that right into their palms, though.
Mads actually did quite well to adjust to the slow ball, but even then there was a catching chance. Fletcher once more. It's the effort ball, and it's almost brought him a wicket. Desperate dive. It is just about kept in play, at least by Dirkie van Baaren. Here's Fletcher, a man who is very handy with the ball, although one might have to say that if his bowling was half as good as his player profile, he'd probably already be one of the best cricketers in the world. He had a player profile that had a bit of everything in it. Said he loves attritional cricket, and his favourite game ever was India-Sri Lanka 1997 at Colombo, where India got 537 for 8, so you're probably thinking they've done all right. Sri Lanka post 952 for 6.
Oh, he's a character,
Which is
that's for sure.
an ironic answer when you think that he's about to play in a T10 competition and one of the first in cricketing history. Also added that he once scored 8 not out from 180 balls to save a game. Very different task needed here for Fletcher, though. Into Mads. That is fielded by O'Dowd, no run. If you are just maybe literally just tuning in and have missed the Svanholm matches so far, the reason why we'll be referring to them as Mads and Jonas is if we call them both Henriksson, then we'll quickly find ourselves very confused indeed. Mads on strike, Jonas at the non-strikers. Cracked away by Mads, just over Rutgers and for 4. Well, if he was a few feet taller, he might have had a chance. I'm not even sure he laid a hand on it. Cracked away for a boundary. And this is really quality cricket here. Svanholm pretty much exactly on the required run rate after 2 overs of the power play.
Yeah, it's that wide, it's the length, it's the width, sorry. And he just invited Henriksson to have a piece of him. And he very gratefully obliged just over the fingertips of Corey Rutgers. And again, this 3rd over of the power play, it's so important in this match.
5-4 offside field, which has been VOC Rotterdam's go-to pretty much throughout the entire tournament. And Dirk van Baaren to bowl left arm, sliding it across. It is funny how quickly things change in cricket, because Corey Rutgers came off having hit 6-6-6, but now immediately after that catch, even though it was totally uncatchable, his teammates were immediately on the stump mic telling him he's a shorty and telling him that he needed to grow and eat his spinach. Van Baaren to start against Jonas. Content to take the single, get his brother on strike, and you can't really blame him for that approach.
No, it's a good idea, because obviously his brother, having faced 9 balls, is a little bit more settled and in. And these last 5 balls of the power play, he'll be thinking he really wants a piece of it.
Please do give us a tweet if you're watching and enjoying this game. Pleasure to have your company. Van Baaren in, and Mads clips this away. He'll get at least 1, and 1 is all he'll get. Comment from Scott Edwards, the keeper on the stump mic. Hold up, I can't see him. That is one thing you ought to bear in mind at this part of the day. We've got the sun setting low away to our left when the bowling comes from our end of the ground, the Las Acacias end of the ground. We're right now at the Las Lomas end, so the sun is away to the right-hand side.
Another change in the field. The square leg dropping back now to the boundary, and deep cover coming into the circle.
Van Baaren bowling again, trying to remove this Henriksson partnership. Unconvincing shot from Jonas Henriksson. Brings Mads onto strike, who was a go-to man in their winning T20 campaign last year. 362 runs at an average of 30. Strike rate of almost exactly 150. Very, very handy numbers. And Baaren to Mads. What a shot from Mads Henriksson. Oh, that is just cricketing perfection. Whips it away, dismissive. Thank you very much. Oh, just magnificent.
Well, they just put deep square out, and guess what? Deep square needs to be about 127 yards further back than that if he wants a piece of it.
Deep square leg needs to be in the field that is behind the marquee, that is behind the European Cricket League bunting that surrounds this rectangular venue within which we've got our 50-metre boundaries in this cricket ground. Sort of a cricket ground in between 2 football pitches, if you can imagine such a thing. Van Baaren to Mads, and Mads goes again. That's into the nets. This is sensational cricket. Do not tune out from this game, because we are probably watching the game of the tournament, and Mads Henriksson is lighting it up once more.
Well, they changed the field back, but that's just length. And Dirkie van Baaren has been met. And Mads Henriksson wants a piece of him with the last ball of the power play.
Who can blame him, hey? Just 2 men out. One of them is at long on, but it was way over his head. Mads goes again. He's into the gap. O'Dowd will collect. Single. Mads Henriksen keeps the strike, and I'm sure both the Henriksen brothers will be very content with that indeed. End of the power play, and the power play belongs to Svanholm. 42 for 1 or 3, and this match so far is living up to our expectations and more.
Well, it's very evenly balanced, isn't it? It's going to be a good contest. This is what we expected.
Look at those Svanholm boys watching on. Of course, they're safe in the knowledge that they are into the semi-finals, as are VOC Rotterdam, but I'm sure both teams will have one thought on the fact that this could be the final at 5:30 p.m. Central European time tomorrow night, and that even just the psychological edge of having beaten that side 24 hours before will be very handy indeed. Coming in from our end, Ramos Upadhyaya. And whacked away again. Mads Henriksen is loving it on his pads. Only 50-metre boundaries, but this was miles clear of them. The spectators in the marquees didn't have to worry because he was so considerate. He went, you know what, I'm not going to endanger you guys. I'll just clip it another 20 metres over you. Oh, wow. Yeah. Just sit back and enjoy this young man doing his thing with the world watching. Henriksen again. Noticeable that Scott Edwards has come up to the stumps to try and stop Henriksen stepping down, try and cause a different problem. And Ramos Upadhyaya has to find an answer.
Well, he's tried to stay away from his pads there. Not a bad idea.
Upadhyaya once more. Mads gets a single. Jonas onto strike. It is a 5-4 field. We're out of the power play, so we've got a very traditional setup that we've seen throughout this week. 3 out on the leg side, 2 out on the offside. Jonas Henriksen takes guard. It's one of those things, whether you're a proven seasoned international or a proven seasoned Sunday League player, we've all got to do it. Leveler, if nothing else. Upadhyaya.
Oh, nice.
Well bowled. Dug out.
It's a good length. That's where I suggest he hangs in with. Because if he gives Mads any length at all, I'm not sure this ground's big enough.
Upadhyaya in again to Mads, who gets a single down to long on.
Nice boy.
Picked away by Mads. Straight to short, fine leg. Jonas, pardon me. Mads scuttles through. And Jonas just throwing his bat around in frustration. Look at him shake of the head. And if you're Jonas Henriksen, you've maybe just got to keep your cool here and remember that your brother's smoking it everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're not timing the ball. Just let Mads Henriksen do his thing.
Lovely. Yeah, right. Easy boy.
Single this time. It is a very unforgivingly high run rate. 81 needed from 37 balls. Svanholm have worked really hard just to get into this position, but they can't afford a quiet over.
No, they can't. And it's going to be Max O'Dowd, I think. He's going to come on and bowl his leg spin. And we saw the other day he came on at a really important time and took a very valuable wicket. He's worked very hard on his leg spin. Used to be an off spinner. Now bowling leg spinners. More of a top spin, really. And he's going to have to come on and bowl to a player in fine form.
Yes, I'm not sure many people would fancy bowling to Mads Henriksen right now, but Max O'Dowd came on when Taranjeet Singh was smoking it everywhere, turned the ball away from him, got him caught on the leg side rope with his quick leg spin. O'Dowd gets the treatment from Henriksen, just a touch too short, and in the form Mads Henriksen is in, you cannot afford to be.
Yeah, he dropped back, leant back and whacked it over the mid-wicket boundary. Such a small
Mads facing Max O'Dowd again, down the leg side. It's a wide, but for those new to the game, you can still be stumped off a wide ball down the leg side.
Tidy piece of work there from Scotty Edwards.
And this time he goes big against the spin of O'Dowd, but it doesn't matter when you're dealing with Mads Henriksson. He is having the time of his life out there. That is 6 number 5 for him to go with 2 fours. Oh, wow.
Well,
wow.
One was a fraction short, and that one was a fraction full. Like I said, there's such a small window for error when a player of his form and ability is starting to flow, and it's been an absolute beauty of an innings. He's 47 from 19. A half century beckons.
O'Dowd in once more to Mads, who goes leg side. He might have holed out. Oh, and it's palmed over the top. Cheers for Svanholm. Despair for Hjalte Schoenheim out on the rope. Drama of the highest order in front of the team dugouts. Schoenheim just couldn't quite get his rope management right, but it looked incredibly tricky. Didn't have a teammate there to palm it to as well. Down in again, Mads goes leg side. That one could be caught, is caught. Big moment. Mads Henriksson gone, having reached his 50. Nearly holed out the previous ball, and now he pays the price. Max O'Dowd's over has cost 19 runs, but it's bought them the wicket of Mads Henriksson.
Yes, it's a big wicket. He just got away with the one before where the fielder on the rope jumped high and couldn't hold on with it with the one hand, but then Peter Saylor that time knew where the rope was. One of the best fielders in the Netherlands. Set himself, didn't move, made it look very easy. Great innings comes to an end, 53 from just 21 deliveries. What a beaut.
That was just a privilege to watch. You have to appreciate good cricket, and better than good cricket when you see it. Shoaib Rashid out to bat now. Hard act to follow. But that's what he's got to try and do. And Mads Henriksson has given Svanholm a real chance of a surprise victory.
Oh!
And it's a streaky start, but it's a valuable start. 4 more to the total. It's an expensive over despite having got the wicket of Mads Henriksson. And that keeps them ticking. And as we are 1 ball now from the halfway stage, they're ahead of where they need to be, Svanholm. 61 to win from 32 balls. Now 57 to win from 31 balls. Last ball of the over.
Oh. Yeah, nice point.
And that's a dot to finish. 23 off it though. We have been talking about social media across the day. We've got that Shane Warne tweet up now. Responding to Dimitri Mascarenhas about Pavel Florin. Said, agreed 100%, cricket's a beautiful game. Well done and congrats to everyone who made this happen. I would love to check this tournament out next year and help out. If you need a helping hand, then hit me up. Congrats again, thumbs up. So Shane Warne, if you're watching, it would be an absolute pleasure to have you up in the box with us next year, taking us through elements of leg spin and maybe passing that on to some of the brilliant young leg spinners we've got at this competition. You think of Nadeem Hussain from Catalonia Cricket Club, the teenage leggy who's impressed, or Ishraq Khan as well, who is another one who comes to mind from the SG Findorf squad, or Max O'Dowd as well, bowling as quick leggies as we saw there, Ryan.
Yeah, it'd be great to have the great man here. I'm sure he'll fly a private jet in or something. How he goes.
Do you have any clean, fun stories of your Australian time around, Shane Warne, or is it all
just a
simply
legend,
stuff
mate.
that is...
Literally just a legend.
Asikullah Saeed to bowl from our end. Alas Acacia Sen. Full and straight. Jonas Henriksson has to settle for 1.
Easy up.
Positive for VOC Rotterdam in trying to defend this is that they can have 5 out on the rope now. The problem for them is that the current run rate is 15, just over 15, and the required run rate is around 10. But a lot of that was scored with a certain Mads Henriksson here. Worked away, it will be just 1. Good fielding out there at short third man.
One of the new boys, Cohen, getting his first opportunity in this tournament. Didn't get to have a bat, unfortunately. But doing his little bit for the VOC cause with some good fielding there. One of the crowd favourites. The hometown heroes love him.
Just looking through social media, it can currently be summarised as Pavel Florin mania, and it's brilliant to see. Jonas Henriksson works it away for one. What I was going to add is it's brilliant to see that the vast majority of it has been in a positive way. This is a guy who 6 years ago didn't play cricket. He joined his local club, loved the game, got an interview of him on the ECL website where he speaks with a lot of passion. He broke his leg not so long ago, and he really probably shouldn't be playing at this tournament under doctor's advice. And he said, look, I'm part of the team that got us here winning the Romanian T20. I don't care if I'm hobbling, I'm having a bowl.
What a legend.
Ashikula Saeed to Rashid. Bumper, missed out on, but it's a wide on height. So he became the president of Cluj Cricket Club, and he organises the academy. He organises them to travel 6 or 7 hours to get to games. Described his proudest achievement as driving 10 hours through the night once, Pavel Florin, to score a crucial 30 not out that won them one of the games, that won them the Romanian T20 to get them here.
And that's the stories you want to hear. That's what cricket's all about.
And it is amazing what an unforgiving place social media can be at times. As he's knocked him over. Another howl of joy from Ashikula Saeed. More of anger and relief as well, because he's got a bit of tap, but he's got a second wicket now. Shoaib Rashid has to walk off. And now there's a bit of problems for Svanholm after an excellent start. He's gone for 5 or 4.
It's good bowling once again. He's very bold. Well, he's bowled a couple of Yorkers and a bouncer, and then this one, it's good length. Tried to work him away on the onside and smashes into middle and leg stump, and he's happy, and the big man should be happy. He's done a very good job for VOC throughout this whole tournament.
Absolutely, and just while the new batsman's taking guard, just to say my last 2 cents, it's Eugene Molia now. Now this is a surprise. He's a man that's better known for his exploits with the ball, and he's actually the coach of this Svanholm team. He's only in the side because Hamid Shah, the Danish captain, is injured. Saif Ahmed has work commitments, and under-19 spinner Abdullah Mohammed is also unavailable.
He's a big boy, let me tell you. If he's going to hit one, it's going to go a long way.
He can hit a long ball, and I think that's why he might have been promoted up the order. Starts though by nudging one for a single. Just the last 2 cents, and feel free to chip in on the Pavel Florin thing, but it's very interesting as well, the amount of people on social media who were so quick to judge when they saw that over of bowling. And then as soon as the backstory came along, it was all, oh, I was only joking, I was only joking. And it says a lot about the way, maybe, without going to get too philosophical, social media is changing people's approach to both sport and life in terms of how quick people are to jump on somebody without knowing that this guy is the first ever Romanian to play in the European Cricket League, a true pioneer of taking the game to places it has never been. Jonas Henriksson facing. Snapped wide of the crease, well bowled.
It's an excellent over. Excellent over. It's dragging VOC back into this contest. Really good performance.
5 off that over, which in this game is match-changing. The required run rate at the start of this innings was 13.4, so you don't need a bit of stats guru to work out that that is brilliant. Ashikula Saeed with 2 for 21 from his 2, which in this high-scoring match is priceless.
Yeah, very good performance from the big fella. Loves, another one who just loves the game, passion that he brings to it. Moved to VOC after playing at a couple of other clubs and wanted to improve himself by going to the champion team.
Malta Schönheim, man who got 5 for 17 in one match a couple of years ago in the T20. Very honest with me about saying that he ran through the rabbits at the bottom of the order. It's into Molian. It's a nice in-swinging Yorker. Nothing Eugene Molian can do, and this is the question for Svanholm now. Mads Eriksson's gone. Who's going to step up? They've got to find 52 from 23 balls.
Rolling the fingers over the seam there. Good length. We saw him hit some big sixes earlier on.
And into Molian, who goes big down the ground. Well, he's got long levers, and he's shown it there. That's why they've sent him up the batting order. And it's got Svan Holm back in the right direction. And if you are enjoying this action anywhere near as much as we have, please do get in touch on social media. Let us know where you're watching these last dramatic few overs of the day from. Brilliant to have your company. Molian once again, huge swing, but doesn't get the timing. Get in touch with Ryan on
Cambo_19.
CAMBO.
CAMBO.
And myself on This Is McCann. This is McCann. MCCANN. Any tweets that are appropriate enough to be read out on air, or questions for our commentary team, or where you're watching, will be used. As Molian cuts away, and a bit of a misfield gets him 4. Valuable work from Eugene Molian. He's on to 11 off 5. Mohamed Durrani at backward point just couldn't get hold of it. 42 to win off 20.
Yeah, well, in a tight game as like this, needs to get that in front of him.
Molian facing up once more. Well, it's been all or nothing from Eugene Molian.
Yeah, the big fella trying to clear the ropes. And again, it's been a pretty good over, to be fair. Got hit for 1 big 6, with just gave him a fraction of width.
5 out, almost all of them straight. This time Molian goes across, and it's taken, is it?
What a catch.
I think that is a brilliant piece of work. Piers Fletcher, high-level rope management. He said to me earlier on commentary that he liked the phrase, well, he's put it into action there. The marquees are just next to it. Catalonia Cricket Club watching on, and they're watching on in admiration at this match-changing catch from Piers Fletcher.
Well,
11 off 7. Yelta Shunheim gets the wicket. Sorry, and more than anything, it's a dot ball.
Well, have a look how hard he's hit that. He's hit it hard and flat. A foot either side, it goes for 6. Knew where he was, kept his shape, kept his position, watched the ball. I guess the Australian way of catching, with the hands pointing skywards. And he's rewarded with the catch, and also rewarded with the next over.
Here's Fletcher backing up his chat in the commentary box earlier with his work out in the middle. And that has such a difference to how things look. It could be 98 for 3. Instead, it's 92 for 4, and a new batsman has to come out in this pressure situation. But a man who's handled the pressure of the ECL well so far has stepped out into the middle. The wicketkeeper, Abdul Hashmi. He's not on strike, though.
Wobble!
Wide from Fletcher. Did get a bit of stick off, well, both of us, actually, Piers Fletcher, having to bowl 17 balls in his first spell of the tournament, about maybe maximising his match fee. You think as a village cricketer, you turn up and pay a few pounds or whatever your currency is to play the game you love.
Well, he's a character, that's for sure. He'll be thinking his way through this over.
Piers Fletcher, who moved to VOC from rivals HGS Den Haag. It's again a wide. Just lost his mechanics a little bit in his action there, maybe.
Well, I think what he's trying to do is hit that tram line that we talk about. But he's just erred on the wrong side of the line. Needs to take a breath, regroup.
Jonas Henriksen facing. Doesn't really get hold of this, and he's gone. Fletcher gets the wicket. And Jonas Henriksen perishes. He's been watching his brother smash it all over the place at the other end, but now a clever slow ball is his undoing. Just 6 off 8. He was there an awfully long time, but had very little of the strike.
Well, it was a very clever out of the back of the hand, I suspect. We'll have to have a look at the replay. And Henriksen tried to have a piece of it, just managed the top edge, went high. And the man at backward point, as you see here, out of the back of the hand.
So what it means is that 2 new batsmen are out there now in the pressure of this chase situation. We've got some tweets to run in, though. Eddie, E_Shaw91, says, watching from Rais Al Khaimah, UAE, the United Arab Emirates, tuning in after seeing the viral clips on Twitter. It's brilliant. Well, it's nice to see that Pavel Florin has brought you to the European Cricket League. What a story it is. Fletcher bowling. And that could be another one, just agonisingly out of reach. They consider two, but think better of it ultimately. Nervous moments for Svanholm Cricket Club. Two batsmen out there who hadn't faced a delivery. Abdul Hashmi and Saad Munir, they're both actually very close personal friends of each other. Used to batting together in the mid-order. They've had some key partnerships in the past for Svanholm, and they need that again. Fletcher to Saad Munir. Comes down, gets a single. Let's go back to Twitter. Rob, Blue Army PFC, says, hadn't heard of this tournament till this morning. Watching in from Portsmouth, UK. And good to see cricket is this big on the continent. Might have to plan a weekend trip. Well, you certainly might. Tomorrow might be too soon for you, but in the future. David Atkins says, really enjoying the ECL. Summer over here in Durham. Nice to see some sunshine cricket again. Fletcher to Hashmi. Straight up, should be taken by Rutgers. Is taken by Rutgers. And Svanholm starting to struggle in pursuit of what is a very difficult target. They're making a really good fist of it, but they need someone to come out now and contribute.
Corey Rutgers, what a beaut. Makes an easy catch look hard.
Just one off two for Abdul Hashmi. Can contribute down the order. He got 31 not out in the semi-final that got them into that final that they won to get into the ECL. The 21-year-old wicketkeeper, Hearts having not made a contribution of significance. Another tweet coming in from Debachoti Mukherjee. I'm hoping I'm getting that right. At Emmy_Deb. Fletcher in. And it's missed by Saad Munir. Slow ball from Fletcher. She says, what a day it has been, watching all from my couch. And boy, did I enjoy it. This last one is also going to be a nail-biter. Well, we certainly hope so up in the commentary box. Remember that, of course, you can also build your fantasy Dream 11 for this tournament across these 2 days. You'll see Dream 11 on the front of some of the shirts of the 8 teams involved. Build your fantasy team. Maybe you've got Piers Fletcher or Saad Munir in it and you're watching nervously. Bottom edge, dot ball. Very good over from Piers Fletcher. Just what was needed at this stage of the innings. Only 4 runs from it.
Yeah,
that is exceptional.
Absolute cracking over. Changes his pace. He uses his back of the hand slow ball very well. He's also got a front of the hand off spinning slow ball. And then his change up is actually the pace on sort of delivery, but he bowled it extremely well. He's taken a really good catch and then bowled the over that probably has put the noses of VOC in front.
As you can see, the sun has almost gone down away to our left-hand side. This is how the card looks, dominated by Mads Henriksen. 53 off 21. Zishan Shah also hit a couple of big sixes before departing. But now it's relying on the bottom order, who are contributing there down the ground. Bang! Ataullah doesn't need a sighter. He is straight off and running, and he still believes there's a game to win here.
Well, they're still in it, that's for sure. 32 now required. And a few more of those will bring us close.
Beautiful bowling. 6 and out for Ataullah, just like in backyard cricket, as they say. Cracked down the ground, but gone next ball. Hjalte Schoenheim with the fine work. And Svanholm now running out of batsmen and running out of time.
Well, again, the old adage, you miss, I'm going to hit. And he just tried to swing himself off his feet. He gave himself room to start with. As you can see, just gave himself a little bit too much room. And those stumps get smashed into. And another wicket. And they've really dragged themselves back into this game, VOC. It hasn't been their best performance so far, but they've bowled and fielded very well at the back end.
Well, it's that previous over going for 4 that set it up, as that could have killed Hjalte Schoenheim, smashed back at him. We were talking about player and umpire and bowler safety on the follow-through yesterday, and it's moments like that that are a reason why it's a hot topic. Tokir Ahmed, of course, no intent, smashing this back. Just watch Yelta Schunheim, though. Understandably desperate to get out of the way. Oh, the scoop shot, nearly caught, but not quite. Ramos Upadhyaya with the despairing dive, but it is Saad Munir, a guy who by his own admission loves the pressure, who delivers under that pressure, keeps them alive. It's a tricky ask, but they're still in it.
He is your favourite player, admit it. You love him.
I think he's a character. The game needs characters. There's plenty of characters across all the teams, and it's fantastic to have them all with us.
Big 2 balls of this over.
Absolutely. Near misses. That's a big moment. And you can hear a lot of on-field chat from the VOC boys, you know that. Stuart Burton says, quick shout out from Epping, London. Just dropped a group chat to the boys and girls and said, we're in La Manga next year if it's there. Loving the no-fear cricket on display. Great to see people already making plans. Munir goes through the offside. Might well get 4. Brilliant work, though. Tag team stuff. Never mind WWE, how about boundary fielding? Between the two of them, and managed to keep it alive. Corey Rutgers and...
I think it's Saad who did the initial work.
I believe. Here we go. Saad Munir, hockey shot, Virat Kohli style through the covers. Ashikul Asay kept it alive. Rutgers joined in the fun. Just quickly as they change around for the end of the over, Jonathan Sewell watching in not so sunny Devon. Great to see the over 40s getting an opportunity to carry on playing and not being told we're over the hill. What a great advert for the game. And Martin Gupta says, watching ECL from India on ECL app. Loving this T10 format. Surely it will grow every passing year. I will suggest you guys come to India for the IPL T20 League. Well, of course, the IPL is one you can't ignore, but this is a very different concept and idea as Peter Saylor's on the bowl. Last over. Wide to start with, but he has got a bit of headroom here with what's needed.
Well, he does, and it's not surprising that the skipper's taking the pressure over.
Saylor bowling to Ahmed. It's short, and it's capitalised on. Well, this makes it interesting.
This game's not over, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. Tokir Ahmed pouncing on the slightly short length. And it is all up for grabs. 5 balls to go. That's a wide. Svanholm will happily take that.
He's trying to fire it in at the pads.
1-3-4 to win, 17 to win from 5. That's a single. That's just what VOC Rotterdam needed. 16 to win off 4, my maths makes it now. Saylor to Munir. That's very good in the block hole. They'll only get 1. 15 to win off 3.
Well, now we look our mind back to the last 3 that Corey Rutgers faced. 6-6-6.
And I said it at the time, that could be the moment on which this brilliant game is decided. Saylor to Ahmad.
Oh, yeah.
Tries to heave, but only gets 1. And there's a frustration in the jog through because Svanholm know that that could be that. What a game of cricket this has been, though. 14 to win from 2. Just got to keep the deliveries legitimate. That's a full toss, and Scott Edwards has got hit. That's nasty. The catch is taken, but the batsman, Saad Munir, understandably, is immediately checking that Scott Edwards is okay. Saylor gets the wicket. It was all happening there, but it did remind me a little bit this of the Mark Boucher incident where he was standing up to the stumps without a helmet, but thankfully Scott Edwards has got the lid on. And of course it was that Mark Boucher incident where he was blind in one eye from memory or severely damaged.
He clipped at the bail, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a bail off the stump
into the eye
that led to it being made that all keepers, particularly when standing up, had to have a helmet on. So Saad Munir gone, and this brilliant game now has a winner. Saylor to finish it off. It is hoiked away for 6, but it matters not. 126 for 8, Svanholm finish on. What a brilliant match of cricket we've just witnessed. For me, that is the game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, plenty of highlights, that's for sure. As the players shake hands, they're all pretty happy. Svanholm really pushing the early favourites all the way there with some good batting up front. But in the end of the day, VOC have got the job done.
They certainly did, but they were given a real run for their money. And I know we're looking a bit far forward, JJ Brescia have won their pool, they won 3 from 3, but these two were the sides we expected to be the strongest. And if this is the final we do end up getting tomorrow after the semi-finals, then based on that, we could have one heck of a game.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting whatever happens. It's the end of 2 days of pretty good cricket. We've had lots of talking points. And of course, the question is, I'm not 100% sure about, but there might be a new wicket used tomorrow, so that might bring a few new challenges. But a fantastic performance from everyone.
Matt Osbro-Pocock says, Rotterdam showing they're the team to beat here. Great stuff from Jonas Henriksen earlier. I assume he means Mads, because I'm sure Mads will, if he's got a Twitter account, might be quick to reply to him and say, make sure you get the right brother. Says, hope he gets a chance at the Euroslam T20. Also, hashtag I stand with Pavel. Anyone with any final thoughts, do get in touch on This Is McCann, MCCANN. Might try and read them out before we go in 5 or 10 minutes or so, or tomorrow morning. Tell us where you're watching, send us pictures, get involved, and also sit back and appreciate what we've just seen.
That was a good game of cricket. That's, you know, to sum it up, I know we're having a joke about Rutgers and a few other things, but look, at the end of the day, he batted really, really well. That extra incentive of 17 or 18 in the last 3 balls really made it count.
And that's a lovely moment. You've got Peter Saylor, a guy who 10 years ago was helping the Netherlands beat England in the World T20 at Lords, the old penguin dance when it's missing Paul Collingwood.
I don't think England has ever beaten the Dutch, ever, in T20. I just wanted to bring that up.
I actually don't have cricket info in my head right now. But what I will say is there was a lovely moment there. Peter Saylor talking to Mads Henriksen. And sometimes in that situation, even for Mads Henriksen, just to have a guy with the experience of Peter Saylor, a guy who's dismissed Kevin Peterson and Sachin Tendulkar at ICC events before, just tapping you on the shoulder and saying, mate, you can play, and watching you was a privilege, which I assume is something along the lines of what he was saying, gives you such a confidence boost.
Maybe he's saying, I'm going to play at VOC next year, buddy.
Well, indeed. It does remind you of that moment after various games where people get asked, what were you saying? And often it turns out to be the most simple, I was saying, well played, mate.
Yeah.
But, we've got Mads Henriksen who can speak to us after that fantastic half-century. He's down pitch side with Avashi.
All right, well, it's not often that we have a man of the match from the losing side, but that's also a little unfair, right, the results?
I don't know. I don't think so. Every time we ball a bat ball, they hit it for 6, so I reckon it's fair. They played really well.
Yeah, so did you. You scored half a century. How was it batting in the middle?
Honestly, the first few balls, I couldn't hit it at all. And then suddenly I hit a 6 and I just went from there.
Does it just make a difference to your psyche, or how is it? When you first come into ball, and obviously the conditions were tougher than the last time you played. So how was it then?
I don't know. I just think my swing was a bit off at the start, and then as soon as I hit one, it just came off.
Yeah. Well, I'm very happy you performed and you really entertained everybody. I wish you all the best and great performance overall. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I also have, of course, the winning captain, Peter Saylor. Well, it was really interesting to watch you bowl the last over. It was really down to the wire. What was going on?
It was just, like I said at the start, that we wanted to give some guys some chances and see how they go. And towards the end, when the pressure was on, all the boys were like, you should bowl it, because, well, it's the last over and I had to take responsibility as captain, I suppose.
But it didn't start the way you wanted it, right? There were a couple of wides, there was a 6, but then bang on.
Well, first of all, you've got to give credit to the Henriksen boys. I really thought they played some great shots. And by now, I think he looks like he hits the ball the cleanest. But yeah, the wides again, I thought we bowled a couple too many again. But didn't go as we started. I mean, you're going to go for runs, and sometimes it's going to go well, sometimes it doesn't. And today, Ashikula wasn't so great in his first over, but then he came back and broke the partnership, and I thought that was a game-changing over again. Yeah.
I mean, I always wonder, how is it? Is it easier for you to have a big win or to have a close win like this? I mean, what do you take away from these two differences?
Well, obviously you want to win big. I think that's the easy one. But now we get to. I think it was the first game we were really under a little bit of pressure. Yeah, and that's fantastic. I mean that's what you want. And I thought this was a very good game of cricket in general. But yeah, we want to win big. And well, today it was a very close game. And in all, we won 3 games and we through to the semi-finals. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, and of course, I would love to know what your thoughts on Fletcher. I mean, what a performance.
Yeah, well, we know Big Biff, if he comes in, if he gets that stride right and he hits him straight, then the ball keeps flying. Even with the ball, but he's been fantastic in the other 2 games as well. So also Corey Rutgers towards the end. I mean, that pretty much won us the game. That last over went for about 27 or something. It was fantastic. But all the boys bowled well. I mean, even Rami Udabdaya coming in his first game as a bowler. Just went for 6, I think, first or second ball, but then just bowled 4 or 5 splendid Yorkers, which won the over, which is all credit to the boys.
Well, all credit to you and your team as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Bye. So, well, that's all for today. It's over.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. And well, it's been a bit of a frustrating afternoon. We've got 2 overs into the third match of the day. Rain forced the players off. Now, right now, can officially say, unfortunately, day 10 has been abandoned due to the persistent rain that has set in now for the afternoon. There was a few slight breaks, but really no opportunity to get the covers off. And obviously, with a lot of cricket to come, we're doing the best to protect the field. Match 40 officially is postponed. There'll be an effort to reschedule the postponed matches, including the 4 matches from the first day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And Corey Ruckers with me. And Corey, it's always disappointing. And a lot of people have put in a lot of effort to get those covers on. And it's just disappointing that we won't get to see any more cricket today.
Yeah, it's a shame that we're going to miss the last game of the day, but hopefully we'll be able to catch it up later in the piece. And, well, it's not easy because the wind and the rain came in quite harshly, as we had a little look earlier. And everybody tried their best to do the best. And it's a small federation, so even though some people out there will make little comments and expect huge things, I just can't believe it. Malta's a small country with a lot of people trying their best, and if negative comments come out, well, watch something else, because he's a negative person. I'm over it.
Yeah, well, notice.
Get around the cricket. Get around the story. Stop being negative. Everyone's trying their best.
Yeah, well, it's an unprecedented thing that's happening, obviously, with the European Cricket Network, the amount of cricket going on, the amount of players that are being exposed. And so, well, it's just a shame. But guess what? The cricket does continue tonight, and just under 4 hours away from a start in Gibraltar. So Sloggers versus Rugby CC. That is the night series. Rico Fool is standing by. So, yeah, actually not too long to go. In fact, it's just under 2 hours away. Of course, we've got a 5:30 local start there in Gibraltar tonight, 10 p.m. in India. So, well, it's a shame. We did get a fair bit of action in this morning where we saw the first 2 matches completed and a bit of the third, but unfortunately, that's all from today. Well, I'm off tomorrow, so Corey will take you through day 11, and I'm wishing you all a happy and a safe evening. We'll leave you some highlights today, and we'll see you tomorrow on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Bye.